Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Mob Psychic Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Salt Middle School, 2 weeks into the term. Listen up. Teacher called for attention at the beginning of homeroom. We have a new student. Hello, my name is Midoriya Izuku. I just moved here from Wonderful. Thank you for having me. A boy with green hair and freckles nervously bowed to the room. Someone who doesn't have after-school activities can show you around later. The teacher said and motioned for Midoriya to take an empty seat in the back. Midoriya nodded and found a desk as quietly and quickly as possible. Kageyama Shigeo watched him but didn't give his arrival much thought. At lunch break, Kageyama stayed at his desk to eat quietly and review the notes he had just taken but didn't fully understand. He heard a couple people talking to the new boy. Wonderful, huh? Isn't that where UA is? Yeah, you can see it from some places. It's not really part of the city though. Hey, what's your quirk? Oh, actually I'm quirkless. He practically whispered the last part. A couple kids scoffed and lost interest in him. Others shrugged it off and offered to show him to the cafeteria. After lunch it was back to regularly scheduled classes. Shigeo could follow most of history and a little English but math was terrifying. Kageyama, the class president, caught him after class. You aren't in any clubs and I have to get to a meeting. Catch Midoriya up in class before you go home, okay? It wasn't really a question and he left the second mob nodded. Hi, I'm Midoriya, I mean you probably knew that. The new boy flushed and shuffled his feet. Are you alright? He looked vaguely ill. Yeah, sorry. It's just, a new place and all. Mob didn't really understand. He waited while Midoriya fidgeted and scratched his head. It's fine if you have somewhere to be. I have a part-time job but master won't mind if I'm late. Shigeo stayed behind sometimes if needed to study. You sure? It's fine. Okay, then thanks I guess. Midoriya managed a shy smile. He sat down in an adjacent desk. So I noticed you were having trouble in math class. Yeah, it was embarrassing. I just mean. Midoriya waved his hands about. Since you're helping me maybe I could. I'm pretty good at math. If you show me what the class covered so far, maybe I could try to help you with today's homework? If you want to. They went over classwork until Kageyama's phone rang. That was my master, I have to go. No problem. Midoriya had a much wider smile and was less fidgety. Thanks for the help. You were more helpful than me. Midoriya was very patient when explaining algebra. Episode 2. New Student. Eep. Midoriya jumped out of his skin as 4 students approached him. Join the telepathy club. What? The telepathy club is where we try to improve our psychic powers. Sorry I have to catch up on what I missed this year. I won't have time to join a club for maybe another week or so. Midoriya politely turned them down. The telepathy club groaned and ran to find someone else to ask. Episode 3. Izuku just wanted to go home. He stayed late at the library to study, he was almost caught up on his schoolwork. However, without the after-school crowds to guide him, he got turned around on the unfamiliar streets. A couple wearing strange smile masks offered to show him to the train station. In a world of quirks the masks didn't raise alarm bells. He shouldn't have let them see his phone, though. Now they had his phone and practically dragged him to a basement of a sketchy building. A crowd of similarly masked people were already there. He was thrown up on stage next to a middle-aged man and a schoolgirl. Excuse me, can I leave please? Izuku tried again. No, you have to wait to see Dimple-sama. The smile masks became increasingly menacing. PST, Midoriya, the girl with the camera whispered to him. We better do as they say. Yeah, we're not getting out of this that easily. Maybe their boss is more reasonable, the scruffy man sighed. I'm Misato from U class, remember me? The girl introduced herself. She did look familiar. Right, sorry, I'm still learning names. No problem. How did they sucker you in? I got lost on my way to the train station. They offered to show me directions on my phone and took it. Yikes, that's practically kidnapping. Misato-kun sounded happy about this. The doors opened again and someone joined them on stage. Hey, Mob-kun. She waved at him. Do you recognize me? I'm Misato from your class. Kageyama-kun? Midoriya also leaned over. Mob recognized them both. Did they lure you in? Misato asked. Before Mob could answer the leader appeared. He wore a more elaborate version of the smile mask. This is too weird for me, the man remarked as Dimple led the crowd in maniacal laughter. The students silently agreed. Today we have 4 new smilemates joining us. Huh? What? The scruffy man said. Hey, don't. Masato tried to interrupt. In order to accept happiness you must set your hearts free. But your hearts are locked up. See. It's obvious why you are unhappy. You aren't laughing. Dimple talked over her. I wish people could be happy just by laughing. The man spoke up. Who is this? Dimple asked his congregation. We found him sleeping on a park bench, a woman answered. How sad, a victim of the recession. Excuse me. Izuku was getting really twitchy now. Can I have my phone back, please? My mother is waiting for me. If I don't get home soon. Nothing to worry about. Dimple interrupted again. Just put on these smile masks. The crowd dragged them off stage. This is our way of saving you. We just want you to smile. Eep. Don't put that on me. Midoriya ducked away. Don't let them touch you. It could be a quirk. He warned the others. The man didn't resist, but Mob and Masato followed his lead. There's no quirks here, young man, just happiness. Now, young lady, you seem suspicious. My followers didn't bring you here, did they? Dimple addressed Masato. I work for Salt Middle School's newspaper. I'm Masato from class 2-1. I'm reporting on the rumors surrounding you. She turned on her camera as if that would help. I have some questions. LOL was founded a month ago. How have you gotten this many followers in 1 month? This stinks of a fraud and illegal quirk use. Let me show you proof then. That gentleman from earlier, he was very sad. Well, look at him now. Dimple prompted them to look. The formerly glum man was laughing crazily for no reason. This wrong, we need to leave, Izuku whispered to Mob. It doesn't have anything to do with being popular. Mob nodded in agreement. Masato came to the same conclusion and asked Dimple if she could leave. That won't do. You infiltrated LOL and doubted our smiles for no reason. We won't let you leave until you laugh. I don't really feel like laughing right now. She took a step backward. We would like to leave. Keeping us here is kidnapping, Midoriya spoke up. I'd like to go too, Shigeo said. None of you are allowed to leave until you smile. The crowd tried to grab them again. Midoriya ducked and covered his head best he could. Masato had a mask shoved over her head. She ripped it off but started laughing against her will. When someone tried to pry Izuku's arms off his head, Kageyama created a barrier around them. He didn't want you to touch him. I'm just using my quirk to protect us. He said, taught he complaining crowd. He kept the three of them in a force field bubble. Masato-kun, are you okay? Izuku checked on her. Help, I can't stop smiling. She managed to say. Kageyama-kun, this is getting really dangerous. We should leave and call the police. Okay. That sounded like a good idea. We're leaving now. The crowd got out of their way but Dimple shouted after them. I said you aren't allowed to leave until you smile. He fired psychic waves at them. Midoriya fell to his knees laughing and trying to stop it. Fake happiness forced into his brain, combined with the concern for his classmates, played havoc on Shigeo's stifled emotions. Why are you doing this? Shigeo wrestled the fake giddiness down. None of his showed on his face but his percentage towards explosion was steadily climbing. We don't want to laugh. Get a clue. Everyone wants to laugh. I can't even if I wanted to. Just leave us alone. Oh, I see, brat. You have no emotions. No wonder you're unpopular. You can't connect to anyone. Well, no matter. I'll just use my other powers to squash you. I can't have you in my way. A light leaked out of Dimple's mouth. My followers. Don't let him leave alive. Mob vainly tried to hold his emotions in for another few seconds as people hit his barrier before they exploded outward. Mob unleashed his quirk and all the followers levitated several feet in the air. Mob also picked up Izuku and Masato to keep them out of the way. Dimple collapsed and the fog above him reformed into a man. You have such a powerful quirk, brat. If the policy of your religion is to kill outsiders, come at me with everything you've got. That might be easier than making me laugh. The few people still conscious and levitating looked down at Mob with surprise. He was acting completely differently than before. Everything I have, huh? Dimple transformed into a mass of green muscle, emitted smoke, and charged. You're just livestock with no emotions. Don't pretend you're actually angry. Mob threw Dimple across the room. Dimple transformed his arm into a claw and charged again. Shigeo blew his arm to pieces. He hadn't meant to do that, but at the moment he couldn't care. Midoriya catalogued the fight and the multitude of quirks Dimple used from where he hovered midair. I'm terrible, Mob said, mostly to himself, then hit Dimple with enough force to give him a concussion and undo his transformation. Dimple collapsed, a normal-looking man with green hair and red spots on his cheeks. He still had both arms, thankfully. Kageyama-kun. Midoriya called. Can you put me down, please? You're still awake? 100% anger was starting to fade, so Mob did as requested. Midoriya seemed to be one of the few conscious, and the only one to get to his feet. He hurried over to check on Dimple. Oh man, I got beaten by a kid? Dimple was awake enough to mutter to himself. I can't get caught like this? The police, man, he'll kill me, waste of quirks. Midoriya looked at Dimple, felt a weird pressure in his head and then looked to Kageyama. Shigeo set everyone else down and returned to normal. He blinked a few times to regain his bearings. Nobody else spoke. The two middle school boys just stared at each other for a second. I'll call the police. Izuku stood up to find his phone. I don't have a license. You saved us. Midoriya found the woman who had taken his phone and retrieved it. The police will understand. We need to file a report. Fortunately, the police did understand. Dimple was a wanted villain, which explained why he was hiding inside an innocent man's body. The police didn't believe that part of Izuku's story, however. They just laughed off his insistence that Dimple had multiple quirks as a symptom of shock. Both boys were picked up by their mothers after giving their statements. Neither of them were in trouble other than a mild scolding not to follow creepy strangers. The next day Izuku finished his makeup work and decided to look into clubs. He had promised Mom to try and be social. Mom learned Salt Middle School had one of the highest % of quirkless students in the nation and then found a new job nearby. She changed jobs and moved everything they owned just to get Izuku away from bullies. The least he could do is try and join a club. Salt Middle School didn't have any martial arts clubs, but it did have a body improvement club. The fiasco yesterday reminded Izuku that he should work on physical fitness if he wanted to be a hero. This could be a good start. Excuse me? Midoriya knocked on the door to the body improvement club. I was wondering, are you accepting? Maybe I could join? Of course. We're happy to have you. Goda enthusiastically welcomed him inside. Thank you. Oh, hello Kageyama-kun. You two know each other? We're in the same class. Episode 4. Tenga Onigawara's quirk was great for fighting. Spectral Fist. He could create energy duplicates of his hands that floated directly above and mimicked the movement of his real hands. He couldn't hold it for very long, just enough to punch people, which was all he needed. The perfect quirk for beating up idiots from a fancy private school. At least until some punk with telekinesis showed up. Time for a new strategy. Everyone thought he was dumb, but he would show them. Midoriya and Kageyama walked to the lockers after class let out. Mob was a quiet person and Izuku didn't bother him with questions. Izuku got his gym clothes, then noticed Kageyama had stopped moving. Kageyama-kun? This was in my locker. He had a piece of paper. Why would someone write this? Midoriya read over his shoulder. Oh, I think that is supposed to say adore. Then it's a love letter? Wait. Izuku didn't want him to be disappointed. It might be fake. Why would a girl write, I'm a girl? Really? Mob deflated. Yeah, bullies at my old school did this kind of thing. Mob considered for a second. Shouldn't I go anyway, just in case? I'd feel bad if it really was a girl and she was waiting. Izuku couldn't argue with that. Episode 5. Izuku didn't understand exactly what happened. Kageyama-kun got into some sort of telekinetic fight with the Black Vinegar gang leader. The destruction is seen from a few blocks away, but Kageyama repaired all the damage. Which meant he could manipulate matter on a molecular level, the possibilities. Anyway, law enforcement never showed up, so nobody got in trouble. Kageyama obviously didn't want to talk about it, so Izuku didn't ask. Episode 6. The Midoriya's apartment was a subway ride and a walk away from Salt Middle School. Izuku's path converged with Kageyama's for the last 2 blocks on the morning walk to school. Kageyama-kun, good morning. Good morning. Mob was walking with another boy wearing a Salt Middle School uniform. Hello, I don't think we've met. Midoriya introduced himself to the new boy. I'm Midoriya Izuku, class 2-1. Nice to meet you. I'm Shigeo's little brother Ritsu. Nice to meet you, too. Ritsu is on the student council, so he usually walks to school early. Mob explained why they hadn't met before. Midoriya-kun is in the body improvement club. Student council sounds like a lot of responsibility. I think it's an admirable position. Izuku tried to make small talk while they walked. Thanks. Ritsu at the top of the nation for academics too. Shigeo didn't think twice about saying so. That's impressive, congratulations. Midoriya, you moved here recently, is that right? Ritsu changed the topic. Yes, everyone's been very welcoming. As a member of the student council, that's good to hear. We need to keep an eye on the atmosphere of the school. I was a little nervous at first, but only a couple people have given me any trouble and it's just words. Just words? Are you having any issues? Ritsu was so nice to ask. Well, Shigeo thought so. Midoriya realized he made a bit of a mistake by mentioning this. It's not important. Midoriya looked away. Mob remembered Midoriya was self-conscious about his quirklessness. It was easy to remember considering how he became a combination of enthusiastic and terrified to talk to other students' quirks. Ritsu's quirkless too. Really? That made Midoriya light up. Yeah, we have a school policy against discrimination, you know. Has anyone said anything to you? Ritsu was serious. No one in particular, I just get looks sometimes. He didn't look convinced, so Izuku added, really it's a lot better here. Then what? My old school. When asked why he had changed schools, Izuku had answered, my mother got a new job, but he felt he owed another quirkless kid and friend. He hoped Kageyama-kun was a friend, an acquaintance at least, a more honest answer. I was the only quirkless kid in my old school. I got picked on a lot. That was wrong of them, Mob said with his typical deadpan sincerity. They reached the school gates and Ritsu hung back to talk to Izuku. I mean it, tell me if you have any problems, okay? I will, Midoriya said, but he probably wouldn't. Silence was a deeply ingrained habit. Ritsu must have read his face because he added. I know it SEKS. My brother has an insanely powerful quirk and I have nothing. He looked at the back of Shigeo's head with pure jealousy. Shigeo turned around to see what was keeping them and Ritsu quickly smiled. Thank you for introducing us, Midoriya said as he and Kageyama sat down in homeroom. I didn't know your brother was quirkless. It's not important. He wants a quirk though. He's always wanted telekinesis like I have. Would you give him a quirk if you could? Izuku didn't know why he asked this, it just felt like he should. Not my quirk, it's something though. For some reason this felt significant to Midoriya. Next time he saw Ritsu he felt an odd pressure in his head again. Maybe he should get more sleep? Episode 6. Ritsu told Midoriya the truth. No matter how often he tried to put a brave face on it, being quirkless SEKED. Everyone assumed he had a quirk until he told them otherwise. Why wouldn't they assume? 20% was the oddity. He had to fight for every scrap of respect. Top score on every test, excellent at sports, student council, and still their prejudices didn't abate. He heard them whispering, they assumed his success meant he must have a subtle quirk or just not use his like Shigeo. On his morning walk to school, a strange man offered Ritsu a business card claiming to run a research lab dedicated to giving quirkless people quirks. He didn't know what to think. He was still staring at it when the vice president approached him. Vice President, Tokugawa, good morning. Tokugawa was strict and scary but a good person overall. Loitering, huh? I guess even people like you do that sometimes. Ritsu must have missed the light change while thinking about the stranger. People like me? I'm just an average middle school student. You're doing everything you can to excel without standing out. Stop being like your brother. That last comment made Ritsu freeze in the middle of the street. What the hell? Even the student council thought Ritsu was pretending to be quirkless? Against his better judgment, Ritsu went to check out this awakening lab. Kenji Mitsura explained he was studying abnormal and latent quirk factor. The hope was he could discover better diagnosing tools, awaken or strengthen latent and weak quirks, or even give something to quirkless individuals. I inherited my wealth. I don't care about making advancements in science or society, I just want a cool quirk. Right now his live and test subjects were all kids who came from long lines of powerful quirk users who had nothing or something weak and strange genetics. I've collected people with late-blooming quirks or latent abilities. What modern DNA tests call quirkless is really an inconclusive result. Nobody knows for sure exactly what quirks are. All they are doing is ruling out everything that has already been discovered. Asahigo, a blonde boy who could produce a candle flame worth of fire. Quirkless until he was Hoshino Takashi, a quirkless boy with ridiculous hair. Kurosaki Rei, a girl who insisted she used to have terrible luck, could now use minor clairvoyance. Shiratori Daichi and Kaito, a pair of nearly identical twins. They could telepathically communicate with each other but both had an extra toe joint, and DNA tests were inconclusive. The doctors were still trying to figure out how their quirks worked. Ritsu stuck around to talk to the kids. He better make sure this was legit and they weren't being held against their will. Mitsura is a nice guy, Hoshino shrugged. My parents kicked me out so he lets me crash here. Are all of you living here? Ritsu asked. We live with our grandparents. Mitsura-san is helping them out financially by letting us hang out here. The brothers explained. My parents don't care, they're too busy with my brothers, Kurosaki said. Actually, he's my legal guardian, Asahi admitted. If you think being quirkless is bad normally, try living in the foster system. Or Kageyama-kun. Midoriya flagged down Ritsu in the hallway and jogged towards him. He caught him right outside the student council room. Midoriya-kun, did you need something? I just heard about Onigawara. The whole school was talking about how the known delinquent and idiot had been caught stealing girls' recorders. Disgusting, right? No. He didn't do it. What? He was with Goda-senpai all morning. He has an alibi, you have to tell everyone. Ritsu frowned. While he considered how to respond, the pens and supplies in the room behind him started moving. Kageyama-kun, are you doing that? Midoriya looked past him at the room. What are you talking about? When Ritsu stopped thinking about his emotional struggle, the items dropped. He turned around, but everything was where he left it. You didn't notice? Midoriya forgot about Onigawara and entered full Quirk observation mode. Stress? Kageyama's is triggered by emotions. Familiar similarity. But why would it manifest now? Don't joke about that. I don't have a quirk. But, Izuku pointed. This time all the chairs and tables had been pushed to one side of the room. Did you do that? Ritsu asked. Midoriya shook his head. It's probably someone else at the school. He didn't want to get his hopes up. Let's test it. Izuku was already excited. I've been analyzing quirks for years if we go someplace without anyone else. Ritsu almost suggested going alone, but to be fair, he hadn't noticed before, having a second opinion could be useful. Also, he hadn't researched quirk theory in years, it was too depressing. Midoriya had his notebook out and was scribbling as they walked. What's your family history of quirks? Mom is 5th generation, Dad is 3rd generation. Mostly telekinesis or some variation of it. Dad can push things away from him. Mom can reshape anything she touches. On a molecular level? Yeah, it takes some effort, but she can condense air into a solid and reshape crystals. Whoa, Izuku marveled at the applications of that. What are your father's limitations? Range of sight. I don't think he's ever experimented with it. The way you were moving objects wasn't just levitation and it didn't look directional. Ritsu did his best to ignore Izuku's mumbling. Nobody else was home at the Kageyama residence. Ritsu showed Izuku up to his bedroom. He had a whole drawer of silverware that he had saved up through the years. Shigeo has been doing this as long as I can remember, Ritsu muttered. He glared at a spoon for a minute. It's not working. He glared at Midoriya. It is stress. Izuku wrote furiously, leaving Ritsu to notice that he had twisted every utensil except for the one he held. What? Why can I do this now? Are you sure this is the first time it's manifested? Maybe you did something and assumed it was. Yes. This is the first time I've done anything like this. It's rare, but quirks can develop at PBRTY, but that's usually a secondary ability. Have you been under any unusual stress recently? Ritsu frowned but didn't say anything, which was answer enough. This may be an odd question, but has your brother ever said anything about sharing his quirk with you? No, why? You think this is his doing? Ritsu glared at him. Izuku bit his lip and didn't say anything else about it. They stayed in Ritsu's room for hours. It took Izuku's vast knowledge of quirks and triggers, and his enthusiasm to get Ritsu comfortable floating a few items around. Ritsu purposefully snuck him out of the house without Shigeo noticing. Midoriya was still too excited by their discoveries to think to say goodnight to Shigeo and didn't notice that Ritsu was hiding. Episode 7. Kageyama-kun, President. Midoriya couldn't be distracted from justice forever, no matter how interesting the quirk. The next time he heard something, he went straight to the student council. Everyone is saying Onigawara did something else. I told you he had an alibi. Who is this Kageyama? The school council president was not impressed. Nothing to worry about. Midoriya, the evidence is overwhelming, just let it be. But he didn't do it. Oh, you sound like one of his accomplices. The president was enjoying his power trip. What? Midoriya realized this was a threat. You're new to Salt Middle School. It would be unfortunate if rumors started circulating about you, wouldn't it? Izuku figured out what was going and looked to Ritsu to see if he would help. Ritsu didn't meet his eyes. Is there a problem? Midoriya shook his head and hurried away. If he causes trouble, Kageyama. Don't worry, I'll deal with him. Midoriya considered what to do. Who should he tell? The teachers? The vice president? Shigeo? Ritsu found him first. Midoriya-kun. Kageyama-kun? Don't get the wrong idea. It's just Onigawara, he deserves what is coming to him. Framing people is wrong. Look. Ritsu raised a hand to show off the aura of his telekinesis. I've gotten the hang of this now. I don't need you anymore. I'm going to keep stronger and surpass my brother. Don't get in my way. Izuku nodded meekly. Ritsu glared at him, then walked away. If I did do this, I need to undo it. Midoriya stared at Ritsu's back, imagined pulling something, tried to replicate the pressure in his head. Nothing happened. The teachers and most of the students were more than happy to ignore the power play by the student council. Izuku talked to the Body Improvement Club, but they agreed there wasn't anything to do and he should let the brothers settle things on their own. Izuku tried to let it rest but was still concerned. He started semi-stalking Ritsu to see where he went and how his new quirk was. Acting. Ritsu visited the awakening lab that Izuku had been invited to but chose not to go. Episode 8. After school, Ritsu went wandering through the city streets. Izuku tried to follow just to make sure he was okay. Hey, Midoriya was caught. He belatedly tried to pretend that he hadn't been sneaking around, was just walking, nothing wrong with that. Hanazawa from Black Vinegar Middle School, only with a weirdly tall wig, leaned against a nearby building. Don't go that way, there's a fight. A fight? Izuku repeated. I mean, an argument between brothers, we shouldn't get involved, he clarified. Oh. Izuku sighed. Kageyama-kun found out about his brother? Huh? You know about it? I know Kageyama Ritsu was acting out in school. I heard a rumor he was getting in fights, but I didn't want to worry Kageyama-kun. Geez, an honor student going power mad all of a sudden, he sighed. I'm not like that anymore, just so you know. Kageyama was right, I should focus more on bettering myself, not just my quirk. Izuku didn't know what to say to that. Should we go? He asked, meaning leaving the area entirely. You can, I'm on standby in case things get ugly. I don't think Ritsu-kun is that strong. I guess he doesn't know how Kageyama can lose control when overwhelmed. Hanazawa gave him a look like he was missing something. Better safe than sorry, was all he said. A shockwave like a meteor hitting the earth shook the street. What was that? Hang back, okay? Hanazawa went to investigate, Midoriya trailing behind. A crowd of middle schooler thugs filled the alley. Everyone get away, he might still be dangerous. Hanzawa shooed them away. Kageyama? He waved a hand in front of his face. Man, he's out cold. What happened here? The delinquents explained that an adult showed up. The scary guy beat up both the brothers and carried Ritsu off. Fine, you can all go, don't tell anyone about this. Hanazawa ordered. He was kidnapped? Midoriya stayed, of course. You should leave too, this is a lot bigger than some family quarrel. I'm not running away. Hanazawa decided not to argue and just get mobbed to his apartment. They bandaged him up and put him in Hanazawa's bed. He woke up within an hour. You're finally awake, I was worried. Hanazawa? Midoriya? Who was that? I don't know, Midoriya said. I do. They've been trying to follow me around for a few years now. Is that why you live by yourself? Midoriya asked. Let me give you a bit of advice. Stay away from them. But they took my brother. They're villains. It's an organization called Claw. Human traffickers and scientists. There are labs all over the world trying to create artificial quirks. The only ones with any success are Claw. Apparently, they kidnap kids with no or weak quirks and experiment on them to give them powers. They brainwash them into soldiers and either make them join their ranks or sell them off to the highest bidder. Of course, kids with strong natural quirks like me are worth a lot of money too. So, they've come after me before. How do you know all this? Midoriya asked. I got my info from one of the guys they sent to kidnap me before. I taught him a lesson, though. You're lucky they didn't take you too, Kageyama-kun. That doesn't matter. Ritsu, my little brother. He stood and walked towards the door. I have to find him. Wait, do you have a death wish? Hanazawa caught his shoulder. Not at all. Then calm down and think. I think I can win. Hanazawa and Midoriya twitched at the raw power coming off him. Have it your way, but how did they know about your little brother? Hanazawa said. The lab might be involved, Midoriya thought out loud. What lab? They both looked at Izuku. A rich man is studying quirks, he invited quirkless kids from the area. I can show you where it is. Mob borrowed some of Hanazawa's clothes before they left. You were invited too? Hanazawa asked on the way. Yes, I did some research, just to make sure he wasn't a secret villain or anything. But I didn't go. Why not? Because, I don't know. It doesn't feel right. Researching quirklessness like it's a disease or something. Also, it would have upset his mom, but he didn't say that. The doors that were usually locked were open a crack when they arrived. Someone had already broken into the lab and ransacked the place. The scientists were unconscious rather than dead, thankfully. They found Mitsura and questioned him. He obviously didn't know anything and was concerned for the kids who had been taken. I don't know what to do. I never thought kidnappers would go after quirkless kids. Kageyama, if you're going after them, let me team up with you on this one. Shouldn't we call the police? Izuku pointed out. I doubt we have time for that. Another Claw member will probably show up any second. The door opened. Wow, I didn't think it would be an actual second. I'm looking for Kageyama, which one of you might that be? The man tried to intimidate them. He failed. With two angry telekinetics and a quirk analyst, they quickly had their attacker tied up for questioning. When overpowered he proved to be a bit of a coward. He answered all their questions surprisingly quickly. Izuku and Mob eventually got Hanazawa to stop his enthusiastic interrogation. Midoriya and Mitsura whipped up an improvised quirk-resistant cage from lab supplies. "Alright, let's go," Hanazawa said. "Shouldn't we call someone?" Midoriya wasn't thrilled to be going alone. "Who?" "You heard him, they've paid off the city police. And it's not like there are any heroes in this area, part of why I moved here," Hanazawa said. "Even if someone could help, we can't wait." Shigeo was obviously still concerned for Ritsu. "I know I'm not a lot of help, but I can at least drive you there," Mitsura said. By flying the car over rough terrain they reached the compound quickly. "You two stay here, we'll go ahead." Hanazawa left Midoriya and Mitsura in the car. "Wait, I'm coming too." Izuku wasn't about to stay behind. "You sure you should come? No offense, but you can't exactly fight." I told you how to counter and copy the air whips, didn't I?" "Sure, but I could have figured that out on my own and I can't cover you. There are other quirkless kids in there. And if we encounter someone with a nullification quirk? If we encounter someone with a nullification quirk, we're all doomed. It'll be fine. Midoriya-kun is smart," Shigeo settled the disagreement. "Okay, your call." Hanazawa shrugged. They easily dispatched security at the entrance and forced the front doors open. Hanazawa crushed all the security cameras as they entered the facility. "Hey you brat." Koyama from the alleyway approached them. "I don't have time for this." Mob glared at him and raised a hand. Izuku winced at the man's face smashed into the wall, knocking him out. "If he gets serious this place is done," Hanazawa said to Izuku. "It looks like there is a three-way split up ahead. Let's separate." "What? Are you sure about that?" Izuku found this to be a bad idea. "Kageyama doesn't need my help. And I'll be fine on my own." Hanazawa walked off. "We can stay together," Mob offered. "Okay." Shigeo walked in front but allowed Midoriya to direct where they went. His sense of direction was clearly superior. "Wait," Izuku grabbed his arm and to stop him from entering a darkened room. As they watched, a wooden figure wobbly walked past. "That must be controlled by a quirk. Someone is probably watching through it." Mob nodded and flung the doll to the ceiling. A dozen more appeared as their fellow was defeated. He crushed those as well. "This looks like a storage area, we should go back," Midoriya suggested. They continued only a little further before a man in a yellow robe appeared. "You!" Mob slammed him into the wall. "Sorry, I don't know what you were going to do but we're in a hurry." Without warning, a woman leapt at them. Kageyama instinctively threw her back and pinned her to the wall. "You can't hold me like this." She broke free easily enough and ran with enough speed to break through Mob's exterior barrier and land a hit. His skin barrier prevented most of the damage but would likely leave a bruise. "Kajiak!" She kicked Midoriya in the stomach. Hard enough to knock him over but not do any real damage. "Doesn't look like the green kid has a combat-capable quirk. As long as I prevent him from hitting me with telekinesis, I could win this." She ran circles in the narrow hall so Kageyama couldn't get a read on her. She planned to hit him but paused when she noticed he wasn't fighting back. "What gives? You've made it this far and you're crying? I didn't think I would have to fight a lady." "What? My master says men who hit women are the worst type of cowards." "Heh, kid, that's nice in theory but do you realize how insulting that is?" Tsuchiya smiled at him. "I'm a warrior, treating me differently just because I'm a girl is like calling me weak. There are lots of female heroes." He probably meant civilians or domestic abuse, Midoriya chimed in from his spot on the floor. "What he said," she pointed at herself. "You're lucky I'm a fighter. A less honorable woman could have used your hesitation to kill you. Thinking like that will get you killed," Tsuchiya added. Mob blinked up at her, realizing she was right. "I'll let you start over. If you want to knock her out quickly aim for her torso. Her quirk only enhances her arms and legs." "Thanks," Kageyama said to both of them and then knocked Tsuchiya out with a precision concussive blast to the chest. Midoriya barely had time to regain his feet before another opponent arrived. A large person with a mutant-type quirk charged them. Mob threw it aside only for another to take their place. One teenager was setting these people loose. "You're strong, but how many of my pets can you take at once?" Matsuo wisely stayed far away so he wouldn't get targeted. He popped the lids off more of the small prisons he carried. "The boss let me take any of the failures and train them to be my personal army," he boasted. Kageyama barely had to expend any effort to knock out these summoned minions. Midoriya spotted Matsuo hiding. The minions were distracted with Mob so he ducked around the fighting and sprinted to Matsuo, whom didn't notice him either, at least until Izuku tackled him. Midoriya slapped a hand over the bottle Matsuo was trying to open, preventing him from lifting the lid. "Hey! Get off!" He wailed under the unexpected assault. Midoriya grabbed his other hand as well, before he could reach for a new canister from his belt. Mob finished with the servants and wandered over. Midoriya had Matsuo pinned well enough. Kageyama-kun, take his belt. Mob levitated it away. Without his army, Matsuo squealed and fled. A moment later, the rest of the canisters burst open as the men inside returned to full size. They were all unconscious, so Mob and Midoriya left them behind. Ritsu! Shigeo spotted his unconscious brother and ran towards him. Wait! It's probably a trap. Midoriya tried to warn him, but he didn't listen. Kageyama-kun, we have to. Midoriya tried to get his attention but was hit in the back of the head by a clone that phased through the wall. Good thing we teamed up to take out that one. Muraki remarked as his clone picked up the unconscious boy. Using him as bait was the right decision. Yes, now suffer. Muto appeared behind Kageyama and tried to knock him out by showing him a horrific vision. Terrible idea. Mob fell unconscious but only after somehow frying Muto's brain. While Mob and Midoriya had been fighting, Hanazawa encountered a man with a strong fire quirk. The man wasn't immune to his own fire though. Hanazawa trapped him inside a bubble and let him burn himself. He didn't get much further before a man with a fancy katana and a man with a cloning quirk captured him. Hanazawa watched his two teammates be carried by members of Claw. They got captured, it shouldn't be a surprise. Hanazawa was pretty sure he killed a man. Midoriya put up a good fight. Shigeo had found Ritsu and put a man in a coma. It was all for nothing, they were locked in quirk-resistant room. Meanwhile, the remaining Claw leaders stood in the control room. Their injured colleagues had been teleported away by the inspector from HQ. Just their luck, a surprise audit from their investor going on at the same time as all this sheet. The inspector from HQ was a man, without a definite shape. He hovered in the corner made of flowing mist and yellow eyes. He hadn't offered Claw any name to call him by. 3 intruders while undergoing inspection, this does not bode well for the continuance of your organization. You make it sound like a problem. We captured the intruders, did we not? Ishiguro waved off his concerns. At the expense of 2 of your men. You didn't help capture them. Sakurai glared at him. Not my mission. Sensei sent me to deem your worth. So far I am unimpressed. Sakurai was ready to draw his sword. Stand down, Sakurai. Ishiguro didn't want more of his men dead and had no illusion Sakurai would win against Sensei's right hand. I'm sure the children we've captured will be more than enough to make up the difference. Sorry to interrupt, sir. A minion ran into the meeting room. The boss has just arrived from HQ. That's impossible, I would have been notified. The Mistman said. The prisoners have escaped. Muraki noticed the security footage of Reigen letting the 3 boys out of the quirk dampening room. Is that so? The Mistman sounded vaguely amused. This will decide if any of you survive the night. The 4 remaining members of Claw confronted Reigen, Mob, Ritsu, Hanazawa, and Midoriya in the hallway. Reigen had already rescued the other prisoners and was now trying to walk everyone else out the front door. Reigen took the lead when the villains appeared, insisting the kids stay behind him. He landed a few good punches, mostly by bluffing, but his hits were not enough to knock trained fighters unconscious like common street thugs. The telekinetics had to pull him out of the way of when the villains counterattacked. Ishiguro, now annoyed, accidentally blew up their own base with a couple mini-gravity bombs. When the dust cleared, Reigen did his best to get them out of there, but the Claw men refused to let them retreat. Hanazawa and Ritsu fought Sakurai and Muraki. Izuku tried to stay out of the way of the desperate confrontation. Shigeo just wanted to go home. Midoriya stared. Reigen-san wanted to protect them, Kageyama-kun didn't want to fight. If only Izuku could help. He felt the strange headache again. Suddenly Reigen was invincible. He snapped Sakurai's sword, threw Ishiguro through a wall, and berated the 3 claw scars for being childish. Izuku wondered if Reigen's quirk was amazing speeches. He managed to talk the fight out of 3 villains in a matter of minutes. The 3 men sat numbly on the floor, contemplating their life choices. Ishiguro wasn't so easily convinced. No, I reject your claims. People are only human, nothing more nothing less, no matter their quirk, that's what you say. Yeah. That's incorrect. We are superior life forms to the rest of humanity. He ranted, sounding more and more childish. I'll kill you all. He summoned a giant orbs that acted as a black holes. Reigen prepared to defend to the best of his ability. However, something else happened. Black vortexes appeared in the air next to the massive gravity bombs, another opened next to Ishiguro's face. The old man's head was SCKED in and the portal closed, decapitating him. Everyone except Matsuo, whom vomited, looked for the new player. A person made of black and purple gas hovered above them. I'll give you the chance to hand over my subordinates. Or would you risk children's lives for 3 criminals? Everyone flinched at his cold tone except Reigen and Mob. Ha, tough talk, Reigen pointed at him accusingly. If you could actually do that you would have already. But no, you're standing over there trying to look menacing. My intuition tells me you can't attack without putting yourself in danger. As expected of a pro hero, the mist glared. I'm under orders not to risk myself under any circumstances. Very well, keep them. They'll do you no good. The purple mist swirled inward and disappeared. Elsewhere, League of Villains base. The mist man stepped out of his warp gate. A blue-haired teenager and a computer screen greeted him. Kurogiri, what are you doing back? Apologies, Sensei, Tamura, a pro hero arrived. Ishiguro is dead. I failed to collect the last 3. Humph, and you let them get away? Tamura grumbled. Hero intervention was inevitable from how they were acting. Sensei spoke through a computer screen. As long as you left no records. Of course I didn't. Tamura interrupted. Then there is nothing to be concerned about. Where are the rest of the members, Shirigaki? The punk and wenching women I sent him to the Nomo lab, Tamura counted off on his fingers. Long face, stripy hair, and transforming guy are ready for you to take their quirks. Pyro guy was dead when he got here. And the brat I sent for reprogramming. Good work. Tamura preened under the praise. That leaves Muraki, Sakurai, and Matsuo with the hero. Correct, Sensei. I apologize I couldn't retrieve them or Ishiguro. Their quirks would have been useful. What do you suggest, Tamura? Wait until the hero loses interest then grab them, he offered his opinion. Good. There is no need to risk any assets. We will check in on them in a year or so, see if any of them are in a position for easy retrieval. Reigen spent the day after defeating Claw hiding in his apartment with a migraine. Not a headache, full-blown migraine, it was hell. He felt like he should be more surprised but he had felt the pressure building since wielding Mob's telekinesis. Which honestly made no freaking sense. He was willing to let it go at the time, life and death situation and all. But now that he had time to think about it. Since when could telekinesis be transferred from one person to another? Mob was insanely powerful, able to move objects in and out of his range of sight, no apparent weight limit, able to manipulate matter on a molecular level, and create a shield of energy-charged air, aka force field. However, all this could be explained by telekinesis. Transferring could not. It certainly wasn't Reigen's doing. His parents had done every quirk factor test, legal and not so legal. He could say with 100% certainty he was as quirkless as a houseplant. Reigen didn't know much about the Hanazawa kid but he also had telekinesis. Ritsu was supposed to be quirkless yet had displayed telekinesis. And then there was Midoriya, the new kid. Something didn't fit here. Reigen needed to talk to Midoriya. He didn't expect the kid to show up at his office first thing Sunday morning. Hello, can I talk to you? The boy was painfully shy. Reigen made sure to keep his body language friendly. You beat me to it, I was just about to call Mob and ask him to bring you over. Reigen waved him in. Have a seat. What did you want to talk about? I think I somehow gave you Kageyama-kun's quirk. It sounds crazy but I think that too. Really? Yep. The truth is, kid, I'm quirkless. What? You're a hero and you're quirkless? You don't have to make that big a deal out of it. Reigen waited a second for Midoriya to regain control of himself. What quirk? Identification tests did your doctors perform? Just an X-ray of my foot. My doctor said it was conclusive but I looked it up last night. It's only about 80% accurate. Yeah, the only way to be certain is a comprehensive DNA test. Which I've had so I can tell you it wasn't me. Ritsu-kun? If Ritsu could give himself a quirk I think he would have done it years ago. I think I did that too. Reigen sighed, let's start from the beginning. A couple hours later they were joined by Kageyama. Come on in, Mob, your friend and I were just talking about what happened at that shady organization the other day. What about it? Shigeo sat down. I used your quirk, Mob. And I don't think you gave it to me. Do you? He thought about it for a moment. No. I didn't know I could do that. We think it was me, Izuku said. It's unheard of but I might have a quirk that can transfer powers from one person to another. Mob looked at him questionably. It's just a theory but it fits? Midoriya never met someone who wanted to get rid of their quirk until he met you. Reigen spoke up. If he's around someone who wants to be rid of their quirk and someone who wants it, well it would be unusual, but it's conceivable that a transference quirk like that could exist. They were waiting for his opinion so Shigeo said, that could be useful. I've had headaches a couple times. I think I might have used it before on Ritsu and Dimple. Ritsu? You think you gave him a quirk? On accident. I think I gave him Dimple's quirk. Mob didn't recognize the name. The LOL villain. This villain you fought, he had multiple quirks. Concerned what the police would think upon his capture, he wished them away and Midoriya gave them to you. Reigen explained what he and Midoriya had come up. That makes sense. Mob surprised them both by saying, "Really?" He nodded. "I've been able to sense people recently. I can tell if someone is nearby and what they are thinking about. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "I thought I was just getting better at social interaction." Reigen and Midoriya stared at him for a second but chose not to say anything. That must be Dimple's empathic quirk. Izuku got out his notebook. He could force emotions on people too. I assume you haven't tried that. I wouldn't know how to do that. Let's not worry about that, Reigen decided. What else did you give Mob, Midoriya? The way Dimple thought it would make sense if he had a telekinetic quirk. That must be what I gave to Ritsukuin. Mob nodded as if that made sense. You should give the emotion-emitting one to him too, he could help people with it. I'll ask, Izuku smiled. Whoa, hold on. Reigen interrupted. No giving or taking any more quirks until we know if there are side effects. We still don't know if Mob got everything from Dimple. One step at a time, okay? The boys nodded. All right, you said the villain could possess people? An astral projection quirk of some kind. Then I have to leave my body? Just do whatever feels natural, okay, Mob? Kageyama closed his eyes and concentrated for almost a minute. The others gasped when he collapsed on the couch and a floating creature made of light appeared above him. Kageyama-kun, you're so cute. Midoriya said, then quickly slapped both hands over his mouth in embarrassment. Reigen held in a laugh. Ahem, Mob, can you still use your quirk like that? The floating axolotl looked around the room and started levitating things. Reigen tried to take a photo only to realize Mob's spectral form didn't show up on camera. Wow. You can probably possess other people as well, or at least enter their bodies. That might be kind of weird though. As much as he loved quirks, volunteering for that would be awkward. Mob seemed to agree because he returned to his body. It took him a few seconds to wake up. Without Dimple's transformation quirk, your body is left behind. You're still visible to people, but if you can go through walls or possess an animal, that would be useful for stealth, Reigen considered. Do you want it, Master? No thanks. I don't think it would work with me very well. So, what else can you do? Midoriya flipped through his old notes on Dimple. You haven't shown any signs of a regeneration quirk, so I guess that was just part of Dimple's transformation. He had an energy beam ability. He shouted Wraither Beam and shot it out of his mouth. Whoa, not in the office. And, Midoriya's enthusiasm was waning. He used a smokescreen too. That could have been, he trailed off as he started crying. Mob was no good with emotions and hopelessly looked to Reigen. Hey, what's wrong? Reigen walked over and put a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. I'm sorry, it's just, I stole all these. I'm a thief. I finally got a quirk and it's evil. Hey, first of all, there's no such thing as an evil quirk, alright? Reigen comforted him. Second, it's not like stealing, not at all. But? No buts, your quirk is all about helping people, you're taking away something they don't want. Do you know how many people are trapped with a dangerous quirk? Or a quirk that makes their life difficult? Heh, he grinned as he thought of something. You'd be the best hero manager ever. With your brains and quirk, everyone would be fighting over you. Do you imagine heroes like Gang Orca or Hawks ever get a day off? I bet they would pay big money to leave their quirks with a sidekick for a few hours and go grocery shopping incognito. That mental image successfully made Izuku smile. I've never tried my quirk with a mutation before. Shimura or Kamagawa might let you practice. Mob rejoined the conversation once Izuku calmed down. You think so? Yeah, you're not alone in this. So no more crying, alright? Reigen said. Midoriya wiped his eyes and Kageyama had an idea. Master could help train you. Right, Master? Reigen was hesitant to commit. Wait. Midoriya forgot he is a hero for a second. An actual quirkless hero? Are you a hero, sir? Unofficially, the city doesn't hire heroes. I have to do a lot of different things to make ends meet, but basically, yes. Please. Can you teach me? Midoriya bowed. Reigen glanced to Mob's eager face. Ah geez, he couldn't disappoint them. There was one more person they had to tell about this revelation. Oh, I guess that makes more sense than me spontaneously developing one. Ritsu easily accepted the explanation of Midoriya's quirk. While they really are brothers, Reigen mused. I was wondering if you experienced any side effects. Kageyama-kun hasn't felt any, but Reigen-san got headaches. Midoriya explained. I don't know. I'm not going to excuse my behavior, Ritsu decided after a moment of consideration. Midoriya wrote something down anyway. If you want to try, you could give him the emotion-sharing one, Shigeo offered. Are you sure? Izuku asked. I would be happy to help. And I'll tell you if I feel any different. Reigen watched closely while Midoriya frowned and squinted at them both. For a few minutes nothing happened. The Kageyamas waited patiently while Midoriya tried different things. Whoa, I felt that. Ritsu suddenly put a hand to his head. Are you alright? I think so. I can take it back. Just give me a minute to get used to it. It doesn't feel bad. Ritsu smiled reassuringly. But even if I don't keep this one, how are we going to explain brother having multiple quirks? I'm a registered quirk counselor, so leave the paperwork to me. None of you have to try to explain this to a doctor, Reigen said. Break. A wealthy man called for every local hero and or quirk specialist on vague terms. What he wanted was a mystery, but he promised compensation, so Reigen arrived with his 2 apprentices. Yep, he'd taken Midoriya on. How could he not when the kid desperately needed his help? Are you sure I should be here? Izuku asked. Absolutely, we have no idea what we're going into. Your skills may be exactly what is needed. Reigen displayed enthusiasm while inwardly cringing. I thought Mob had low self-confidence. This kid has had a quirk for weeks now and is still only 2 steps away from an inferiority complex. At the foyer, security stopped them and made them sign a non-disclosure agreement before entering. They were shown to a large room that was already full of over 50 people. Who is this shady-looking bunch? Quirk counselors, heroes, frauds, alternative medicine, hypnotists, the works. Their employer arrived to explain. Behind a wall of glass his daughter was tied to a hospital bed. This is my daughter, Minori. She's 14 years old. Like me, her quirk allows her to recognize the elemental composition of solid objects by touch. She's been acting erratically, violently, for weeks. I've talked to doctors, psychologists, nobody can figure out what is wrong with her. I eventually had to lock her up for her own safety. Someone please, cure her and I'll pay you. Reigen's ears perked up at the mention of money. No matter how little he paid them, 2 assistants was still double the expenses. He wasn't the only one eager though. Arguments of who went first started to brew. Everyone please. Why not use rock paper scissors to decide? Their host suggested. That sounded fair, so everyone agreed. Reigen crushed everyone at rock paper scissors, much to the admiration of one of his students. Sensei. That was amazing. Can you teach me to do that? Izuku marveled at the show of skill. He'd begged out of the competition, insisting he was only there as an assistant. Mob competed and didn't do very well. Maybe later. Reigen waved smugly at all the people he beat. Please, find out what's wrong with my daughter, Asagiri begged a final time before letting him into the room. Minori pretended like she didn't know what was going on. She said her father was insane. Reigen left the room unimpressed, but several others in attendance were berating the father. Enough, Reigen spoke up. Anyone who believed her crap should leave right now. They all stared at him. You didn't notice? All the inconsistencies in her story. How she switched between dad and papa. I never introduced myself, but she called me a quirk specialist. And she knew there was a crowd of people out here despite the one-way mirror. What are you saying? Asagiri asked nervously. I can tell you this, whoever that is in there, it's not Asagiri Minori. A second after he said this, the glass wall exploded. The hero who went in to talk to her landed unconscious at the feet of his coworkers. There's no point in pretending now that you figure me out. She smirked. Everyone get ready to fight, someone shouted. You sure you want to do that to this girl's body? Whoever controlled her grinned evilly. How do we know you're not a shapeshifter? Please. The doctors already did DNA and blood tests. Asagiri shouted. Someone please, save my daughter. I'll pay anything you want. You're welcome to try. But I won't give up this body so easily. Her accent and voice changed. Deeper, a man? And that turn of phrase, Midoriya muttered and scribbled away. Mob, can you sense anything? Reigen asked. They discussed strategy while the others made attempts. Something now that he's not pretending. I think Midoriya-kun is right, it's an adult man. He's angry and really strong. Adult, male, possession quirk, Midoriya went through his notes. Sensei, have you heard of a hero-turned-villain called the Spirit? Yeah, Mogami, possession quirk. Took over a few other heroes and burned their agencies to the ground, then disappeared. I was a kid back then, 20 years ago or so. Why? You think that's him? I don't know, it could just be a coincidence, but possession quirks aren't that common. Mogami targeted those he accused of being mercenary and selfish. That could fit our client, Reigen considered. Humph, this is pathetic. All of you are a bunch of fakes. The possessed girl stood and broke her chains. I'm going to kill all of you. Minori's body lashed out with surprising speed and strength, quickly taking down members of the audience including the elderly pro-hero and his sidekicks. My intuition tells me you're Mogami KG. This declaration earned Reigen a hand to the throat. Oh, so you figured out who I am? Mogami held him against the wall. What are you doing in a teenage girl's body? Pervy old man. Mogami didn't take kindly to this comment and tried to choke him. Shigeo tried to put up a barrier around Reigen but it was difficult. Kageyama-kun? Izuku noticed him struggling. He's strong. Minori, it's okay, father is here. Asajiri proved his devotion by placing himself in danger. He hugged Minori only for Mogami to stab 2 fingers into his chest. Asajiri falling and the spray of blood finally prompted the crowd into trying to run. The doors were locked and Mogami went after those trying to flee. Midoriya helped Reigen to his feet. Mob grabbed the girl's body in a telekinetic hold. Oh, someone has decent telekinesis. It's true the human body can only move so far. But how about the joints of a doll? He moved against Mob's hold by snapping Minori's fingers. Kageyama quickly released him. Now you see, nothing you do to this body will harm me. I'm going to fight him from the inside, Mob decided. What? Mob, that's dangerous. I have to try. And what about your body? He could attack you or try to possess you, Izuku pointed out. I trust you to protect me. He said with sincerity. You can count on us. Midoriya, go ask everyone who is still awake to lend me their quirks, Reigen ordered with a point. Izuku nodded and went around the room doing so. Be careful, okay, Mob? Shigeo nodded. Now I have to lose consciousness. Reigen caught him before his face hit the tile. Mogami noticed and looked over. Mogami ran at them. Reigen whipped off his tie and threw it at him, mimicking what he had seen the other guy do earlier. Hold. It worked to tie up Mogami for a moment. Whew. Feels like a caffeine rush. Reigen couldn't help the brief break in professionalism as a dozen quirks were added to his DNA. Not quirkless after all? Mogami growled with some confusion. He broke the bonds and charged again. Reigen ducked and dodged with new enhanced physical abilities. Sensei, Wraither Beam. Izuku let him know what powers he had. They just had to distract Mogami enough for Mob possess Minori. When he succeeded, the girl collapsed. Reigen and Midoriya tied Minori up and waited. Reigen-san, it's been almost 15 minutes. Neither of them have moved. There's nothing we can do. I could help, one of the Sun Hero Union agency members offered. I can't possess people myself, but I can telepathically connect your minds. You should be able to check on him. Midoriya, can you do it? I should stay out here in case Mogami wakes up. Oh. Midoriya entered a dream landscape of a monochrome city. He spotted Shigeo immediately, Kageyama-kun. Midoriya hugged him. You're all right. Master and I were so worried. Where's Mogami? Mob stared at him blankly. Kageyama-kun, are you okay? What's wrong? Who are you? Huh? I'm Midoriya Izuku. Reigen-san and I are waiting for you outside. He glanced around taking in the gray city. This place isn't real, it's all a product of Mogami's quirk. He shook his shoulders slightly. Come on, you have to remember. He tried to think of the best thing to jog his memory. Ritsu-kun, you can't forget him. Ritsu? Your brother. He was kidnapped and you saved him, Mogami can't make you forget something like that. Ritsu, we saved him. Mob blinked. That's right, I came in here to save someone. I knew you couldn't forget. Do you remember me? Not really. What? I'm just kidding, thanks Midoriya. So what if you have your memories back? Mogami interrupted. It doesn't matter what he says. What's the point in saving anyone? This world is rotten. Mogami? Izuku looked around for the source of the ominous voice. Just like you said, the world can be a cruel and messed up place. You helped me see it in a new light. I'm truly blessed. I need to be more thankful for the good people on my life when I get home. So, that's how it's going to be? Mogami, decrepit and sickly looking, appeared before them. I thought I had found a sympathizer, how disappointing. One other thing, people can change through their interactions with others. I've changed. I became stronger than I could alone. If I can do it, I think anybody can. That means nobody is worthless. Don't say another word, or there will be hell to pay. The Shigeo you created would submit to you, but I won't. Kageyama-kun, this world isn't real. You can use your quirk as much as you want without hurting anyone. Distorted faces and bright lights attacked from the surrounding city in waves. Shigeo hit them aside. Kageyama-kun. Midoriya screamed as Mob was thrown about by a glowing red giant that materialized from nowhere. He stared with worry until Shigeo broke free, surrounded by a white glow. I always thought these powers were no good to anybody. I'm going to use them to save someone. It doesn't matter what you do, you can't defeat me. Mogami sent another army of red ghosts. Kageyama-kun, you can do it. Izuku cheered. Midoriya, Mob flew himself closer to his green friend. Can you hear them? What? Who? Midoriya was distracted by how different Shigeo looked all of a sudden. All the other voices. There's hundreds of them screaming. It must be Mogami's victims, if his quirk absorbed them, he started muttering. They want to get out. Can you help them? You mean, my quirk? I can try. But I'd have to get back to my body and I'll be fine. Are you sure? Promise, I'll be out soon. Izuku considered for a moment then nodded. Okay. He willed his spirit form towards the crack in the sky. Mob covered his escape. Midoriya jerked awake in the real world. Oh hey, you're back. Reigen said he would have asked more but Izuku ignored him. He grabbed Mob's limp body, dragged it over to sit next to the girls and held both their hands. Reigen watched as Midoriya concentrated and his hands glowed black and red for a second before he got a nosebleed and passed out. Ah shit. Kageyama forced Mogami out of the girl's body, making him to rematerialize in his physical shape. The X-Claw member, Matsuo, grabbed him with his capture quirk, forcing him into a bottle before he could react. A wanted criminal? This should fund my new life nicely. He waved the canister towards Reigen in goodbye. Reigen glared at him but was more concerned with his students than the reward money. Asajiri-san was taken to the hospital and expected to make a full recovery. Midoriya returned everyone's quirks. They were all too traumatized to take notice of what he did. And those who did realize the implications of Midoriya's transfer or Kageyama's powers had already signed a non-disclosure agreement. Do I have more quirks now? Mob asked after they had left the house. Yeah. What are they? I think most of them were mental things that complemented Mogami's natural quirk but it was a lot. Can I try to feel maybe? He tentatively held out his hand and Mob took it. You can make plants grow, talk to plants? Telepathically talk to plants? Sense auras, resist empathic and telepathic control, energy transfer, find people, feel how powerful people are, a couple other minor empathic abilities, tactile telekinesis, that's how he was so strong, illusion like what Mogami used against you, you can sense how puzzle pieces fit together. Oh, and molecular bonding. That one should help you telekinetically repair things. Midoriya smiled and let go of his hand. Nothing dangerous for him though, right? Reigen checked. No, I transferred the easiest quirks that would combine with Kageyama's power easily. I passed out before I could more the harder ones. You could though, if you had time? Mob was curious. Give me a mutation or something different. I think so, but it would probably have side effects, like how Reigen-san. Hey! Reigen interrupted before Midoriya could mention the migraine he'd gotten from wielding Mob's power for a few minutes. Don't you boys have homework? They actually got to test out Mob's new plant-based quirks a week later. A farmer was having trouble with his fields. A squatter living underground with a plant quirk was stealing all his crops before harvest time. Mob was able to overwrite the villain's control of the plants and render him effectively powerless. They investigated urban legends in an outlying suburb community. An actual licensed pro was also on the job. Midoriya, follow him. Reigen motioned for him to follow Banchamaru. Call if he gets in over his head. This turned out to be a good precaution. While Reigen and Mob tracked down a fake human-faced dog, Banchamaru found a real pervert. He chased a flasher into the woods only to be ambushed by a villain modeling herself after the urban legend of the Dragger. Midoriya called for backup then shouted. Banchamaru-san, can I use my quirk on you? You need to get out of here. She's too strong, I can give you more power. If you can do that, ack? He was dragged underwater. Izuku said a quick prayer his quirk would work. He tugged at the familiar feeling of Mob's extra quirks, before throwing one best he could to Banchamaru. A second later Banchamaru leapt out of the water. Wow, young man, whatever you did really works. I feel great. Not great enough to match the transforming Dragger for very long. Fortunately, Mob and Reigen showed up to help. The Flasher and Dragger were both arrested. Midoriya quietly took the tactile telekinesis back without explaining exactly what his quirk did. In retrospect, Reigen supposed it was inevitable. He played life too fast and loose, spoke 90% bullshit and 10% words he actually thought about before saying. Sure, he was smart, borderline genius, and he had the paperwork to prove it. After he was diagnosed quirkless, he took an IQ test and shoved the results in his parents' faces. Not that they cared, but intelligence only went so far when you were a cocky and lazy SOB. The last 4 years had been good to him. It was only a matter of time until it all went to his head. So yeah, he mouthed off to Mob. Mob had grown up so much since they first met. He was finally old enough to realize Reigen was full of crap. He'd hoped Midoriya may stick around, but the kid was too smart for that. I'm sorry, sir. Midoriya looked at his hands. But I didn't realize you were lying to Kageyama-kun about your quirk. What? It's not lying, just. You've done a lot to help me, both of us, he continued with conviction, but until you tell him the truth, I don't think I can work with you either. Midoriya bowed and left. Midoriya and Mob took the following months to focus on their club and social lives. Midoriya explained his quirk and his friends offered to let him practice. He promptly burst into tears. Trying out each other's quirks became a game among the group. Mrs. Midoriya cried when Izuku started spending time with friends. They didn't miss Reigen at all. And didn't that sting? After years of playing hero, it was time to remember who he really was. A 28-year-old, quirkless, college dropout, conman. Still, he tried his best. If he couldn't take on villains, he could at least be a life coach, counselor, and community volunteer. He could do some good in the world. At least until someone decided to throw him to the dogs. Now, some background. Seasnake City is bankrupt. The city can barely afford to keep the lights on, never mind hiring heroes. There were a few loners and one agency, Sun Hero Union, in the suburbs and outlying communities. The city center itself, however, had been the territory of villains and vigilantes for years. Of course, most vigilantes worked part-time, quietly, and certainly didn't open pseudo-agencies. In this, Reigen was unique. A unique target for the jealous Sun Hero Union leader. Kirin Jodo held a grudge from the rescue of Minori Asagiri. He would not be upstaged by a vigilante. With his reputation, it wasn't hard to collect some evidence, witnesses, and a TV crew to make his revenge. An actress went to Reigen for help, got him on hidden camera talking about compensation for the work, and led him to an abandoned building. Reigen saw through the charade partway but didn't see anything wrong with going along. At least until being cornered by a reporter who started asking about his illegal activities. Big news for the small station. The internet ate it up. Vigilantes were controversial, but one asking for pay ought to be called a villain. Fake hero. Mercenary. Holding citizens hostage unless they could pay. Of course, anyone Reigen had ever angered in the past were happy to add to the rumors. The few friends he had or people he had helped refused to get involved. Both former pupils saw Reigen on TV. Mob didn't find it alarming in the slightest. The Midoriyas had more of a reaction. Izuku, isn't that the hero you were working with? Mama Midoriya indicated the news channel. Yeah. You didn't tell me he was a vigilante. Izuku almost said something, then he realized she was teasing him. I did a little bit of research, honey. I know it's only people like him keeping the city safe. While I usually don't approve of vigilantes, he would obviously get a license if he could. It's not fair. They're accusing him of taking money, but he never asked for something someone couldn't pay. Is that why you came home with tomato plant? With reporters stalking him, Reigen eventually decided to call a press conference to get it over with. Reigen-sensei, Midoriya jogged towards him. The kid carried a binder stuffed with papers. I bought you some things to help. I did research on the economy and the wages of heroes. Did you know, 60 years ago heroes were a volunteer position like firefighters? The definition of heroics is kinda spotty too, changes from district to district. Records of everyone you helped. You never asked for more than living expenses and... Reigen got the gist of the rambling and stopped him. Look, Midoriya, they're right about me. I'm a fraud. I got into this business to make a quick buck. I plan to bail the second things turn dangerous. Midoriya was only slightly perturbed by his confession. Then why didn't you? I mean, you could have given up years ago. Instead you saved us. You're a hero to me. He said with confidence. Reigen reflected for a minute. He smiled. He reached over and ruffled Midoriya's hair. Okay, what did you bring for me? If I was smart, I should get them on my side. Be apologetic. Reigen looked out at the crowd and then at the cameras. Are you watching, Mob? I owe you an apology, but I don't owe anyone else one. I called this press conference because you lot were stalking my home and office. Please ask whatever questions you have now and then leave me be. What kind of attitude is that? A roar from the reporters. Do you have questions or not? What's your quirk? What does that have to do with anything? The reporters complained and he talked over them. I thought you wanted to talk about the rumors regarding my alleged illegal activities. Please stay on topic. Alleged activities? Have you been performing hero work for money? I run a consultation office. I'm a licensed quirk counselor and private investigator. I offer advice, investigations, bodyguard duties, and other services. Do you fight villains? I defend myself and others if I encounter a villain and feel threatened. Same as anyone. Do you catch criminals? I don't have the authority to detain anyone beyond a citizen's arrest. When I witness a crime, I call the police. So far so easy, but he shouldn't get cocky. You've worked with pro heroes and filed police reports like a hero would, is that right? At least one of the reporters had done their research. Yes. So for all intents and purposes you are acting as a hero without a license. There are no heroes in Seasonings City. The city council cut all funding for any heroes 10 years ago. Of course, that doesn't mean crime has gone away. Midoriya brought him statistics, but he wouldn't pull those out unless he was specifically asked. While the police investigate larger crimes, citizens have a need for someone to assist with cases of petty robbery, harassment, or other things. That is the hero work you lot are accusing me of doing illegally. You ask for money. It's either that or go hungry. I only ever ask for what anyone can spare. I would never turn away someone who needs help. And if you did your research, you would know that I'm not the only one in the area doing so. And I'm one of the cheapest. You think that is an excuse? It may be easy to call me a fraud. I haven't saved the world or anything like that. Maybe I'm just pretending to be a hero. But at their core, heroes help, no matter what. When I started on this path I knew there was a risk. He had planned to bullshit his way out of trouble at first. After Mob came along he got actual licenses and planned to ignore the press and plead lack of quirk with the association. But now he had 2 kids looking up to him. For them he could be a hero. Honestly, I don't care what any of you think of me. Being able to help even just one person and watch them grow is worth everything. The reporters grumbled, but someone shouted over their complaints. When the police didn't believe us, he helped us catch an invisible peeping Tom. 2 high school girls stood up in the back row. He caught the man stalking me. He saved my farm in exchange for gardening tools. A dozen people shouted from the back of the hall. Some of them hid their faces from the camera, but they were there to show support. Midoriya stood with the group, looking proud. Reigen grinned and rose from the interview table. I'll end the press conference here. Please address any further questions to my website. The reporters yelled, but he left without saying anything else. Man, those kids. Reigen shook his head while walking home. He spotted Mob waiting by a bridge. He nervously approached him. Mob-kun? Were you watching? Mob looked at him but didn't say anything. Reigen leaned against the railing nearby. So I should have said this sooner, but, sorry I tried to hold you back. I'm really proud of how much you've grown. This time Shigeo smiled. Another moment of silence. Say Mob, about my quirk. I know, he interrupted. I've known for a while. Alien encounter. Midoriya entered the club room only to find a boy he didn't recognize in an argument with Tome-senpai. I told you, I don't believe in aliens. The boy said. How can you not believe in aliens? There are billions of planets. He cut her off. I mean, I don't believe aliens would visit here. Our world is exciting and full of quirks. Why wouldn't they visit? And even if they did, I told you my telepathy isn't strong enough. I can hear less than a mile. That's why we need to go to a known site. I'm not doing it. Then lend me your quirk. What? Midoriya. He squeaked as Tome grabbed his arm and dragged him over. This is Midoriya, he can transfer quirks. Let me borrow your quirk for the weekend. The telepathy club arranged a weekend excursion. Reigen joined, so there was at least one adult. Against everyone's expectations, except maybe Tome's, they found an alien saucer and 3 aliens. Reigen frowned at the aliens. He put a hand on Mob and Izuku's shoulders, holding them back while the other kids walked forward to say hi to the aliens. Mob-kun, how many people do you sense in our area? Kageyama was confused by the request but reached out with his empathy as asked. It's just us. I don't feel anything from the aliens. Midoriya-kun, how about you? Izuku's 5th sense was difficult to describe. Quirks looked a bit like lights, felt like ghost sensations, and sometimes even had a taste. They were indistinct blurry lights until he touched one with his quirk. He could count roughly how many he felt nearby, though. Kageyama's galaxy of swirling lights, full orchestra and symphony, and food court of quirks was a bit distracting. Fortunately, Reigen-sensei's comforting void was always easy to focus on. Izuku looked outward from the 2 people he knew well, felt the familiar quirks of the telepathy club he had held before. There are 3 quirks I don't recognize. The aliens each have 1. But Mob can't feel them. Yeah, I thought so. Reigen nodded to himself. This site was reported by local high schoolers. I'm guessing we're dealing with some sort of illusion quirk, confusion quirk, or nullification quirk. Oh, it's a prank? Shigeo tried not to be disappointed. So they have someone hiding their minds from telepathy and empathy, but I can still feel their quirks. Izuku was more excited by quirk analysis than alien life. Do you want to leave? If it's just a prank, they probably don't want to hurt anyone. Just keep an eye on your wallets, Reigen offered. I want to stay. Maybe if I practice I can see through the illusion, Mob decided. The aliens invited them to dinner. Tome chatted with them excitedly. Their answers about technology were vague no matter how much she asked. However, they happily told her about their home world. Is it real food? Rei-Jen didn't want to eat garbage. Let me try something. Shigeo said. A second later, he left his body. Whoa, Mob-kun, a little warning. Rei-Jen and Midoriya caught his body before he fell over. Mob, what are you doing? Tome was not impressed by the glowing axolotl-looking spirit floating over the table. Mob circled the aliens, who watched him with their big eyes, then returned to his body. You're right, Master, they're 3 high school girls. It's all real food. It looks like something a cooking club would make. Really? You can see through quirks like that? Izuku whispered with him. The notebook, that already had theories of illusion quirks, quickly became filled with a new chapter on Mob-kun. The dinner went swimmingly for the telepathy club. They stayed there most of the night, then left the UFO to go home. Whoa! Hey! Rei-Jen grabbed Inukawa's arm before the aliens could. Kidnapping is more than a senior prank, it's a federal offense. He pointed at them accusingly. For the first time, one of the alien girls pouted and spoke, spoilsport. Here, a second alien girl handed Mob a slip of paper. It had a website address on it. The next day when they checked this site, they found a private video archive containing alien videos. Apparently this was an ongoing project at the local high school. The two honest boys ended up showing these videos to the club before Tome could write an article about her close encounter. On the weekend. Hey, thanks for meeting me, it's a couple hours to our destination. Where are we going? Small town. Our client is a shut-in. His mother says he can't control his dangerous quirk. What about medicine or quirk restraints? Midoriya asked. Apparently he was on and off meds for most of his childhood, but now that he's an adult it's too dangerous to keep him on anything. Ideally you can transfer his quirk to me and back so he can practice with it. That's where you come in, Mob. Your job is to keep anyone from being hurt. They arrived at a normal-looking small house. A fretful woman answered the door. Thank you for coming. Do you think you can help my son? She led them to a room in the back of the house. A scruffy man with overgrown hair sat in the dark, playing video games. Hello? Your mother asked us to visit. Rei-Jen said. The man ignored them. Hey! Turn off the TV when you have a guest, that's impolite. Go away. Trash and small items exploded outward from the man as his quirk activated. Mob calmly caught them all. This casual display of power caught the man's attention. Who are you? I told you, your mother invited us. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Rei-Jen scolded. Serizawa jumped to attention, not used to being called out for his rude behavior. I'm Serizawa Katsuya. Welcome. Rei-Jen introduced himself and his assistants and then tried to get Serizawa out of his room. I can't leave. My quirk is, another blast wave shook the house. Kageyama contained most of it a second time. Yes, your mother said you were having some trouble controlling it, Rei-Jen continued as if this were no big deal. Well, that's what we're here for. He explained that Izuku could transfer quirks. The plan was for Rei-Jen to try it out and figure out what kept triggering uncontrollable blast waves. Serizawa nervously agreed. Midoriya transferred blast wave to Rei-Jen. Rei-Jen stood still, thinking. Everyone waited for something to happen. Aha! Rei-Jen suddenly declared. It's like holding in a sneeze. Serizawa stared at him. It's like when you cough once and it irritates your throat so you cough more. Rei-Jen said this all with absolute confidence. There's a simple solution, don't do it. Raigen's brand of tough love and helpful advice when paired with Kageyama and Midoriya's genuine concern and friendliness worked a treat. They had Serizawa outside and keeping his blast waves continued by the end of the day. % on the loose. Izuku sat at home trying to study and simultaneously send Kageyama-kun positive thoughts. Shigeo was going to confess to his crush today. He'd asked all his friends for advice. Izuku wasn't much help. The very thought of confessing to a girl he liked was far more intimidating than fighting villains. Izuku's phone rang. Hello? Midoriya-kun, are you watching the news? Rei-Jen asked. No, just a moment. He turned on the TV. A breaking news report displayed downtown Seasnake City. Streets were cracked, chunks of pavement floating high in the air, a whole building on its side. Is it Kageyama? Unfortunately, yes. Hanazawa says he was in a car accident. Now that I think about it, you've never seen Mob-kun's darker personality, have you? I don't think it's part of his quirk just. Because he's scared of himself? Yeah. I realize this probably isn't the best thing for Mob-kun. Rei-Jen sighed. He needs to learn to accept himself. But forcing him to do so now or destroy the city, it's not safe for anyone. So, give me his quirk if you can, alright? Okay, I'm on my way. Izuku nodded. Before you leave, try it from where you are now. Sensei? You can feel your mom and friends from my office, can't you? Just do that and transfer. Midoriya bit back on the self-deprecating comments that he couldn't do such a thing. Okay, I'll try. Mob was surprisingly easy to locate, even at a distance. His quirk felt like a hurricane to Midoriya's senses. He gave the swirling angry mass of power a questioning tug. Shigeo must have noticed because the storm grew more agitated. Please, you're hurt and you're hurting other people. He tried coaxing, gentle pulls. Reigen was right, the anger and fear wasn't part of the quirk itself. The feel of confusion and rage died down the second Izuku separated Mob from his powers. Holding the quirk still felt like juggling a hot coal that also somehow gave off static electricity shocks. He quickly passed to Reigen where it settled nicely into his feeling of emptiness. It kind of looked like a cup holding as much water as possible, only surface tension keeping the top layer of liquid from overflowing. Great job, Midoriya-kun. Reigen's voice over the phone startled Izuku back to the real world. I'm taking Mob-kun to the hospital, you can meet us there if you want. Mom, can you drive me to the hospital? Kageyama-kun was hit by a car. Kageyama proved to be the bravest person Izuku had ever met that day. After barely receiving treatment for his concussion, he insisted on continuing to the park to confess to the girl he liked. He even turned up to school the next day after being rejected. Izuku, Ritsu, Hanazawa, and friends tried to keep him distracted for the next few weeks so he wouldn't dwell on it too much. Final year of middle school. The former Telepathy Club and Body Improvement Club friend group met up at a restaurant after school. It was difficult to schedule gatherings with some friends now in high school, but they managed. Tome-senpai, Goda-senpai, it's been too long. Greetings all around as they found a table in the back of the restaurant. How's high school? I've joined the track and field team. Unfortunately, the president refuses to recognize that we need more variety in training. More homework, but other than that, not very exciting, Tome shrugged. It's almost time for us to start thinking about that. Yeah, what are you guys planning to do for work? Not you, Midoriya, we all know what you want. Tome interrupted. Izuku blushed. I'm just going to go into business like my father, Inukawa said. I'm going to be a physical therapist. Goda said next. They went in a circle, everyone talking about their ambitions and then being praised for what a good fit that would be for him. Doctor. Takanaka. Ichthyologist. Kumagawa. Veterinarian, Sagawa. Firefighter. Shimura. Athlete. Yamamura. I'm still thinking about it, engineering maybe. Saryuta was only in his second year of middle school, so he still had some time. I haven't thought about it much, Mob admitted. As expected, Kageyama, Tome sighed at him. 17%. Hanazawa-kun, have you thought about high school? Yeah. Oh. Mob tried not to be disappointed. Do you know where you're applying? I'm still narrowing it down. I could go a couple different routes for my career. How do you decide that kind of thing? Just choose something you like doing now. That's what I did. Training the other kids to fight Claw has been really rewarding. So, I'm going to be a teacher. A teacher? Yeah, or maybe a personal trainer or a social worker. They need specialists for kids with dangerous quirks. He shrugged. And I can get a work permit for my quirk and still have fun learning new things with it. You don't want to be a hero? Nah, I thought about it once but I'm too lazy. It sounds like way too much work for my tastes. And dangerous. It seems like the kind of overachieving selfless thing you'd love, though. You think I can be a hero? Of course. You practically are already. Oh? What are you thinking about? Midoriya, he thinks everyone can be a hero. Hanazawa chuckled. Well, he's right in your case. You obviously have the power and attitude. If anything, you're too nice. Mob didn't say anything, so he kept talking. I still need to decide on a school. There are some places that would be good to get into teaching college, or if I want to be more quirk-focused there is always UA General Studies. Midoriya is going there. Don't pick it just because we might be going. Decide for yourself, okay? 18%. Reigen had to notice and then prompt Mob into talking about his thoughtful attitude before Mob would admit what was on his mind. I figured you would want to be a hero. Reigen said with some surprise. You did? Sure. You have been my sidekick for years except for, you know, the legal part of it. You've been helping me save people and catch villains for years. I just kinda assumed you would want to keep doing that. But hey, if you want to do something else, write this off as a youthful adventure, that's up to you. Then as an afterthought. I'll still support you whatever. Mob mulled that over. I don't like to fight. Not all heroes are like Endeavor, Mob. Rescue heroes work in disaster areas. They still have to deal with looters and stuff, but their main job is getting civilians evacuated. And then there are support heroes. They're kinda rare, usually just healing quirks, but they work exclusively in teams or to rescue other heroes that get in trouble. He waved his hands about, ranting partially to himself at this point. And don't worry, you don't have to be famous like me. Underground heroes make a career out of dodging the media. Really? Not everyone is meant for the spotlight. Just think about it. You're still young, you have plenty of time. 20%. Ritsu, can I talk to you? Of course. Do you still want to be a hero? No, not really. Ritsu chuckled. That was just a kid thing. Heroes looked really cool when I was little. But no, quirk or no quirk, that's not for me. Oh. Ritsu waited for him to continue. When he didn't, he prompted him. Is that all you wanted to talk about? Everyone has things they want to do with their futures. I don't feel like I have any of that. You have things you like, you've stuck with the Body Improvement Club all this time. Despite Tsubomi rejecting you, he didn't say. I guess I like feeling better about myself. And you help Reigen because you like to, right? Not just because you feel obligated. He wasn't entirely sure on this point himself. Shigeo didn't pick up on his uncertainty though. He nodded. He didn't like violence, but rescuing people, helping them lead lives they could be proud of. Saving Minori Asagiri and helping her become a better person was probably one of the most difficult and rewarding things he'd ever done. And he promised to live the best life he could, to be thankful for everyone who had helped him. He knew he wasn't afraid of hard work or dangerous situations. If Master was right and he could avoid the media, then that wasn't a concern. There was only one big thing left on his mind. Could his dangerous power actually be used for good? Do you think I could use my quirk? He didn't have to elaborate. Ritsu knew what he meant. Honestly, a heroic school would probably be the safest place to learn to use it. Ritsu was still secretly terrified of Shigeo's potential, but he also realized his brother couldn't live stifling his abilities forever. Shigeo was getting better at being able to express himself and simultaneously keep a lid on his power. But if he could learn to use all the power he had day to day with no side effects, well, no villain would stand a chance. I think you'll be a great hero. Midoriya Izuku stood between his two friends in front of the gates of UA. On his left, Hanazawa Teruki was grinning and confident. On his right, Kageyama, Mob, Shigeo blinked up at the impressive school with his typical blank expression. As calm as he looked on the outside, his friends could recognize he was nervous. They had arrived a little early, but already there was a crowd of students in front and behind them. There was no fee to take the entrance exam, so hundreds of hopefuls flocked to the gates. Thankfully, the support and management entrance exams were earlier in the week, or the crowd would have been overwhelming. Smile. Reigen prompted them to turn around and then snapped a picture of them in front of the gates. He looked at the photo and sked. One more. Midoriya, try to look less like you are about to be sick. Izuku did his best to smile. Better. Reigen typed on his phone, probably sending the photo to Izuku's mom and Shigeo's brother. Their families had stayed behind to work or study. Reigen closed his consultation office for the day to escort them to UA's. All right, get inside. Go show them what real heroes look like. Reigen gave them an encouraging thumbs up. Midoriya waved goodbye and followed the two other boys to the security gate. They had to show their test acceptance letter and school ID to be issued a pass onto school grounds. Are you all right? Mob noticed Izuku still looked ill. Yeah, Izuku swallowed his nerves. I can do this. He tried to take a triumphant step forward only to trip over his own feet. Mob and Hanazawa reached out almost simultaneously to catch him with telekinesis. Thanks, he muttered, embarrassed as Kageyama set him back on his feet. A girl with brown hair smiled at the friends as she walked by. Izuku was too flustered to notice. They reached the main building together. Do you remember where we're meeting after the practical? Hanazawa asked. I have it in my phone, Shigeo assured him. Then let's crush this. They separated for the written portion of the exam. Hanazawa left after his written test as he was only applying for Gen Ed. Izuku and Shigeo met in the auditorium to hear an explanation for the practical. A couple rows ahead of them, Izuku noticed a semi-familiar head of blonde hair. He resolved to not say a single word that might draw attention. How did you do, Kageyama-kun? Everyone was whispering to friends while they waited for the presentation, so he went ahead and asked. I ran out of time. Shigeo was relieved the hard part, for him, was over. Not to be cocky, but the practical probably wouldn't be a problem as long as he could use his quirks. His academic scores were what concerned him. Despite months of studying with his friends, he doubted he did very well. Are you ready? He asked. Midoriya was the opposite of him. He was really smart but concerned for the practical exam. As I'll ever be. Present Mike took the stage to explain the test. Kageyama was a bit concerned about the no targeting other students rule. Are you going to ask about your quirk? Mob whispered to his friend. Midoriya fidgeted nervously. If Bakugo was in the audience, then the last thing he wanted to do was call attention to himself. However, he couldn't ask Shigeo to speak in front of a crowd. Oh, he had an idea. He got a pen out of his pocket and wrote on the back of the handout about the robots. I'm sorry to ask this way, I have stage fright. A boy with glasses asked a question. Midoriya took the opportunity to fold the paper into an airplane and mime what he wanted to Mob. Mob agreed this was a better idea than trying to talk in front of people. Kageyama telekinetically flew the paper airplane down to the stage and had it land on the podium. Mike took this in stride. Hold on, I have a letter. He scanned the note before reading aloud. Shy listener asks, can we use our quirks on other participants with their permission? If we have a healing or copying quirk, for example. Yes, you may, just be sure to ask. Any other questions? Nobody had further questions. Good luck. The friends exchanged sincere well wishes, then split to go to different exam areas. Kageyama followed his testing group to the locker rooms. He changed into his gym uniform. They had to take a bus to the exam site. Shigeo went to the head of the line and politely asked the other students and proctor if he could sit near the front. He became carsick easily, and it really helped to be close to the bus engine. They were understanding and let him take the first row. Everybody had a single seat and weren't allowed to talk for the drive. Shigeo watched the impressive campus out the window. How did they afford all this? What was the tuition going to be like? He resolved to do his best and aim for a scholarship if accepted. The Shiketsu exam hadn't been nearly as intimidating. He'd probably prefer to go there if Hanazawa and Midoriya weren't so dead set on this school. Mob was one of the first students off the bus when they arrived. He stood close to the massive metal doors. From present Mick's explanation, it sounded like he would have to run. Kageyama performed his usual warm-up stretches and jogging in place. He stood next to a tall girl with an orange ponytail who had the same idea. She gave him a friendly nod when their eyes happened to meet while exercising. Start. No countdown, but okay. A couple kids with speed-related quirks passed him, but Mob stayed near the front of the group. The moment he spotted a robot, he threw it against the nearest concrete wall. On second thought, that was kind of dangerous to do with so many people around. One of the fast kids was running in circles around a larger robot. He didn't look like he knew how to disarm it. Mob went ahead and crushed it by pushing on it from above. Hey, the boy complained. Oh, sorry, did you want that one? The boy gave him an exasperated look before sprinting off. Ow! The girl with the ponytail caught Mob's attention. Her hand had grown to a giant size and she used it to swat a three-pointer like a bug. She must have caught a sharp edge of metal or something though, because her palm started bleeding a bit. Are you alright? He asked. Yeah, just a scratch. She returned her hand to normal size. It didn't look so bad. Still, he might as well help. May I use my quirk on you? When she nodded, Mob pointed 2 fingers at her, mentally transferring some energy. I can't heal injuries, but this should help. Wow, I feel a lot better, thanks. The rest of the group had caught up with them and were flooding the main street. We better get to the side streets, good luck. She waved, then hurried away. Kageyama waved back before jogging in the opposite direction. 5 minutes. Present Mick's shout alerted them to the time. Already? Shigeo needed to pick up the pace. What would Midoriya or Hanazawa do in this situation? He looked at the nearest building and had an idea. He levitated himself as quickly as he dared to the roof. No enemies on the roof like he had hoped for, but he had a decent view of the streets. He lifted a three-pointer several feet off the ground. He was trying to decide if he should crush or drop it when a girl with green hair ran to it. She pulled the robot's head off with her hair and then kept running. Oh, that would count as points for both of them. Shigeo dropped that robot and looked for more. Kageyama vaulted to the next roof like the long jump in gym class, only assisted with a bit of telekinesis. He levitated any robot that was still moving and ran to the next one without putting it down. Other students could finish them off, so he wasn't stealing points from anyone. And if nobody destroyed them, then he could save the school some money by returning their robots undamaged at the end of the test. 3 minutes. Jogging across roofs was the right strategy. He didn't keep score, but it felt like he was doing well. A small earthquake shook the training grounds. It didn't feel large enough to damage any of the buildings, so Shigeo paid it no mind. The sound of falling rubble made him turn around. Oh, there was a robot taller than the buildings. He ran over to investigate. The giant robot slowly lumbered down the street. The other contestants were fleeing. Shigeo didn't see any other enemies nearby, and it didn't look like anyone was trying to fight the big one. After a moment's consideration, he decided to stop it. He wrapped a barrier around it and tried to push it back. It resisted. Trying to hold it back like this was tearing him out. But he didn't want to break it either. Telekinetic touch identified joints and connection points. He unfastened the arms and head. Any wires and tubes he couldn't figure out how to unplug snapped as he lifted the limbs away, but most of it was in working order. Mob set the arms and head on the street in front of the unmoving body. There, he could rebuild it if they wanted him to. Several students were gawking at the disassembled bot or pointing up at Kageyama. Why were they just standing around? Was the test over? Time's up. It was. That final robot took a bit of time. With as little motion sickness as possible, Mob lowered himself from the roof. Medical bots handed out water bottles to the students and pointed them towards the exit. Hey! The girl with the orange ponytail joined him as they walked back to the entrance doors. Thanks for earlier, my name's Kendo Itsuka. Kageyama Shigeo, it's no problem. He noticed her struggling to twist open the cap of her bottled water. I can open that if you like. Would you? My quirk is murder on my hands. He twisted it open easily with his telekinesis. Thanks. She took a sip, using both shaking hands. Was that you who took out the 0-point robot? It was worth 0 points? He glanced back where the downed robot was still visible. Are you okay to use your quirk more? I shouldn't have asked for you to open my drink. Little things are fine. He should probably rest before trying anything else big though. On their way out they passed several injured students. 2 medical bots awkwardly herded a blonde boy who was walking in circles, staring at the sky, and drooling. Everyone leaving the test area eyed that scene curiously, but the bots seemed to be successfully corralling him towards the exit. More robots and a professor stood by the city doors, offering medical care. I'm fine, just some scrapes and quirk exhaustion. Kendo waved them off. Mob just nodded and walked to the bus. Your quirk makes your hands big? They were allowed to talk on the ride back. Yep, big hands. Not a particularly fancy name I know. Like a balloon? You'd think so, but I also adjust my mass. My dad's limbs do get lighter when he enlarges them, but my mom's quirk is to increase her density, so I got a mix. That's useful. What's your quirk? Some sort of energy control? Master named it energy manipulation. Izuku prepared for his own test. He was nervous but tried to keep it under control. He'd gained a lot of confidence in the past 2 years, now it was time to show what he could do. Raigen-sensei, that man was godsend, was a master of paperwork. He'd insisted on doing the bulk of Kageyama's and Midoriya's school applications for them. Izuku could have done it himself, but bureaucracy went right over Shigeo's head. What Raigen helped with that Midoriya wouldn't have had the confidence to do alone is file for a support item. Students were allowed up to 1 quirk-related support item for the practical test. With a non-combative quirk, Midoriya was allowed a metal staff. He'd been taking lessons with it for a couple months. Izuku made his way as close to the giant doors as he dared. Too many people were around him for him to focus. He moved to a quieter spot. He did his breathing exercises and focused outward with his quirk. Standing in the crowd of excited quirk teenagers was like swimming in stars. Each slightly blurry and indistinct. They would stay that way, bright but untouchable, until he used his quirk to transfer each one. Once he touched a quirk, he could recognize it anywhere. His quirk gave him a sixth sense, making it difficult to describe. He could best equate it to picking out a single noise in a cacophony or one of those Where's Waldo books. Once you hear the clock ticking in the background, it takes concentration to stop listening to it. Kageyama's unique sunbright, rainbow aura was easy enough to find. His quirk was more like looking at a galaxy or a kaleidoscope, many individually beautiful gems spinning around each other to make a pattern. 2 years ago, Kageyama's aura was far more chaotic, but since then Izuku had stripped away the ill-fitting quirks. Now all of the lights happily orbited the massive black hole of power Kageyama was born with. A minute longer and Midoriya recognized Hanazawa's golden glow. Raigen was always difficult to find. Looking in Hanazawa's vicinity, he managed to pick out Raigen's empty yet comforting presence. He gave each of them a small tug and they trembled in response, like a candle flame under a gentle wind. Somewhere at the very edge of his vision, he could sense Mom, but it was a reach. Eh? A loud sound jolted Midoriya from his concentration. He looked around and noticed everybody was running. He was already behind. Izuku sprinted into the city streets. The students spread out to find enemies. He took a path he didn't see anyone else go down. Target acquired. A robotic voice almost made him jump. A 2-point robot stood in front of him. He took a second to remind himself it was just a robot. He'd faced far scarier villains before. He ran to meet the bot, ducking low and jamming his staff into a joint in its neck. He was about to twist its head off when a boy shot it with a laser. Ah, apologies, monsieur, didn't see you. He apologized before running off. Izuku stared after the blonde boy. Who got that point? Izuku ran as fast as he could but couldn't find any robots. Every enemy he encountered was already destroyed. A rumbling shook the fake city. From a giant dust cloud rose the massive zero-point robot. It towered over the buildings and seemed to leer down at contestants. Midoriya took a step back but kept calm. This was a test, not real danger. The other students didn't seem to agree as they all sprinted away. Oh, maybe he could use this opportunity to find more points. He spotted girl trapped under a piece of rubble and ran to help without thinking about it. Are you alright? My leg is stuck. Midoriya tried to lever the rubble off with his staff. The zero-point robot was too close for comfort. Can I give you telekinesis temporarily? Is that okay? I guess, but I'm really nauseous because of my quirk. I can take that away. Izuku ran his mental touch over her quirk. A pink beach ball cool to the touch, it came away easily when he pulled. He tossed this to Hanazawa and tugged the golden telekinesis. Imagine the rubble moving off your leg. Experimenting with their classmates proved Hanazawa's quirk to be easy to use even for people without emitter quirks. Whoa, she gasped as the rock moved at her mental command. Izuku helped her stand but her leg was hurt. Can I carry you? When she nodded he lifted her best he could and ran away from the robot. The zero-pointer lurched towards them, sending a rain of rubble down from a nearby building. The girl raised on hand towards it instinctually and it froze midair. It's a bit like my quirk but at a distance, she marveled at the suspended concrete. Izuku concentrated on getting them out of the danger zone. Time's up. Izuku helped her sit down. She dropped the concrete and watched it fall with rapt interest. This is really cool. How can I do this? It's my friend's quirk. I can transfer quirks from one person to another. I can't use them myself, though. Your friend who caught you on walkway? You saw that? Yeah, that's him. Wow, so cool. He doesn't mind you borrowing it for the test? I can't take them without permission. Actually, can I send it back? Of course. I can take my quirk back now. She played with her fingers a bit. The overuse symptoms will come back. That's okay. Izuku reached for the floaty quirk. Hanazawa gave it up easily and allowed his natural quirk to settle back into place. The girl's fingertips changed to raised pads. Oh, how forgetful of me. My name's Uraraka. They talked a bit longer until Recovery Girl came by to check on the girl's ankle. Good luck, I hope you get in. I probably won't, Izuku admitted. I only got 2 points, maybe less. Hello, this is Nizu, principal of UA. May I speak with Reigen Arataka? This is Reigen, how can I help you? You're listed as court counselor for Midoriya Izuku and Kageyama Shigeo, correct? Yes. Is this about the boys' tests? There seems to be a small error in the paperwork. Their quirk registries appear to be out of date. What? His surprise sounded genuine enough. I submitted the paperwork to have that updated over a month ago. Hold on, I have the receipt here somewhere. Rustling came from his end of the line. Nizu was still typing on his computer. Ah, it seems there was a brief strike for government employees in your area. Oh, that's right. I completely forgot that would affect the quirk registrar. They must be behind schedule. Less sincere sounding now. Yes. Nizu was grinning. Midoriya self-identified as transfer, can you confirm that please? That's what he named it. I can't give you any further information over the phone, of course. Of course not. Nizu agreed. By the way, am I correct in my memory that Seasonake City is number 2 city in the country for human trafficking cases? Probably. We don't advertise that kind of thing. This won't harm the boys' exam results, will it? Not at all, not at all. You obviously did the best you could given the circumstances. They can expect their test results within the month. Brief sigh of relief over the line. They exchanged pleasantries and goodbyes. Well, Nizu still wore a grin. Let's contact the city office and find out the details of these quirks dangerous enough to keep off the record. After 2 hours, and talking to 3 overworked government employees, UA finally received updated quirk registries for the boys. Transfer type, emitter. With verbal consent can permanently transfer quirks from one consenting party to another. Cannot use the quirks he transfers himself. Energy manipulation type, emitter. Can telekinetically move objects within sight on a molecular level. Astral projection, empathy, sense auras, prompt chemical reactions, energy absorption, chlorokinesis, memory sharing, energy transfer, and is able to sense pieces of a whole and how they fit together. Okay, what the F dash? Vlad grumbled while reading. That's way more than telekinesis, Namuri said. I found a few incident reports regarding the boys, their involvement has been kept hush-hush. Nizu, speed reader, was already perusing the internet. How long has Midoriya been giving him quirks? More importantly, where did they all come from? Teachers asked. All Might didn't trust himself to voice an opinion. Probably since Midoriya transferred to Salt Middle School second year. From what I can see, it looks like the boys have had at least 3 run-ins with dangerous villains, Nizu said. Is this even legal? They reported everything he can do on his quirk registry. It's not their fault. The system is designed with only one quirk in mind, and as long as Midoriya had consent from a parties to use his quirk, then no infractions there. Either the best case we could made would be against Kageyama for vigilantism. Nizu remained calm. Wasn't Reigen was in the news a while ago for vigilantism? Yes, no criminal case there either, said Nizu. Really, the association just let him slide? Aizawa doubted the government would let something like that go despite public opinion. They had to. No quirk, no vigilantism, Nizu smiled. A technicality, one of the rule-abiding teachers groaned. What are we going to do? They passed the tests, didn't they? Midnight said. You really want to dismiss the only kid to run towards the zero-pointer to save someone? But Midoriya's quirk, All Might finally said something. A villainous quirk? Aizawa shot him a death glare. All the more reason to snatch them. Can you imagine villains getting their hands on either one of these kids? Snipe spoke up. Midoriya needs permission. It's not even that powerful, Vlad pointed out. Until he creates someone like Kageyama. I think I've made my decision, Nizu stated abruptly, leaving the staff to doubt he had listened to their opinions at all. Both boys were accepted but also asked to come in before classes started for an interview. This wasn't unusual. The hero course was intense and any students with health concerns or in need of special accommodations were spoken to in advance. Nizu, Aizawa, and Hound Dog met with Midoriya. All Might and several teachers watched a live camera feed from a nearby room. Nizu shared introductions. Mr. Aizawa will be your homeroom teacher. Izuku frowned at Aizawa for a moment before squealing. You're Eraserhead. You're one of my favorite heroes ever. Aizawa hid most of his face in his scarf and glared at the hidden camera, on the other side of which Mike and Midnight laughed and shared a high-five. Izuku kept muttering until Nizu got them back on topic. We'd like to know more about your quirk, Midoriya. Oh, yes sir. No need to be nervous. We just want to know where you're starting from to help you grow. Midoriya fidgeted. It's complicated, my quirk. I mean, it took us months to figure everything out and I didn't know I was doing a lot of it at the time. And Kageyama-kun didn't do anything wrong. Neither of you will get in trouble. Please just tell us everything you know. Oh, okay. He took a fortifying breath. Less than a week after I transferred schools we ran into this villain named Dimple. He had multiple quirks. He was brainwashing people to be part of his cult. Kageyama and I were dragged to one of the meetings. When we tried to leave he got violent and Kageyama had to fight him. He glanced up to make sure nobody was upset by the mention of quirk use in self-defense. Kageyama beat him, so I went to check on Dimple. He muttered something about how he couldn't be arrested like this. The boss will kill me, before he passed out. I wanted to help him and I didn't know what it was at the time but I felt weird for a second and used my quirk on him. I transferred all of his quirks except his transformation one over to Kageyama, by accident. Yes, the police report showed he tested for only one quirk, a transformation type. Right, but when he was fighting us he had a possession quirk, a brainwashing quirk, an empathic quirk, a telekinesis quirk, smoke screen, a beam, and maybe a few others, I don't really know. Midoriya shifted about guiltily again. I didn't know how to feel them at the time. But Kageyama-kun got them all. You didn't realize it was a product of your quirk? Midoriya shook his head. They were all quirks you have to activate intentionally so Kageyama didn't notice either. But then I was walking to school with the Kageyamas and Ritsuku-kun mentioned he wished he had a telekinesis quirk like his brother and Shigeo-kun wanted him to be happy. I kinda just helped out, by accident. He hid under his arms. I knew I did something weird that time. I thought maybe I had shared a little bit of Shigeo-kun's power. Of course what I actually did was transfer Dimple's telekinesis from Shigeo-kun to Ritsuku-kun. Reigen-san figured out what my quirk was when I temporarily gave him Kageyama's telekinesis when we were in danger. In danger? Yeah, some human traffickers kidnapped us. Reigen-san should have filed a report with the police. He obviously was avoiding details. Yes, I have it here. The report boiled down to this: Kageyama brothers taken from alleyway, see related disruption of the peace report. Other children taken from Mitsura's residence. Reigen followed Kageyama's phone signal to the compound. Children had already broken out of cell when he got there. Big fight, building destroyed. Teleporter, claiming to be from higher up in the organization, showed up and took away remaining villains. Children all returned safely. Then there was this villain, Mogami. The spirit. Aizawa was surprised to hear this. The spirit was an exceptionally dangerous former hero who had turned to evil and fell off the radar. His quirk allowed him to possess people, and he eventually started using it to destroy their personalities and use their quirks and bodies for his own. He disappeared over 20 years ago, with unconfirmed sightings in other countries until 2 years ago a civilian collected the award money. He was in Tartarus now. Mogami was possessing a girl and her father called a bunch of quirk experts to find out what was wrong with her. Mogami tried to kill everyone, so we had to fight him. The way his quirk worked, all the people he killed he sort of absorbed them. He kept their minds trapped in his so he could use their quirks whenever he wanted. And with Dimple's astral projection quirk Kageyama-kun could talk to them and they all wanted to be free, so that was enough consent for me to use my quirk. Midoriya found the floor fascinating. One of the other people there caught Mogami and turned him in to the police. You gave those to Kageyama as well? Yes. Do you know your limits or drawbacks? Yes. Midoriya cheered up a bit that they weren't upset. Our friends in school helped me practice. The more different the quirk is, the harder it is for me to transfer. Like, Kageyama-kun is naturally an emitter, so it's really hard to give him a mutation quirk. Raigan-san is quirkless, so I can give him anything. I can take away any quirk no problem, it's just harder trying to find a good fit for it, if it's more complicated or more powerful. My only drawbacks are I only get tired or headaches. And I can only transfer a dozen or so at once. I passed out trying to take all the quirks from Mogami. The side effects happen to the people I transfer to. He turned fidgety again. Raigan-san got really bad migraines whenever I gave him Mob-kun's quirk or too many of something. Ritsu-kun had some mood swings while adjusting to his quirk. Basically, if a quirk doesn't fit its new owner, they get more severe versions of the original side effects. For example, Kumagawa-kun got frostbite from using Sagawa-kun's ice quirk. Kageyama never had these problems? No. I think it's because his natural quirk is just so strong he's used to it. Could you explain? Kageyama-kun's telekinesis is so powerful I can't transfer it to anyone who already has a quirk. Or well, I can. He fidgeted guiltily again. It just really hurts them. How? Gotoku-kun fainted, Tom-kun just started screaming. Nizu pretended this wasn't a big deal and kept talking. Have you given quirks to anyone else permanently? Just quirkless kids in the foster system. A friend organized it, he said. Quirkless kids don't get adopted. Raigan-san and Mitsuru-san made sure it was all legal. Nizu knew of this quirk-giving charity. It took a lot of connections to know the true purpose of Mitsuru's charity, as he labeled it as quirk therapy for helping foster kids train with their quirks. Everything with Midoriya was squared away, so they spoke with Kageyama next. Yagi in civilian clothes switched places with Hound Dog to talk with Kageyama. If Mob recognized Aizawa as a hero, he didn't show it. He felt nervous talking to his teacher and principal, as it was. After introductions, Nizu had a medical question. Your files say you're anemic. Have you seen a doctor for this? No. It's not a problem though. I don't faint if I eat enough, most of the time. Good, good. We just want to look out for our students in every possible way. Our school nurse is a licensed physician. With your parents' consent, I would like her to run a blood test and prepare a treatment plan to help manage your condition. He slid a paper across the table. The school will pay for everything, of course. It won't increase my tuition? Not at all. Okay then. I understand you have multiple quirks. Can you tell us how many? Nizu continued the interview. I don't know how many I have. Midoriya says they've combined over time. Can you give an example? Giving energy to plants and giving energy to people, supposedly they were two different quirks, but it feels the same to me. No side effects? Mob shook his head. My master and Midoriya already checked. Midoriya took away any of the quirks I didn't like and gave them to people who needed them. If I may ask, Midoriya has used his quirk on you more than anyone else. All Might spoke up. What does it feel like when he takes your quirk? Mob thought for a moment. He reached up, pinched a section of his bangs and gently tugged on his hair. Like this. When he's asking to take it. How about when he takes it away or gives you a new one? That feels like. Mob dropped his arm and thought again. Putting on a new pair of shoes. A few teachers smothered laughs or smiles. Here they were worried about Midoriya's villainous quirk, only to have a 15-year-old explain it in simple language as calm as can be. Aizawa may have shot All Might a smug look. All Might wasn't convinced yet. Even when he takes the quirk you were born with? Mob didn't have to think about his one. My quirk is dangerous. When Midoriya takes it, his lips twitched upward at the brief mention of freedom. It's nice. Not to have to worry about anything for a little while. Aizawa mentally sighed and started going over lesson plans. Of course Nizu gave him the kid with the villainous quirk and the kid with a complex. What if you don't want to give him your quirk? All Might asked. Ignore the pull until he stops, Shigeo said as if this were obvious. All Might finally gave up. I'm glad we're in the same class, Kageyama. Midoriya smiled at his friend. Me too. And all three of us are at school together. Izuku grinned at Hanazawa. Hanazawa returned it, I like the location. He'd been living away from home for years, but Mizutofu was close enough to his parents that he could easily visit them on weekends. Mob didn't say anything about that. Being away from home for the first time made him anxious. Inko Midoriya was a wizard and moved all four of them to Mizutofu in a matter of weeks. She arranged everything with the Kageyamas and Hanazawas. Shigeo and Teruki shared a 2-bedroom apartment with the Midoriyas right next door. The train ride from Seasonings City to UA was just a little bit too long for Shigeo to commute every morning. So while Mob was reluctant to leave his family and friends behind, he could see them every weekend and call in the evenings. Kageyama's parents were a bit nervous about Shigeo moving out but were happy he was working hard, going to a prestigious school, and Mrs. Midoriya was nearby in case of emergencies. Hanazawa left Izuku and Mob when they reached Class 1C. It took the boys another 10 minutes of wandering to find 1A. It was right down the hall. How did they miss it? Izuku took a deep breath and then opened the door. The dark-haired boy with engine legs was a rugging with and shouting blonde boy. A boy Izuku knew all too well. They both glanced towards the door. Bakugo froze mid-argument. The years apart had been very different for the two boys. Izuku never doubted Katsuki would enter UA. He'd known since getting his acceptance letter that there was a 50-50 chance of them being in the same class. Bakugo on the other hand had all but written off Izuku. Moving hours away from UA probably meant he finally gave up his stupid dream of being a hero. And even if he attempted the test, there was no way the quirkless loser would get past those robots. He honestly never expected to see him again. Result, Izuku is disappointed and unsurprised to see Bakugo. Katsuki is momentarily shocked silent to see Midoriya, quickly followed by rage. Deku? He stood abruptly enough to knock over a chair and a desk. What the F dash? Old instincts made Midoriya inadvertently back up a few paces. All words except profanity seemed lost to Bakugo for a second. Shitty Deku, who the F did you bribe to? That's enough. Ida intervened. I don't know what kind of history you two have, but this is inappropriate behavior. Stay the F out of this, Four Eyes. This quirkless motherfucker must have cheated to get in. Hey! Uraraka shouldered her way past Izuku and Mob to get in Bakugo's face. Don't say that about him. Who the F are you supposed to be, Roundface? Everyone shut up. A new, deadpan and angry voice made them all quiet. A giant yellow caterpillar with a human face glared at them from the ground. The next person to talk out of turn is expelled. He drank a juice pouch before standing. This is the hero course. I'm your homeroom teacher Aizawa. He stepped out of his sleeping bag and stood in front of the class. I can't believe I have to say this the first day. I'm not paid enough for this. Threaten another student and I'll expel you. He glared at them to make sure they understood. He then ordered them to change into their gym uniforms and meet outside. The moment they were in the locker room, outside of hearing range of their teacher, Shiro asked Izuku what they were all wondering. So, do you and the blonde boy know each other? Bakugo had stormed off to change in one of the stalls. We were childhood friends. He was at your old middle school? Mob asked. He was aware of Midoriya's previous problem with bullies. Yeah. You two know each other too? Sato asked innocently, meaning Izuku and Mob. We went to middle school together. Cool. Ashido and I are from the same middle school, Kirishima shared. She's pink with horns, you can't miss her. Ah, everybody already has friends, Denki jokingly whined. Everyone hurry. Sensei values promptness. With Ida's nagging, most of the boys hurried out of the locker room. The girls joined them a few seconds later. Aizawa scanned the group to make sure everyone was in attendance before starting. Kageyama, you got first in the practical exam. He tossed a softball to Mob. The F dash? Bakugo hissed, but not loud enough to disturb the class. Throw it as far as you can without leaving the circle. Mob calmly walked over to the pitch. He considered his instructions for a second. Don't move outside of the circle. Better not extend his telekinesis outside then, just propel it as fast as he could from the small space. He looked out at the field and thought of something. How far does campus go in this direction? Miles, then it's forest preserve and mountains. You won't hit anyone. Mob accepted the answer, a nod. Everyone cover your ears, Midoriya warned the class. Kageyama levitated the ball over one hand. It spun slowly in midair for a second before disappearing faster than the eye could see. As Midoriya predicted, the ball broke the sound barrier. Stunned silence gave way to either cheers or jealous glaring. That was so cool. Insane. So manly. Quiet. Aizawa had to shout over them for the second time in an hour. You're doing physical exams with your quirks. He threatened expulsion per usual, but only if anyone slacked off, not for last place. The only kid without a physical quirk, Midoriya, was probably going to be last place, and Aizawa had no intentions of expelling him, not today at least. Plus, Midoriya, and the strongest of the lot, Kageyama, were best friends. Who knows what kind of cheaty sheet they might try to pull if worried for Midoriya's place in class. Kageyama, use your quirk. You can do regular fitness tests on your own time, Aizawa snapped at him after a few tests. The kid seemed determined to try each test twice, first without his quirk and then with it. Shigeo didn't bother getting into position for weightlifting, just stood next to the barbells and raised a hand. Every weight in the fitness room glowed and levitated several feet in the air. Is this enough? He asked innocently. That's fine. Aizawa had seen the news footage Nizu dug up, he knew Kageyama could lift more. Todoroki took this as a challenge. He filled over half the room with ice pillars to achieve the same score as Kageyama. Uraraka came third by floating several tons worth of weights. As expected, the long jump for Uraraka, Bakugo, and Kageyama were ridiculous as they could keep themselves airborne for several minutes. Everyone became clever with quirk usage. Jairu and Denki broke machines to claim impossibly high scores. Koda politely asked a couple birds to carry the softball for him and a couple more to block the cameras when he saw what the other students were getting away with. The students in last place for most tests were Hakagure and Midoriya. Thankfully she got a clue halfway through the long-distance run. Shedding her clothes as she jogged and quieting her footsteps until disappearing. Side note, good sign that all the boys in the class were either too focused on their own tests or politely averted their eyes when she stripped. Midoriya didn't slack off on trying to figure out ways to use his quirk. Sensei, if I give someone telekinesis and then they levitate me with it, would that count as using my quirk? That sounded dangerous, so Aizawa told him to see what he could do without involving others. First day in Class 1C. I'm here to reach the hero course, not make friends. You should definitely make friends then, heroes have to work in teams, you know, Hanazawa pointed out. Not with Gen students. The other students scoffed and left. Hanazawa instead sat next to Shinso. I can give you 3 good mercenary reasons why you should be friends with me. Hanazawa was having fun now. He waited to make sure Shinso was interested before continuing. 1. I'm training to be a quirk counselor. I don't want to be in the hero course, but if I help you train and then you crush the sports festival, that makes good experience for my job. He held up his fingers. 2. I've already trained a group of 5 kids to utilize their quirks in self-defense, so I know what I'm talking about. 3, he said with a grin, I have 2 good friends in Class A, they'll happily tell me all about their classmates if I ask. Shinso pretended to think about it. Hanazawa waited smugly, he knew he had him. If you tell me about the competition, we can team up for the sports festival. If you still want to work with me, you won't regret it. Aren't you going to ask me what my quirk is? Sure, what's your quirk? His eyes glazed over. Brainwashing. Shinso figured he'd scare this guy away ASAP. Smack yourself in the face. Hanazawa did so and jerked back to full consciousness. Whoa, that's really useful. Even with needing a verbal response, there are a myriad of ways to apply that in combat. How often can you use it? Half a dozen times in a row. Nice. But now I have to ask, did you fail the written test or something? What? Why aren't you in the hero course? Did you only apply for Gen Ed? The entrance test is bullshit and biased towards physical quirks. Heh, one of my friends I mentioned. He has a mental quirk a lot like yours. Hanazawa smirked. It doesn't work on robots either. He worked his butt off in the practical and got in on rescue points. From Shinsu's face he guessed, let me guess, you saw it was robots and gave up. If you're going to mock me you can go. It's called constructive criticism. It's what friends and trainers do. If you see me doing something stupid you can say so. Aizawa's threat of expulsion kept Bakugo away from Midoriya as long as a teacher was in sight. He glared daggers but didn't see Midoriya use a quirk or find a chance to corner him alone. Bullcut A-hole stayed at Deku's side and more than once met Bakugo's angry glower without fear. Deku somehow got a sucker with a strong quirk protecting him. So, Bakugo waited. He wasn't going to risk his future by picking a fight with a BSTRD who could turn a softball into a bullet. He'd have a chance to put the nerd in his place sooner or later. Sooner as it turned out. Their first training class assignment pitted Bakugo and Ida against Deku and Gravity Girl. Izuku's hero outfit was green and gray jumpsuit with utility belt and retractable staff. He ended up including fewer All Might references than he'd fantasied as a child. His quirk was better suited for teamwork or underground heroics, so his costume was pretty basic but had room to have more design elements added as he settled into a role. Shigeo had no idea how to design a uniform but eventually settled on black, after Hanazawa and Izuku offered some ridiculous design suggestions. He didn't want to be on the news, so he didn't really care what he wore as long as it was practical. He might have gone with a black jumpsuit, like Aizawa did 15 years ago, but his friends didn't allow that. He ended up with something that looked more like black tactical gear with iridescent silver accents, to match your telekinesis, than a hero costume. Shigeo liked his choice even after seeing some of the crazy things his peers were wearing. Especially after seeing some of the things his peers were wearing, he couldn't stop staring at the gears on Kirishima's shoulders. What were those for? As the first team to go, they didn't know what to expect. Uraraka and Midoriya stood outside the building to discuss strategy. She noticed he was shaking. You said Bakugo went to school with you. Did he used to bully you? Izuku swallowed his nerves and tried to focus. Actually, we can use that against him. Midoriya and Uraraka snuck into a second-story window of the building. They had a plan, a dangerous one but a plan nonetheless. Everything was dark and silent inside. Bakugo was surely ready to pounce on them. They walked as quietly as they could until the anticipated ambush. Bakugo attacked them from above and Midoriya tackled Uraraka out of the way. Don't dodge, Deku. Aren't you trying to be a hero? Uraraka, go. Right, she quickly got to her feet and ran the opposite direction. Izuku stood in a ready stance and faced Bakugo, while subtly backing up a few steps. Just you and me, Deku. Everyone's watching. They'll see how useless you are. Whatever bullshit you pulled to get in. Izuku interrupted his rant. Kachin, do you know who Sir Night-Eye is? That threw Bakugo for a loop. Since when did Deku talk back to him? What the f dash? Of course I know who Sir Night-Eye is. Sir Night-Eye, Eraserhead, Mandalay, Sirius, and Recovery Girl. They all fight most of their battles quirkless. He could have listed more names. Reigen-sensei made him write an essay on every hero with non-combative quirks. Bakugo wasn't interested. He glared at Midoriya but didn't look angry enough to attack carelessly. Izuku kept talking. I'm not afraid of you anymore, Kakin. In fact, I think that's why you always picked on me, because you were afraid I'd be a better hero than you. Dai Deku. Thankfully, Bakugo's fighting style hadn't changed that much in 2 years and he attacked with the big swing Izuku predicted. He caught Bakugo's arm and threw him into the adjacent hallway, where Uraraka was waiting. She slapped his leg as he fell. With her other hand she tried to tape his ankle. Bakugo retaliated almost instantly with an explosion aimed at her face. His explosion sent him flying into the wall. Are you alright? Izuku checked on his teammate. I'm fine. Her faceplate had been knocked off but shielded her from most of the explosion. Deku. As Midoriya explained earlier, they now had the upper hand for a very narrow window of time. Bakugo wouldn't be disoriented for long. Bakugo didn't take time to assess the situation and launched at Izuku again. Old Izuku would have flinched or tried to dodge, and while that still sounded tempting he knew Bakugo would be expecting that. He purposefully did the opposite and met Bakugo's advance head-on. Katsuki had his hands to the side, planning to catch Midoriya on the retreat. Instead, Izuku punched him in the stomach. Izuku risked staying in position long enough stick tape to his shirt and for Uraraka to tape his back. Bakugo rallied quickly and blasted Midoriya. Luck was on Izuku's side. He successfully ducked most of the explosion, only receiving minor burns. As for Bakugo, his explosion sent him tumbling midair. Bakugo realized he was close to being captured. He swore and tried to rip the tape off. His aggressive movements only caused him to spin more, becoming increasingly entangled. Midoriya tossed a streamer of tape to Uraraka and they pulled messy web tight, resulting squirming partially bound villain. Bakugo is captured. All Might confirmed they did good enough. I'll take the 4th floor, Uraraka. We have to find Ida quickly. Izuku ignored furious Bakugo and sprinted towards the stairs. Okay, Uraraka ran past Bakugo. He continued cursing and promising death, so for no reason other than spite Uraraka steeped her fingers, dropping Bakugo on his head. Beach! He screamed after her. It took them a minute to find Ida and another minute to collect some boxes for Uraraka to make float. They cornered Ida in a large empty room, blocked the door with boxes and spent the rest of the time trying to pin him down. Even with Izuku using his staff, trying to trip Ida with the tape, and throwing a box at him, they couldn't tag the bomb before time was called. With nobody seriously injured, all 4 of them returned to the green room. All Might asked for analysis of the fight, which Momo supplied easily, criticizing Bakugo's lack of teamwork and praising the others for creating strategies. I'd give most valuable player to Ida because not only did he plan ahead, he successfully ran out the clock, although I'm not sure it would have worked with a real weapon. Really, I was only able to beat Bakugo because he underestimated me. Izuku awkwardly waved off the praise. Zero gravity really made his quirk useless. It was kinda over after that, wasn't it? Another student observed. Not necessarily. Being weightless put him at a disadvantage, but the hall was narrow enough he could have braced himself. Momo pointed out. Bakugo didn't react to this criticism and continued to fume in the corner. Ahem, yes. I couldn't have said it better myself. Team C and E, please go prepare for the next exercise. Thankfully All Might listed students' names when he assigned the teams, or else Mob wouldn't have known the name of his teammate. He and Koda were heroes against Zero and Ojiro. Hello, Shigeo greeted his teammate. The boy shyly waved back and signed a greeting. Oh, sorry, I only know a few signs and finger spelling. Shigeo apologized for his ignorance. Ray-Gen had taught all his students silent communication basics for use in emergencies but not day-to-day communication. Koda didn't mind, in fact he seemed happy Mob could sign at all. You can talk to animals? Are there any around here? Just birds and rats? Mob thought for a moment. I can sense where our classmates are in the building, but they could find the bomb that would be helpful. When time started they stood as close to the building as they dared and Mob sent out a pulse to find nearby mines. I feel 2 people in the middle of the building, here. He pointed to it on the map. Koda nodded and whispered to several mice and rats. Koda pointed to window on the 3rd story and mimed them entering that way. Kageyama nodded and levitated them inside. They came to a hallway blocked by a web of Zero's tape. Kageyama pulled it down, which caused something to rattle in the distance. They're moving the bomb upstairs, Koda translated from one of the mice. I think they plan to avoid us. Oh. Shigeo considered their options. We don't want to break any of the walls. I suppose I could use my astral projection, if you know where the bomb is. Koda agreed. Mob concentrated for a moment. He left his body as a small creature made of light. Koda panicked and almost didn't catch his body before it face-planted. Whoops, forgot about that, Shigeo would apologize later. Koda spoke aloud, apparently comfortable enough around an axolotl-looking mob to speak above a whisper, to a group of mice. He ordered them to lead Kageyama's spirit form to the bomb. The mice nodded and scurried into a hole in the wall. Shigeo waved at Koda and followed the rodents, who politely waited for him to catch up. The mice showed him to the room the other team stashed the bomb. Ojiro guarded it while Zero lurked in the hallways nearby. Ojiro didn't even notice anything was amiss until Mob levitated the bomb away, and All Might declared Hero Team the winners. Back in the green room Kageyama was greeted by impressed classmates. That was crazy. What's your quirk, Kageyama? Yeah, I thought it was telekinesis. I have several quirks. Mob answered without hesitation. What? Some students expressed their disbelief, the rest just stared at him. I think 7, give or take a 2, Midoriya scratched his head bashfully. Ahem, does anyone have commentary on the match? All Might tried to get them back on track. Team C knew they couldn't fight Kageyama, so they chose to avoid confrontation. However, they underestimated the potential of Koda's quirk. Even without Kageyama's secondary ability they probably could have tracked them down in time. Momo again offered her analysis. Yes. Both teams earn full points for teamwork. All Might rambled a bit to try and get the students' minds off Kageyama's extra quirks, a topic he was not comfortable with. Now on to the next match. He kept them busy watching their classmates for the rest of training. Despite All Might's efforts, teenagers could not be dissuaded from juicy gossip. So, how did you get 7 quirks, Kageyama? Mina whispered the second they were finished with class. The whole class, even those pretending not to care, listened in. Midoriya gave them to me. Mob didn't see any problem with answering truthfully. Bullshit. He's quirkless. Bakugo stopped eavesdropping to shout. Actually I'm not. I just never met anyone who wanted to get rid of their quirk before I moved to Seasoning City. Izuku flushed under all the attention he received. I can, transfer quirks from one person to another if they don't want them. It's really cool. Uraraka spoke quickly about her entrance exam. Whoa, so you can give me someone else's quirk? Kaminari asked. Probably, if they agree. Cool. Try me. Mina volunteered immediately. No. No. Me. Hakagure elbowed her way to the front of the group surrounding Midoriya. Can you cancel mutant-type quirks? Sensei can't, ribbit. Bakugo didn't know how to handle Deku's sudden popularity. He collected his things and stomped away. Izuku noticed him leave but didn't want to make a scene by chasing after him. He'd apologize tomorrow. Hold on, my quirk does have limitations. He held up his hands in the face of so many questions. It's easier to switch quirks of the same type. So, Hakagure-kun, I would have to transfer your quirk to someone else with a mutation. Like me? Mina offered. You're a mutation emitter, so that should work. Tell me if feel anything weird right away, okay? Weird like how? All quirks have drawbacks, they can just get more extreme if it's not something you're used to. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, do I have your permission? Go for it. I need pictures of this. Izuku turned his sixth sense on the two girls in front of him. Mina's quirk matched her looks and personality, bright, loud, and tart. Hakagiur's didn't feel much different than other mutation quirks. He expected it to be difficult to find, but like a clear glass paperweight she was easy to see. Despite being clear, her quirk was just as heavy as any mutation. Trying to settle the extra weight on Mina took concentration. It felt like ages to Izuku even though no real time was passing. He managed to coat Mina's sour lemon quirk with a thick layer of ice. This is awesome. Mina waved her arms about. Ack, what happened? Everything's dark. Hakagiur flailed her arms in a less than thrilled manner. Her skin was ghostly pale and her eyes white and sightless. Oh my god, Izuku started panicking. Of course he was see our quirk to see. Sorcery. Ashido-kun let go of it. He tried transferring the quirk back but couldn't. What? Mina paused. Oh shoot, sorry. Hakagiur-kun, are you okay? Ojiro took her hand while she couldn't see. Izuku transferred her invisibility back. Yeah, I'm okay. Hakagiur regained her bearings. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Nothing like that has never happened before. Midoriya bowed. Please don't bow. I asked you to. Blindness makes sense, when you think about it. The human eye works by absorbing light. By definition, invisibility prevents that. Momo pointed out. So how can I see then? I always assumed it was with my eyes. Hakagiur asked. Actually, I could all around me, Ashido offered. Like I had eyes in the back of my head, Yano. If it's your quirk that allows you to see, then it might be possible for you to see with any part of your body. Midoriya mumbled the possibilities. This could increase your ability as a stealth hero. No way. Hakagiur put her hands over her eyes. This is crazy. How did I never figure this out? I guess when we live with a quirk it starts to feel normal. This is awesome. Midoriya, do me next. Jairu, you should try my quirk, I bet it would work really well with yours. All Might at USJ. All Might met them at USJ. Class A, one had already had a class with him, so they were more excited about the theme park-esque building, and Izuku couldn't see the courtyard behind All Might and didn't notice the commotion until a fellow student pointed it out. Stay back, those are villains. Aizawa took charge. Kaminari, try contacting the school with your quirk. Kageyama, open the doors and take off the roof if you have to. Kageyama followed instructions. He pointed two fingers at the exit and threw the doors open. I'll deal with the villains. Aizawa and 13 get the students to safety. Everyone, evacuate. 13 ushered the children towards the exit. Some students wanted to stay and watch All Might fight. Aizawa didn't allow that. He guarded the rear of the group while 13 led them to the door. A swirling black and purple portal opened in front and behind them. 3 vicious-looking thugs landed between them and the door, and 4 more landed behind them on the stairs. Aizawa cursed and turned his quirk on the 4 villains before they could open fire on the students. 13 prepared to fight the thugs between them and the door, but Bakugo and Kirishima leapt in front. At the peak of this confusion, a dark purple mist enveloped the whole group. Midoriya gasped. It's him, from Claw. Everyone stay together. He grabbed the arms of his nearest classmates, Kageyama and Shiro, to keep them close. Mob wasn't sure what to do at first and was glad for the advice. He created a barrier. He protected everyone nearby, but some of his classmates were too far away. Kageyama-kun, keep your shield as close to us as you can. Those in Mob's barrier huddled together. The mist dissipated after a minute. A fair number of students had managed to stay with 13. Ida had pulled Uraraka to the side and successfully avoided being teleported. Everyone else and Aizawa were missing. Ida and Uraraka quickly rejoined the group and Kageyama let them into his barrier. A person made of purple mist hovered between them and the open door. Sensei. Midoriya grabbed 13's sleeve. He can create warp gates anywhere within his line of sight and open it anywhere he wants. Possibly no distance limit. I've never seen him do it through a solid object, but he can decapitate us if we walk into one. Kurojiiri heard at least some of this explanation. Have we met? He eyed them. Ah yes, with my subordinates. Where are the other students? 13 demanded. Mob could have sensed them, but Shoji beat him to it. I can hear them spread out throughout the facility, fighting villains. Everyone, stay close, don't allow any gaps between you. 13 took charge. Kageyama, keep your barrier up. 13 and Kurojiiri stared each other down. The mist man seemed content to wait them out. A quick glance at the main plaza confirmed help wouldn't be coming from that direction anytime soon. All Might had knocked out most of the thugs easily, but a large purple man and a few others were clearly giving him trouble. 13 whispered to the students. Ida, you're the fastest. When I distract him, run for the school. Get help. You want me to leave? Sometimes retreating is the most heroic thing one can do. 13 pulled something off their helmet, fiddled with it a moment, then handed it to Mob. Kageyama, keep this in one piece. When you have an opening, throw it outside the building. Mob nodded. I'm going to engage the villain. Shiro, Ashido, and Yuga cover Ida's escape with projectiles, don't risk your limbs. Shoji, keep watch on the other villains and your classmates best you can. Sato and Azui, if he tries to open a gate by any of your classmates, do what you can to pull them out of the way. Midoriya, if anything goes wrong I need you to transfer my quirk to Uraraka. What? Keep pulling on it so that I can will it away immediately, can you do that? Izuku nodded. Uraraka, if you receive my quirk will you be able to handle it? I'll do my best. You can transfer it to me. She made sure to give him permission. Just keep calm, close your eyes, clench your buttocks and try to hold your breath. If anything goes wrong Midoriya will take it away again. Understand, Midoriya? If Uraraka or any of you are in danger, transfer my quirk back to me no matter the situation. Yes sensei. Everyone ready? They all nodded. Good. Kageyama, drop the barrier, I'm going in. 13 tried to SCK away Kurogiri's black mist. The instant a portal opened behind 13, Midoriya transferred black hole. Uraraka gave a quiet whine and curled in on herself. Her classmates stood around her protectively. Kurogiri realized Ida was making a dash for the exit and moved to intercept him. The other students tried to cover Ida but the villain easily created portals to catch the laser and acid, and send them flying back at the students. Azui yanked Yuga out of the way of Ashido's acid ball and Shoji tanked the laser to prevent the other students from being hit. 13 dove to the side and shouted for their quirk back. Midoriya. Black hole SCKED Kurogiri's misty body away from Ida, forcing him to again deal with the pro. 13's quirk revealed enough of Kurogiri's body for the students to spot his neck brace. Shiro caught Kurogiri with his tape and handed it off to Sato who threw the mist villain. Kurogiri teleported away. Sensei. Are you okay? Several students hurried to check on the rescue hero's suit was slightly torn but they managed to stand. Just a scratch. Where's Aizawa-sensei? Midoriya asked Shoji. The shipwreck zone. He sounds like he could use some help. He's fighting villains with water-related quirks. They could barely see the shipwreck zone from where they stood. Is he on the boat? Mob asked. When Shoji nodded, he lifted the ship as easily as if it were a toy. Put it in the central plaza. Midoriya instructed. Mob set it gently on the concrete. The villain stared at the sudden arrival of a full-size fishing boat but not for too long. All Might's fight with the monster demanded everyone's attention. Suddenly, a portal swallowed half the Nomu and the creature latched onto All Might. The warp gate user himself wasn't in sight, probably hiding somewhere away from Aizawa's eyes. Seeing their hero in trouble, several students ran to assist. Midoriya ran without thinking about it, he wasn't sure what help he would be. He tried tugging on the quirks of nearby villains. The Nomu felt strange to his sixth sense. Overburdened, awkward. His quirk had the most give of anyone's when he tried to pull it. The Nomu refused to give anything away but he somehow felt what Izuku was trying to do. Nomu's bug eyes started darting about as if looking for someone and he made a few questioning, almost frightened noises. Todoriki announced his arrival by freezing the Nomu in place. All Might struggled free and stood between the students and remaining villains. Kageyama held his glowing palms towards All Might, giving him energy. I'm alright. Retreat now. None of the teenagers listened to him. Not even Kageyama, who was focused on All Might's aura. Trying to give him energy was like trying to fill a colander with water. Back at the top of the stairs 13 belatedly realized several students had run off. Nobody else move. Stay together. Sensei. Jiraiya, Kaminari, and Yaoyorozu need help in the mountain zone, Shoji reported. Behind the fountain, Bakugo tackled Kurogiri. Ha! You have to see at least one end of your portals, you bstrd. Not many places you could do that and hide. A little ways away, Kirishima swiped at Bad Touch Man rather than retreat. Shigaraki grabbed his neck and slammed him to the ground. Kirishima's hardened skin saved his life but quickly began to crack under Shigaraki's quirk. Suddenly both their quirks disappeared. Uh-oh? He sounded amused again. He looked up and smirked at Aizawa, who was approaching from across the courtyard. How long can you hold that eraser head? Kirishima struggled so Shigaraki kneed him in the stomach and choked him to keep him still. Nomu! Shigaraki prompted the creature into standing. All Might was finally able to convince the students behind him to back up as they watched the monstrosity regrow limbs. Aizawa couldn't spare a glance to the Nomu. He launched his capture weapon at Shigaraki. Kirishima was fighting too much to be a useful hostage anyway, so the villain retreated. Aizawa's scarf wrapped around Kirishima and pulled him out of danger. Nomu, secure our exit. All Might saved Bakugo and chastised the villains for attacking a student. Tamura argued with All Might long enough Kurojairi to warp someplace safe. He wanted to taunt All Might more, but he played video games. He knew what his next objective needed to be. Nomu, kill their healer. The students barely had time to react before the Noma lunged for Shigeo. Thankfully, All Might intercepted the Nomu again and this time sent it flying with a barrage of punches. Kurojairi didn't like it that Aizawa was still in play, potentially preventing him from warping, so he and Tamura disappeared almost as soon as the Nomu was defeated. Kageyama-kun. We need to help Aizawa-sensei, his fighting style isn't designed to take on groups over a long period of time. Shigeo and Izuku hurried down the stairs towards the plaza. I gave him some energy at the start, I can do it again. Mob transferred a more energy as soon as he caught sight of their instructor. Uraraka, Shiro, and Tsuyu came with them. Shirigaki grabbed his elbow but Eraserhead didn't blink, instead he punched him in the face. Why aren't you slowing down? Forget this. Shirigaki lost his patience. Nomu, kill him. The monstrous man, who had so far done nothing, attacked with incredible speed. It slammed Aizawa to the concrete. Without thinking, Shigeo picked the creature up and threw it as hard as he dared. It looked tough, so he used enough force to send the Nomu crashing into the far wall. What? Who did that? Tamura glared at the 5 students descending the stairs but didn't pick Mob from among them. Nomu, get over here. He had to shout for the monster to hear and obey. Kurojairi appeared beside him. Kurojairi, is 13 dead? 13 is injured. One of the students escaped. He will return with help shortly. The students converged around their fallen instructor. Shigeo leaned over him with both palms glowing. Kageyama, stop. Conserve your energy. Mob couldn't heal wounds, but thanks to him Aizawa found enough strength to stand and bind his broken arm in a makeshift sling made from tape Shiro provided. Everyone get back. He tried to order the teenagers out of danger. They only backed up a few steps no matter how much he glared at them. Humph, I'm not accepting this as a complete loss. Shirigaki grumbled. At the very least we're taking a few party members and a moral debuff. Nomu, kill their healer. The creature leapt forward again. Aizawa tried to intercept but his quirk did nothing to the Nomu. Similarly to how Nomu attacked Eraserhead, he hit Mob hard enough to make a crater in the concrete. The other students jumped to Kageyama's defense. Uraraka slapped the Nomu's meaty bicep. The monster became weightless. It squawked in confusion, not having the brain cells to orient itself. I'm okay, I keep a barrier around myself. Shigeo's face was bruised but he was otherwise fine as his classmates quickly got him to his feet. Aizawa took the opportunity to herd the kids away from the villains while keeping his eyes on Kurojairi. Nomu tried to throw a punch and only somersault in the air. Hacks. This is bullshit. Kurojairi, get us out of here. Shirigaki whined. Kurojairi couldn't use his quirk under Aizawa's gaze. NPCs do something. Villains appeared from the water zone, having realized no students were coming to their area. Others shook off Aizawa's punches and got to their feet. Nomu figured out how to punch the nearest surface and send himself flying in the opposite direction. Which did very little except cause a distraction. All Might arrived and Kurojairi took the opportunity to slip away. UA cancelled school the day after the USJ attack. Many concerned parents made an appearance but one in particular was called in for a meeting. Nizu led the discussion. Also in the room were the only other people to know the truth about All for One, All Might, Civilian Form, Recovery Girl, and Detective Tsukachi. After apologizing and explaining what happened at USJ, Nizu changed the topic. We were hoping you could tell us more about your late husband's family. It seems all their records are a bit vague. Inko was surprised by this. That's odd. Mr. Midoriya owned a large news conglomerate and Mrs. Midoriya was an actress. They both worked internationally. I would think their papers would be in order. Their official documents are perfect. We know Mrs. Midoriya was a shapeshifter and Mr. Midoriya had fire breathing. But we can't find much in the way of personal information. Is there anything you know that wouldn't be in their records? That was a simple way of explaining the late Mrs. Midoriya's quirk. She could duplicate the soft tissue of anyone she touched. She couldn't change her bone structure, organs, or height, just her skin, hair, eye color, and voice, which was more than enough to make her a very popular stunt double. Not much, I'm afraid. They were private people. Hisashi's mother was a nice woman but she was very busy. She visited when she could but she passed away 10 years ago. Hisashi and his father were never close. He gave Hisashi a job but the way Hisashi explained it, he was always expected to grow up and work for his father. From what I understood, his parents' marriage was like that too, more of a business deal than anything. I only met the man twice. Once at our wedding, and once when he came to see Izuku. Come to think of it, he was the first one to say Izuku was quirkless. She frowned a bit as she remembered. He wanted to meet Izuku. He held him for a minute, then passed him back to me and said I shouldn't expect him to ever develop a quirk. I thought it was odd, but Hisashi laughed it off. Inko noticed how cagey the heroes were being. What is this about? Not to alarm you both, but Izuku-kun's quirk shows mild resemblance to a villain's we have encountered before. The Nomu. Izuku blurted out. I mean. Nizu nodded. Ah, very observant. Yes, that man has multiple quirks. Considering how rare the ability to transfer quirks is, I hope you can forgive us for being cautious. With the Midoriya's permission, they took DNA sample from Izuku. The most comprehensive quirk factor test available came back as inconclusive. They had All for One's DNA on record. All Might gave as good as he got in their last battle. With so many quirks, the villain's DNA was a jumbled mess that computers could barely make heads or tails of. However, Nizu wasn't a genius for nothing. He wrote a program to isolate All for One's Y chromosome, which they then matched to Izuku's. The 3 heroes and 1 police officer viewed the results, which only confirmed what they suspected. As a quirk analyst, if I was going to suggest a quirk to make a more powerful version of All for One, I would recommend a woman who could copy person's DNA instantly, permanently, and pick and choose features from multiple donors. It seems instead that All for One combined with pull to create transfer. A quirk, which fortunately for everyone, is virtually impossible to detect. They frowned at the idea that All for One had even once tried to breed a better version of his quirk. Or perhaps we're overthinking it and even villains get lonely sometimes. Nizu added in a joking tone of voice. What are we going to do? All Might felt conflicted. He was right, Midoriya did have a version of All for One, but the kind mother and son clearly had no idea. I recommend the boys and their families be moved to UA. Nizu surprised the others by suggesting this. He went on to explain. We now know that a very powerful man is experimenting with giving individuals multiple quirks, for the purpose of making biological weapons. The process is obviously imperfect considering Nomu's severe brain trauma. Taking into consideration Midoriya's description of multiple quirks causing increasing side effects, this lack of cognitive function is likely a symptom rather than created purposefully. Nizu paused to let his less intelligent colleagues consider that. Midoriya's quirk may not be particularly powerful in combat, but it appears to be exactly what our opponents are currently looking for. The ability to create multi-quirked soldiers. Meanwhile, aside from Kageyama's natural power, which All for One would likely want to steal, he appears to display no adverse effects to quirk layering. Naturally, whoever created the Nomu will want to study both boys. Is transfer superior to All for One in creating multi-quirked soldiers? Or does Kageyama have some genetic predisposition that makes him immune to side effects? Does his family share that genetic trait? The safest place for them will be under our care. That may be best, Tsukachi admitted. We don't know how far his influence reaches. And a school has the right to house students in a dangerous home situation. The only legal red tape will be in moving the parents. We'll offer them jobs. No problems in housing staff, Nizu said cheerfully. Right away? As soon as possible, preferably. Midoriya appeared to have a simple nullification quirk at USJ. However, if the villains somehow get a hold of the security footage or even carefully compare what they all saw, it will be obvious that Kageyama has 2 quirks. Also, I severely doubt the security of the National Quirk Registry. That can be hacked at any time. Of course, even if the villains don't take those steps, the boys will soon be participating in the sports festival. Moving Mrs. Midoriya, Izuku, Shigeo, and Hanazawa to move into UA was easy. They had only been in their Mustafu apartment since the beginning of the year. Transferring to UA housing was barely an inconvenience. Fortunately, the move was easy because they didn't get much justification for why it was necessary. Izuku potentially related to an at-large villain, all other information classified. The less they knew the better for their own safety. At least until someone confirmed All for One was alive and not just someone replicating his work. Despite his earlier recommendation, Nizu didn't immediately bribe the other 3 Kageyamas to move to UA. He called in many favors to secure pro-hero protection for Seasnake City and the Kageyama family still living there. But Mr. and Mrs. Kageyama had secure careers and Ritsu was in his last year of middle school. Hopefully they could move to UA at the end of the year and Ritsu could attend the Gen Ed or business class. Unless the villains did something drastic, they were safe enough for the time being. As for now, one other person volunteered to move to UA. One whom Nizu was privately a bit excited to meet. He had a feeling the school would be better for the addition. Raigen-sensei. Why are you at UA? I live here. Reigen said to surprise them, then he explained. Nizu called me. He arranged for some recent graduates set up shop in Seasoning City, in exchange I'm a counselor now. With the USJ attack and League of Villains making noise, Nizu thought it would be good publicity to hire new staff. Shigeo accepted that explanation at face value. Izuku got the feeling there was more to it than that but doubted Reigen would answer. Reigen was just happy his students didn't ask embarrassing questions. The truth was, he'd barely needed to hear that the Kageyama and Midoriya families were potentially in danger before packing his office. He still needed to cram for the teaching certification test and teen counselor test, shadow hound dog for a week, and then he'd start meeting with students after the sports festival. His first day at UA and Reigen noticed a worrying attitude among the first-year classes. He warned Hound Dog about it, for a supposed professional hound dog was surprisingly easy to rile up, and the school counselor called a meeting with classes 1B through 1G. He just barked at the students and walked away. The rest of the teachers seemed content to let that be but Reigen quickly stepped in. 5 minutes later the first-year students felt bad for treating Class 1A like celebrities rather than victims. Villains are not a game, they are not entertainment, they are trying to kill you. The fact that someone broke into the school is not an action movie plot, it's terrifying. You kids have chosen to go into a very dangerous career, prepare to fight for your lives. When Reigen stepped down, several kids looked green, half the teachers looked angry, half looked pleased, and Nizu wore a worrying grin like he had just sent mercenaries after a group of poachers. Kageyama. Todoroki cornered Mob before the start of the sports festival. Yes? Objectively, your quirk is stronger than mine. But mine is more versatile. I intend to defeat you today. When Mob didn't immediately answer, Todoroki turned away. That's not what heroes are supposed to do. Shigeo spoke up. We should use our quirks to save people, not compete with each other. As long as I can help, it doesn't matter who's stronger. Todoroki continued to stare at him over his shoulder and the whole class was staring, so he added. But, that doesn't mean I'm giving up. Heroes always do their best. That's what I was going to do before you challenged me. Shigeo earned first in the practical entrance exam, but Bakugo earned first place overall, which earned everyone else the dubious honor of his opening speech. Mob standing on the podium in silence for 30 seconds would probably have been less embarrassing for Class A. There was no order to their lining up at the start line for the obstacle race. Friends had a few minutes to get ready and socialize. Kageyama, good luck. Don't get sick on national television. Hanazawa reminded playfully. Mob took this seriously, of course. Dad had taken the day off work to watch. You too, Midoriya, blanket permission revoked until the end of the festival. Good luck, Hanazawa. At the sound of the buzzer, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Hanazawa were off like cannon blasts. Everyone else got stuck in the tunnel, made even worse by Todoroki icing the ground. Shigeo decided to risk the motion sickness and levitated himself above the sea of bodies. Ida and a boy with fur from Class B also broke free and quickly followed the three front-runners. They entered a field filled with hostile robots. Todoroki froze one and ran past. Hanazawa put a barrier around himself and ignored the robots that bounced off his shield. Bakugo couldn't resist destroying a few enemies and lost his early lead. The frozen robot started to fall forward, that looked hazardous. Mob caught it and pushed it over backwards. Whoa! Class A is throwing giant robots around like it's nothing. Mike narrated. When he looked for it, Mob could sense teachers on the sidelines ready to step in if things got dangerous. Assured nobody would be hurt, he focused on his own race. He promised to do his best. A bit of telekinetic boost helped him climb over the fallen frozen robot towards the exit. Todoroki was in first for the robots but was slowed down by having to use ropes to cross the pit while Hanazawa flew over the gorge. Todoroki glowered at the unknown boy keeping pace. Hanazawa waved at him, then telekinetically propelled himself across the pit as fast as he dared. The second group reached the fall. Bakugo flew over easily while Ida and Mob took a second to decide what to do. Kageyama considered the distance. Trying to fly or leap over it would probably make him nauseous. Fortunately, there were ropes attached. He grabbed the nearest rope with his mind, made it straight and stiff and ran across it, telekinetically keeping himself balanced. He could hear other people closing in behind him. Midoriya remained one of the runners of the main group. There were a lot of people in front of him but he didn't worry about that and just focused on crawling across the ropes. Todoroki and Hanazawa reached the mine field. They both started running across, trying to outpace the other. With an explosion, Bakugo caught up. Don't declare war to the wrong person, he attacked Todoroki. Hanazawa grinned and dashed by them. Who the F are you? Bakugo screamed at the boy he didn't recognize. Who, me? Hanazawa hadn't gotten to use his quirk for fun and games in ages. He was having a blast. Angry explosion murder was just the amusing cherry on top. The roar and explosions behind him made him laugh. Todoroki and Bakugo forgot about each other temporarily to try and slow down Hanazawa. Kageyama reached the final obstacle. A minefield, great, he needed to hover over. Mob rose a foot above the ground and propelled himself straight forward. Ida had no choice but to walk carefully and fell behind Mob. In front of him, Mob could see Hanazawa, Bakugo, and Todoroki. They looked like they were fighting. Even if he could fly fast enough to catch up with them, he wouldn't want to be involved with that. A large explosion of pink smoke at the start line startled everyone. Mob watched Midoriya fly overhead. Hopefully he had a plan to land. Hanazawa couldn't help staring, which gave Bakugo a chance to blast him in the face and race ahead, neck and neck with Todoroki. Midoriya timed his fall perfectly to land on Todoroki and Bakugo's backs. He then slapped his shield down, exploding himself into the lead again. Bakugo and Todoroki barely had a moment to recover from this indignity before solid tendrils of air wrapped around their waists. Hanazawa decided that if sabotage was allowed, he'd do it too. He pulled on both air whips, slingshotting himself forward between Todoroki and Bakugo while simultaneously making them stumble back. Right now the first person back in the stadium is Midoriya Izuku, followed closely by Hanazawa Teruki from Gen Ed. Hanazawa was sweating but grinning ear to ear. He congratulated Midoriya on his win. Bakugo and Todoroki glared murder at them both, figuratively and literally steaming. Kageyama arrived shortly afterward. He had to stare at his placement to make sure it was real. Fifth? That was the best he had done in any race ever. He checked on Midoriya, he looked unharmed from his mind stunt. Ida dashed into 6th place. 2 more students from Class A. Kageyama and Ida. And here comes everyone else. The rest of the student body caught up. Hey, Kageyama, Hanazawa approached Mob. The sports festival follows a pattern, so the next event is probably going to be a team challenge. If it is, let's be on different teams. Huh? Mob was still trying to catch his breath after running. We have similar quirks, we'll shine brighter apart. Besides, I still consider you my rival. He gave him a friendly thumbs up. Mob smiled and nodded. The top 42 made it to the next round. All of Class A was in attendance. Midnight explained the cavalry battle. Perfect. Hanazawa wrapped an arm around Shinsu's shoulders. I'll be rider, you can be back. Who do you want as horse? Why would I team up with you? If I were answering Shinso, I would say because with our combined skills we can definitely get into the next round. And before you ask, no, you do not get to be the rider. You don't need your hands to use your quirk, and the less attention drawn to you before the one-on-one matches the better. Shinso couldn't argue with that logic as much as he wanted to. Hanazawa scanned the crowd for 2 more members. Everyone was pairing off with classmates and friends. Oi, he caught sight of a team of 2 from Class B. Want to team up? No. Hey, Laser. Shinso left Hanazawa to grab Yuga. Hanazawa, he can be front. Excellent, now ideally we just need 1 more member to carry my weight. No offense, but you're both skinny and I'm kind of heavy. Sato, Yuga waved over his classmate. Who was the odd man out of Ojiro and Hakigyu's team? Shigeo and Uraraka were quick to team up with Midoriya. Hey! First place. A girl with pink hair elbowed her way to Midoriya through the crowd. Let me be on your team. All teams readied for battle. Hanazawa balanced on his teammates' arms. Kageyama and Midoriya teamed up, huh? I should have expected that. It doesn't matter how many points we get as long as we pass. No less than 4th place, Shinso reminded them. Midoriya took position as front horse, Kageyama and Hatsum were in the back with Uraraka as rider. Mob took back left so he could use his right hand direct his quirk if needed. Hatsum was in the back so she could have hand free to use her gadgets, or if Uraraka became nauseous and needed her to take her quirk. Hatsum and Izuku wore rocket boots, Hatsum wore a belt loaded with grenades and gadgets, and Uraraka had a backpack. Mob wasn't in charge of any gadgets so he could focus on his job. The starting whistle sounded and Team Uraraka shot into the air. Team Uraraka uses a combination of zero gravity and rocket boots to take to the sky. And they are staying there? Mike narrated. At a safe distance from the ground, Kageyama created a barrier around them and kept them in place. They're not coming down, Aizawa remarked. Oh. Judge, is that allowed? It's not against the rules. But we're running an event here. I'll allow it for half the time. Midnight decided. Mob focused on keeping them suspended with a barrier surrounding them. His teammates watched the other teams carefully. Mei's zoom vision came in handy. They discussed ways to take out anyone who came close and analyzed the quirks belonging to students they hadn't seen yet. Several big shot teams clashed while Team Hanazawa took out weaker teams left and right. Sato carried most of Hanazawa's weight but would make Yuga and Shinso take over when he needed an arm to block an attack from behind. Bakugo tried leaping at them only for Hanazawa to repel him with a barrier and then catch him with an air whip, which resulted in a brief tug-of-war between him and Zero. Bakugo may have tried again but was soon distracted by Monoma from Class B. That's time up for Team Uraraka. What are they going to do next? We're going with Plan A, can you do it, Kageyama-kun? Midoriya asked. We believe in you, Mob-kun. Uraraka cheered him on. She released her quirk on the team. We're counting on you, telekinesis. Shigeo nodded and focused on the ground below them. Hang on. He kept them carefully suspended in a sphere barrier. He let them drop out of the sky towards an unoccupied spot. With careful concentration he held them steady while simultaneously smashing the concrete stage. They hit the ground with the force of a comet, creaking the cement around them. Mob lifted the chunks of cement enough for Uraraka to tag and make weightless. With Mei's help they then quickly arranged these into hovering shields. Mei also grabbed a hastily made metal net from her supplies and handed it to Uraraka. Before the match, Midoriya explained all the equipment they would need to defend against other teams. With Mob's help it took Mei 5 minutes to assemble a rudimentary electrified net. This net now hovered over Uraraka's head, completely protecting their headband from above. Quirk check, Midoriya called to his team. I'm great. Okay. A little queasy. I should be fine. Their intimidating display discouraged many teams from trying to approach. Throwing chunks of concrete or one of Mei's gadgets sent away anyone who came too close. Until Team Todoroki decided to fight them. Todoroki's team forced them to the edge of the field, penned in with ice walls. Hover. Izuku noticed the water on the ground and ordered his team into the air to avoid any electric attacks. They faced off. Kageyama glowing as he maintained a bubble around them. A similar plan to what they had done with the concrete. Plan ice left. Uraraka tagged the ice wall on their left and Mob shattered it. Todoroki had kindly handed them more than enough ammunition to keep a floating curtain of debris between them and all other teams. Sick, Uraraka held a hand over her mouth. Kageyama-kun? Yes, release it. He prepared to take the whole weight of their shields. So Izuku could transfer zero gravity. Hey, should we risk it? Hanazawa noticed the first-place team's vulnerability as they switched quirks. No, Shinso shut that down. Instead they stole the remaining points from the 3 teams Todoroki had frozen in place. Team Tokoyami, Tsuyu, and Shoji finally broke the ice with Dark Shadow, in time to chase after them. What are you supposed to be? Chicken of Darkness? Shinso tried his typical tactic. Excuse me? Tokoyami fell for it. Jump off your horse. Tokoyami moved to do so but Dark Shadow squawked and caught him. Shinso winced as his control was broken. Wow, 2 consciousnesses huh? Hanazawa observed. He sent a telekinetic wave at them but Shoji kept his feet. Messieurs Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. Before they could deal with that, they were attacked from behind. Vines reached for their headbands. Hanazawa. Sato warned. Hanazawa saw something green and instinctually set it alight. Ibra shrieked and withdrew her hair. Sorry, he shouted only to notice Dark Shadow also shrinking back. HM? You don't like fire either? Sheet. We're sinking. They fell into mush as Hananuki softened the ground around them. DMN, Hanazawa surrounded them all with a yellow glow. I can levitate us but I need to concentrate. Keep them off us. His teammates did so by Yuga firing his laser to deter Dark Shadow and Shinso shouting insults. Hey Tetsu, why did your parents give you such a dumb name? Bakugo launched at Team Midoriya, he blew away their floating ice shield. A bit of debris wasn't enough to stop him but gave Uraraka the second she needed to hit him with a specially prepared weapon. Basically a backpack with a fire hose. Mei had complained about the simplicity. But a blast of pressurized water mixed with chemicals to help neutralize his sweat, aimed at his face and hands worked a treat to put him out of commission. Zero was forced to retrieve Bakugo as his explosion stuttered out. Sheet. Fing Deku. He shook his arms and tried wiping his hands on his teammates, to their complaints. Izuku and Shigeo felt a tiny bit guilty for that while the girls grinned evilly. Uraraka tucked the hose back onto the backpack but kept it handy in case they needed it again. A gust of wind and a blur of motion to run past Bakugo. Ida rocketed his team by and Todoroki snatched Bakugo's headband. Half and half. Midoriya's team were more than happy to stay out of that mess. Nobody was able to corner them or grab their headband before time ended. The second round of the sports festival concluded. Hanazawa raised his hand. I'd like to forfeit please, he said to Midnight. Forfeit? Are you sure? She asked him. Yeah, I've done my best. But I don't need the exposure of one-on-one fights the same way other students do. How noble. All right. Midnight ordered the runner-up team to choose someone to take Hanazawa's place in the bracket. Bakugo sent Hanazawa a particularly venomous glare that promised they would fight sooner or later. The students received a lunch break before the one-on-one matches. Hanazawa took the opportunity to visit the announcer's box. Present Mike let him use the loudspeakers. A couple of my classmates were spreading rumors, so I figured I should set the record straight. I have telekinesis, not multiple quirks. Able to move objects with your mind. That explains the solid air. How about those fireworks we saw earlier? I can't create fire. I just vibrate things until they spontaneously combust. It really only works with plat matter, though. Our listeners are probably wondering why you chose to drop out. Care to share? Sure. I don't need the publicity or internship opportunities that the hero class does. I think I've shown off more than enough to get a teaching internship. Yeah. Teaching is the best. You ever consider being a hero? No way, I'd be a terrible hero. Just because I was born with a useful quirk, doesn't mean I have to be a hero. That would be kind of messed up, don't you think? We don't live in a dictatorship. Mike hastily changed the subject. Hanazawa grinned smugly. Aizawa felt the need to warn him before he left, don't call out the commission, that's not a fight you'll win. Says the underground hero. Also during the lunch break, All Might was surprised to find Detective Tsukachi in the stadium break room. He knew Tsukachi was helping with police-side security for the event but didn't know he would be visiting the participants. I gave my number to the students after the USJ incident. One of them asked if I could offer some professional advice. Before Yagi could ask further questions, a voice called out, "Detective Tsukachi." Izuku ran over, dragging a girl by one hand and a pair of twins with his other. "Thank you for coming, sir." He bowed and his three friends quickly did the same. "These are my friends, Kurosaki-kun, Daichi-kun, and Kaido-kun." He enthusiastically introduced them. "I was hoping you could talk to them. They all want to be police officers and Daichi-kun and Kaido-kun can detect lies, like you do." The detective agreed and Yagi excused himself. All Might spied on the group while the twins explained how their minor telepathy could be extremely helpful in undercover work, and the girl wavered between confidence and shyness while she explained her clairvoyance. Midoriya encouraged his friends and talked up how much they had improved without overshadowing them. While watching the eager boy genuinely be happy for his friends, All Might privately let go of the last of his wariness towards the boy related to his arch-nemesis. Midoriya couldn't stay with his friends for very long. He had to eat and get ready because he was in the first match. Midoriya vs Kaminari. "Hey, you want to forfeit, Midoriya? No offense, but there's no way you can win this." "You're right, I should. Unless you would like to try Kageyama's quirk?" "I could." "Yeah. Wait, why would you?" Rather than fainting or feeling pain when an extremely powerful quirk was added to his DNA, Denki just short-circuited. "Sorry." Midoriya carefully pushed Denki to the edge of the ring for victory. He was good-natured about his defeat when his brain returned to normal. He promised to just zap Izuku without hesitation next time. 3 very quick matches happened in succession. Kageyama pushed Sato out of the ring in under a second. Todoroki trapped Zero in an unnecessarily large glacier. And Shinso forced Mina to walk away. Then there was the farce of a battle between Ida and Mei. The audience was starting to grumble but got its money's worth out of the next 2 fights. A tie between Kirishima and Tetsutetsu, an intense fight between Bakugo and Uraraka. While Cementos repaired the arena, someone knocked on the door to the announcer's booth. "Sensei?" Kageyama cautiously peeked into the room. "Hey, their little listener. Eraser, wake up." "Oh, sorry, it's nothing." Kageyama looked uncertain. "Kageyama, what is it?" Aizawa forced himself to wake up and pay attention. Kageyama wasn't the kind to ask for something unless it was important. Mob stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "I'm sorry to bother you, Aizawa-sensei, can you use your quirk on me?" "Why? I don't want to lose my temper." Aizawa recalled cell phone footage of chunks of concrete being levitated into the upper atmosphere. He decided to comply with the request rather than risk a televised incident. Mob's entire posture changed the instant Aizawa's quirk took effect. "Ack!" Shigeo made a noise of frustrated anger. He covered his mouth and just screamed into his hand for a second. He took a few deep breaths and visibly calmed down. With a small shake he returned to his usual stance and blank expression. "Okay, I'm better now." Aizawa blinked and he and Mike shared a look. "What has you so riled up, listener?" Shigeo considered how to answer. The 2 heroes waited patiently. Endeavor came backstage. "He became really angry when I said I didn't want to hurt anyone. I know he's not a nice person." The adults made sounds of agreement. "I'm not always the best at recognizing emotions, even with my empathy quirk, still, I know what I felt." Todoroki-kun is afraid of his dad, and he hates him a lot. Thank you for telling us, Kageyama. You did the right thing. Now hurry back to your friends, matches are starting soon. Mob bowed and left. Once he was gone, Mike whistled, wow, none of that is okay. I'll talk to Nizu about Endeavor. Kageyama better not expect me to do that again. He grumbled at the idea of his quirk being used as a crutch for a kid with emotional issues. Todoroki didn't seem the least bit concerned when he arrived for his second fight. He'd stared at Izuku and watched him part-ice his quirk with silent, intense interest. But he'd never seemed to consider Izuku a threat. Why would he? After seeing how quickly Todoroki put Zero out of commission, Midoriya knew he had to perform the fastest transfer of his life. Midoriya tugged on the fire side of the quirk. Todoroki only ever used his left side to melt his ice. It was one quirk, not two, but it was huge. Quirks existed in a person's entire body but could also be concentrated specific places, like Ojiro's in his tail and spine and Denki's in his nervous system, and Kageyama's in his head. Every cell of Todoroki's body played his quirk on loudspeakers. DNA didn't change throughout a person's body, so every cell had the same hot-cold ratio. But Todoroki seemed to think of it as two halves, so Izuku started pulling on the left side. It reminded Izuku of that polyphony music where two separate tunes or signers worked together to make one song. Todoroki didn't resist Izuku taking his quirk until the end, and by then Izuku had far too good a hold on it. With a bit more effort than usual, he hauled it free. When Izuku's focus returned to the real world, he realized an icicle was very close to his face. Izuku pedaled backwards in surprise while Todoroki shivered violently. Both boys quickly rallied. Midoriya knew he probably had less hand-to-hand training than Todoroki. He could easily still lose this fight. Todoroki didn't know how much combat training Midoriya had, and he didn't underestimate him. They both went for grabs to try and throw the other out of bounds. Todoroki had more strength but clearly wasn't used to fighting someone smaller and faster than him. Izuku changed up his attacks to keep lower to the ground. After a minute of trading punches, Todoroki started panting and seemed unsteady on his feet. Todoroki-kun? Izuku studied his condition. His eyes light up with realization. Oh no! I forfeit. What? You look like you're going to faint. I'm fine. Todoroki tried to take a step forward but swayed in place. Midoriya held his elbow to steady him. You can't regulate your body temperature. Yuri Quirkuspart mutation. That's really bad. Human body needs to maintain consistent internal temperature. Can you sweat normally? Why can't I give it back? He clutched Todoroki's arm with both hands as if skin contact might help. Midnight walked onto the field to investigate. Something's wrong. Midoriya 95% panic, I can't transfer it back. I don't know what's wrong. Midnight led them to the back exit only to find Mob waiting for them there. Sensei, I'm sorry but I'm going to have to forfeit. What? Is something wrong? Yes, I can't figure out how to turn this off. Kageyama held up his hands. One was burning. It wouldn't be fair to fight like this. Calm down. Midnight took control. All of you go to Ready Room 3. She told the boys, then spoke over her earpiece. We need Nizu and Shota to Ready Room Hizashi. Kageyama needs a minute. Can you stall or start one of the other matches? Just a moment, listeners, we're having technical difficulties. Mike said, and then regaled the audience with a story until the next match could be started. Aizawa and Nizu entered the Ready Room to find Midoriya crying and on the verge of a full-blown panic attack. Shota was trying to remain calm despite feeling alien in his own body, and Mob using his quirk. Kageyama's anxiety was steadily increasing as Izuku panicked and flames and ice kept forming despite efforts to control it. Nizu took charge of the situation. Midoriya, try transferring Todoroki's quirk from Kageyama to me. But, sir, Izuku hiccuped. Your quirk is a mutation type. Don't worry about that. Midoriya looked from Nizu to Mob. Shigeo stopped emitting fire and ice. There we go. All better, Kageyama? Nizu asked. Mob nodded. Are you okay, Midoriya? I don't know. Sir, do you have it? Yes, can I feel that I do? You should return to your match if you can, Kageyama. We'll be fine, Midoriya gave him a teary smile. Are you sure? Mob gave them a concerned look. Worry about yourself, we're here to take care of the others, Aizawa ordered. Mob didn't leave until Midoriya nodded. Let's try once more. Todoroki, would you like Midoriya to give you your quirk back? I want my quirk back. Izuku shoved it at him with as much force as he could. The cold end caught briefly but the other half didn't stay. When Izuku released his control it snapped back into place with Nizu like a rubber band. Todoroki twitched at the odd sensation. Izuku winced from the backlash. If Nizu felt anything he didn't show it. I can't give it to you, Izuku teared up again. Midoriya, how would you describe what's happening? Nizu retained his calm and cheerful demeanor. I don't know, you're trying to hand someone something heavy but, they won't hold it and if I let go it just kinda, falls, I guess? Izuku squirmed in his seat. Does this have to do with why you won't use your fire? Aizawa asked. Todoroki tensed. I don't need it. Everyone kept staring at him. I don't need Endeavor's power. Puzzle pieces slotted into place for Aizawa. He turned to level Nizu with a glare. This kid has been abused and there's no way you didn't know about it. Nizu held up his paws in defeat. Society won't survive both All Might's retirement and Endeavor's arrest. It's not. Midoriya said automatically. I mean, it's not two quirks, it's one and, can you give me just my ice? No. Izuku surprised everyone, even himself by the violence of his objection. Even if I could take half somehow, I really have the feeling that it would kill you. Midoriya squinted at Nizu, or rather past Nizu at the quirk only he could sense. Anyone would freeze to death. He said with more confidence. Aizawa and Nizu finished their staring match and Nizu spoke. I owe you an apology Todoroki, I've been aware of your home situation since the entrance exam. The Hero Commission will never allow any information to be made public, but UA has the authority to quietly remove you from your father's custody and provide safe housing until you are 18. Aizawa shot Nizu another look for saying this so bluntly and in front of Midoriya. Izuku's eyes became very wide but he said nothing. That's not necessary, Shoto brushed them off. How will he react if you return without a quirk? Aizawa said. Todoroki looked away. I didn't specify, we don't really need your testimony to petition for custody. You can't. My mother is still in the hospital. I can have her moved someplace safe immediately. Will you cooperate? Nizu waited for Todoroki to nod. I'll begin preparations immediately. He got out a phone and started typing. Endeavor will not be allowed backstage and we will escort you to Recovery Girl. I'm not hurt. If Midoriya is correct and you require your quirk for thermoregulation, we must get you to a temperature-controlled room immediately. It's crucial for mammals to maintain consistent internal body temperature. You could go into shock. Your quirk isn't like Endeavor's, yours is really beautiful. Izuku said with confidence then became flustered when he realized how that sounded. Give me my quirk back, Todoroki changed his mind abruptly. Midoriya didn't hesitate to take it from Nizu. This time Todoroki accepted it, although without enthusiasm. Izuku gave a huge sigh of relief. Midoriya, you only forfeited to help me, you should win. Todoroki looked to the teachers for permission. As long as that's what you both want, said Nizu. Back at the stadium, Bakugo defeated Kirishima and Ida pushed Momo out of the ring before she could create anything. Shinso versus Kageyama. Wait! Shinso shouted before Kageyama could push him out of bounds. I would use my quirk on you but Hanazawa told me not to. Too high a risk of collateral damage if you know what that means. Mob thought about it for a second. I know what he means. Well, if I could use my quirk I'd make you walk out of bounds right now. You can do that? That's what I did to your classmate. He shrugged. I'm going to lose because of your mental issues. That's not very fair, is it? No, I guess not. Mob considered for a moment. Okay, I'll forfeit. Izuku prepared for the next round of the sports festival and contemplated how the universe couldn't give him anything good without something bad in equal measure. Izuku makes friends, villains constantly attack those friends. Izuku gets a quirk, he's related to a villain. Izuku manages to defeat Kaken in battle training, Izuku is about to die on international television. Because his next fight was against Bakugo, of course it was. He was tempted to back out but that would just prove himself as a coward after Todoroki let him take his spot. Someone knocked on the green room door and Midoriya was surprised to see who it was. Raigen-sensei. Why are you here? Checking on you. I received the alert from Nizu, I can guess what happened. I'm just worried about Todoroki-kun. It's an upsetting thing to learn about one of your classmates. And now you have to go up against Bakugo. You know, nobody will blame you if you sit this out. I'd blame me. I need to do this. Then I'm rooting for you. Raigen patted his head. If you need to forfeit, forfeit. Mob-kun already did. And if Bakugo has a problem with that he can take it up with the teachers, got it. Midoriya nodded and went to the stadium. There was no conceivable way Bakugo would ever give up his quirk so Midoriya didn't even try. He could last maybe a few seconds against explosion in hand-to-hand, Bakugo likely wouldn't fall for the big left swing a second time. All Bakugo really had to do was keep this a long-distance fight. When the match started, Izuku tried to close the distance between them and Bakugo blasted him away. When Bakugo activated his quirk, Izuku tried transferring Kageyama's telekinesis. It probably wouldn't work but was worth a try. Bakugo felt something because he flinched. What the F was that? Katsuki paused. He glared at Izuku as if he might be able to intimidate an answer out of him. To be fair, that worked for most of their childhoods. Izuku stayed quiet and ran at him again. He wasn't actually planning to attack, just bait Bakugo into using his quirk again. Bakugo chose not to go for the easy win and allowed Midoriya to approach only to fire an explosion close to his face. The transfer failed again, but successfully freaked Bakugo out. What the F are you trying to do to my quirk, Deku? He gave a suspicious look down at his own hands. He hadn't joined the rest of the class when talking about and experimenting with Izuku's transfer quirk, and now he was paying for it. In trying to avoid new, confident Izuku, he'd neglected to learn how Deku's weak quirk worked. Izuku took advantage of his hesitation to throw a punch. You're still looking down on me. I don't need my quirk to beat you. He still used his quirk, but smaller pops and cracks of light rather than something showy. Izuku managed to hold his own for about 10 seconds until Katsuki grabbed him, planning to either immobilize him or throw him out of bounds. The grip wasn't an arm lock, but Katsuki's palm was sparking against Izuku's skin. He tried to JRK away, but Bakugo held tight. Izuku survived enough burns in his life to recognize a second-degree burn. As much as he wanted to win, training with friends and Rijin-sensei had taught him a new instinct. I forfeit. Tap out before someone gets hurt. What? Fight me. You piece of. Midnight was prepared for this eventuality and gassed him immediately. Bakugo fell asleep while Izuku held his breath. You didn't need to do that. He would have let go. Midoriya told her. He was burning you. She came over to inspect the handprint-shaped burn on his arm. But you used your quirk on him, on television. What if? Get ice on that before it scars. Midnight didn't seem concerned about Bakugo's reputation. The final match received even more excited shouting from present Mike in the announcer box than usual. The dark horse from Gen Ed versus the highest score on the entrance exam. Bakugo knew not to hesitate and rocketed across the field using explosions. Only his training with Hanazawa saved Shinso. He dropped to the cement to avoid being blasted out of bounds. He was burnt but managed to roll to stop before the boundary line. I'm not going to answer any of your questions, a-hole. Bakugo. Oh well, if I'm going to lose anyway. Shinso shrugged before walking backwards. Don't you fing dare. You don't actually have to answer a question, just respond to something I say, whether you know it was me who spoke or not. Now walk out of bounds, no using your quirk. Shinso released his control once Midnight declared him the winner. Bakugo looked like he was about to explode. Unsurprisingly, he did just that. Palms to the sky set of an explosion and screamed in frustration. The crowd flinched and gave disapproving whispers. Several members of Class 1A also were surprised. What's he doing? Is he going to attack Shinso? Fortunately, Bakugo also had people who understood his actions. He's just frustrated. Kirishima said. He won't hurt Shinso. He knows he lost fairly. He probably just needs to detonate the extra sweat. His quirk never turns off, Izuku explained. The medal ceremony was one of the stranger in UA history. Shinso looked a mix between smug and concussed to be standing in first place and receive a medal from All Might. Bakugo continued creating small explosions so often in the green room that he was threatened with quirk restraints. He behaved while being visibly subdued and there against his will. Tokoyami stood alone on third place. Ida had rushed away for a family emergency. Post-festival staff meeting. Nizu, I'm requesting some time off to tutor Kageyama. Samantha said proudly. There's flood site where we can assist with search and rescue. We can work on positive visualization and building things with his quirk rather than tearing them down. Approved. You'll want to talk to him right away, or else he'll feel obligated to go with one of the bigger agencies that requested him. Reigen added. Why is Ida still on the roster? Aizawa noticed. I already spoke to his parents. They refused to pull him out of school. He's determined not to let this tragedy affect his chances as a hero. Hound Dog sounded proud. I don't like it, Reigen spoke up. He's still a kid, not a pro hero yet. He should have some time to recover. His parents have the ultimate say. We've recommended in the strongest possible terms that he take time off. Unless we have any evidence of health concerns or abuse, we can't force him, Nizu said. Then changed the topic. Everyone's minds leapt there at the mention of abuse anyway. Next order of business, Todoroki Shoto. He's settling well into his temporary living arrangements. As for internships, I've already cut his list by anyone who might be working for Endeavor or the Commission. The class will notice if we display the shortened list, though. Aizawa-kun, I trust you'll be able to explain to him. Sure. Also, everyone, within reasonable limits, try to encourage students to intern with someone trustworthy. The Commission is not pleased with UA right now, let's not give them ammunition. What are they angry about other than endeavor? One teacher asked and his coworkers quickly answered. Hanazawa. Shinso. Hatsum. Midoriya winning the first round quirkless. Yes, our first years boldly challenged social norms this year. Our small number of advanced hero students also allowed several Gen Ed and support students to shine. The commission is worried people will start to look behind the curtain. Nizu said with a bit of malicious glee. How many offers did Hanazawa get? Reigen. Redirected attention. More than Shinso. May I suggest that any agency to request Hanazawa be an agency we discourage the students from visiting. Give them that reason if they ask why, Reigen said. Good idea. Nizu agreed. Privately, Aizawa decided he would gift Reigen a scarf at the next available holiday. Maybe Nizu would start riding around on Reigen's shoulders instead. Nizu, I need to talk to you. Aizawa lingered after the meeting ended. Nizu waved the last few teachers out of the room. I got a call from one of my unofficial contacts, he wants to tutor Midoriya. Oh? It must be something special if you're considering a vigilante. Normally I wouldn't, but Iwao Aguro has experience training others and is former pro. Nizu waited, knowing there must be something additional. He claims he has information on Stain and will trade for Midoriya's internship. I expect he'll share the information either way, but this might speed things up. Like Reigen, Kunkelduster has the quirkless defense in terms of the letter of the law. On the condition that Midoriya not knowingly associate with any quirked vigilantes, I'll allow it. The next day, Nizu called Reigen into his office and they discussed internship placements over a game of shogi. Ashido received criminally few offers. But I think Snatch was a good choice for her. He's no nonsense and utilizes his quirk in similar ways. Reigen spoke conversationally. I also noticed that Hawks offered a position to Tokoyami, but he chose Takahiro because Hawks' agency also gave an offer to Hanazawa. The power dynamics between Hawks and the commission are concerning, yes. Nizu agreed. Ida has accepted an internship in Hosu. Analysis of human motivation, please. That could be a good or bad thing. His family's agency is closed currently, so he could have accepted Manuel's offer to be close to home. Or he could be trying to track down the hero killer. The hero killer has committed multiple assaults in Ever City. However, he is also a very careful criminal. The fact that Ingenium targeted him specifically should prompt him into moving. Before they could discuss further, someone knocked on the door. Hound Dog entered. Reigen-kun, may I have a word? I think you should take over young Todoroki's next session. Whoa, me? I have no experience with abuse victims. Reigen waved his hands defensively. I know, but he's not opening up to me. Hound Dog sighed. He's conditioned not never ask for help or show weakness. My official standing as the school counselor is holding our conversation back. Meanwhile, he's befriended Midoriya. If you approach him as a sensei, he might be more open. Focus on his quirk usage, you have plenty of experience there. Nizu said. Alright, but professional quid pro quo, find an excuse to speak with Kageyama. Slightly out of order scene, picking hero names. I had a couple ideas. Izuku gathered his courage as he walked to the front of the class. But I like Uraraka's suggestion best. Dikairu. You can do it? That's cute. Do you have a tagline? Midnight gave her approval. I was thinking maybe the empowering others hero, but I don't know. That would be good if I go into support, but if I go underground then would it be too obvious? That's perfectly fine, for now. You can always change it later. Okay, thank you Midnight Sensei. Kageyama-kun, show yours. Izuku prompted his friend into standing. This was already a nickname and I want to be underground, so, Mob, the hero no one notices. I'd change the tagline to, the background hero, or, a hero in the background, that has a more positive feeling. Midnight's suggestion made Shigeo smile. I like that. Good choice, Uraraka and a few others clapped for him. Shigeo blushed and hurried back to his seat. Aizawa insisted on escorting Izuku to his internship. He made sure Izuku knew what he was getting into before agreeing, but still wanted to be there for the first meeting. The two of them loitered near the train station until Aizawa picked an ordinary-looking man in the crowd. Aguro. Aizawa. You know the terms. I'll keep him safe. And none of your associates, even in civilian clothes, he can recognize people based on their quirks. I'm not going to sabotage his career. And if I tried, UA will bury me, I know. He handed Aizawa an envelope. Everything my contacts have on the BSTRD. Aizawa nodded and fixed his stern glare on Izuku. Stay out of trouble. Remember, Aguro can't authorize you to use your quirk. Call Nedzu if trouble finds you. Yes, sir. Izuku understood a unique opportunity like this had stipulations. UA was bending some rules to get him this opportunity, he would be good. Aizawa gave him a final weary look before heading back towards the station. Aguro waited until Aizawa was gone, then turned to Izuku. My phone number is, he rattled off his number without any warning. Got that memorized? Izuku repeated it under his breath, then nodded. We're heading to a place to train. I'm going to walk there. You're going to try and follow me without me seeing you. If you get completely lost, you can call or text me. Understood? When Izuku nodded again, he abruptly turned his back and walked away. Aguro was a large man but easily blended into the midday crowd. Izuku's own tactic was to make himself smaller, so he wasn't sure how someone Aguro's size managed to disappear so well. Aguro doubled back at least twice, probably more. Izuku lost him once and was probably obvious in tailing him. He didn't feel very good at this. He had experience in hiding from bullies and trying to make it school without being spotted, but wasn't used to following people. Aguro went across town to a less populated area. He eventually went into a building, but Izuku didn't see which. He resorted to trying to peek in windows of nearby buildings. He tried to peer in through a front window when he heard someone behind him. He quickly turned around to see Aguro. We'll work on that. Aguro didn't seem overly disappointed in Izuku's performance, even as the boy himself flushed with embarrassment. Aguro led Izuku in through a side door to an old-fashioned boxing gym. The building may be run down, but the gym was clean and obviously well cared for. It was a weekday, so only a couple other people were inside. An elderly man with white hair made eye contact with Izuku. He smiled and then returned to mopping the floor. Aguro pointed Izuku to the lockers and ordered him to change into workout clothes. Izuku quickly switched into nondescript exercise clothes and also thought to grab his gloves. Bit younger than your usual strays, ain't he? The old man was talking to Aguro. Not mine, I'm just doing a favor. They noticed Izuku and the old man went back to cleaning. Show me where you are in the basics. Aguro ran Izuku through drills for 2 hours before calling break. You can throw a punch, that puts you ahead of some hero students. There were a few chairs against the back wall. Aguro sat in one that had a gym bag stowed under it. He retrieved a beer can from the bag and creaked it open. Explain your quirk to me. At this point it was only them and the elderly gentleman in the gym, so Izuku launched into his analysis. Aguro eventually interrupted. Can you take the quirk of someone unconscious? No, Izuku shook his head. My mom let me try once when she was asleep and it just woke her up. Aguro grunted and gestured for the old man to join them. Ever try your quirk on someone quirkless? Yes. My sensei is quirkless. Oh? So am I. The elderly man joined their conversation. I want you to try your quirk on each of us, Aguro indicated himself and the elderly man. I own the gym, so you'll be okay legally, the man said. Izuku hesitated, but both men continued to look at him encouragingly. He reached out his mental touch. Humans obviously felt different than plants or animals. Humans existed with or without a quirk. He called Reigen empty, but he was still a person, maybe a glass jar, a bookcase, a mannequin with no clothes, or a coat hanger with no coat. The gym owner looked similar but not exactly the same as Reigen. Izuku felt surprised by this, then scolded himself for being surprised. Number 2 quirks felt exactly the same. Why would any two people be the same? Izuku looked away from the comforting quiet of the gym owner's blank quirk factor to the abrupt silence of Aguro. Izuku couldn't help but blink and refocus his fifth sense. Aguro was definitely quirkless, but something felt wrong. Izuku had told Reigen-sensei previously that he liked looking at Reigen with his quirk. Reigen's emptiness was calming. A blank canvas or an empty wall that was fine by itself but made Izuku think, I could put something there. Aguro instead gave a distinct empty feeling of something missing. A hole rather than a bowl. A blank piece of paper that held indentations of something erased. Tattoos are quirks and Aguro is scarred skin instead of a blank skin. Aguro raised an eyebrow and Izuku realized he must have said some of that out loud. Aguro nodded to the gym owner who left them alone. Scarred, huh? Izuku squeaked in embarrassment. He really didn't mean to say that out loud. What do you think caused that? Izuku considered. It didn't make sense. No longer being able to use a quirk wouldn't change someone's quirk factor like that. You would need to remove their quirk entirely at the DNA level, like Izuku could. Oh. He didn't say anything but must have showed something on his face because Aguro gave him a look. Oh, is that why you wanted to tutor me? Izuku asked. Aguro was both surprised and impressed he had the guts to ask directly, which deserved an honest answer. One of the reasons. Truth is, I used to be a pro hero. Decades ago, I wake up in an alleyway and my quirk is gone. Oh, The second reason is you show genuine potential. He took pity on Izuku after letting him squirm for a few seconds. Japan needs more underground pros. But you wanted to know about my quirk? Morbid curiosity, he took a swig of his beer. I don't know and won't ask if you've got any relation to certain criminal entities. But either way you need to know everything a quirk like yours can do. Before others start asking questions. Which they will, thanks to UA. He noticed Izuku looked confused by the last statement, so he added, "The sports festival is a terrible idea and I will stand by that till the day I die." What? But that's how Shinso. And why is it televised? Oh, that started back when quirks were the minority. The school needed funds and wanted to humanize the heroes. Aguro looked mildly impressed. You know your history. A lot of society has that same problem. Quirks spread too quickly for the law to keep up. Like how UA just recently removed the rule requiring a quirk to take the entrance exam. That rule was supposed to protect quirked students, not be discriminatory towards the quirkless. Aguro waved that off. The point is, these days the festival is a sheet idea. More than just hero agencies can analyze quirks and weaknesses. The festival just advertised you to every villain in Japan. Izuku's expression changed as he processed that. Right now people think you have a nullification quirk. Keep it that way as long as possible. Those who know about Eraserhead are assuming you're either family or an apprentice. That's going to earn you some enemies, but it's a hell of a lot safer than anyone knowing what your quirk really does. Who would want my quirk? I need permission. That wouldn't be helpful for a villain. People can be persuaded to give permission. Aguro gave him a stern but not unkind look. Oh, Izuku squeaked. He hadn't considered that. He thought of villains kidnapping civilians and holding them at gunpoint until Izuku transferred their quirks to the villain's minions. May I make a phone call? Izuku actually made several phone calls to Mitsura and to his middle school friends. Mitsura assured him that Izuku's name wasn't listed anywhere on official records in regards to his charity. Most of Izuku's friends said they figured he was planning to be underground and didn't want that information spread around. Of course it wasn't really a secret either. Other kids in his middle school knew and Reigen had updated the registry. But it made him feel a bit better to know his trust wasn't misplaced. Aguro let Izuku do all this and didn't say anything until he returned from making his calls. That muttering could be a security risk around anyone with enhanced hearing. Oh, Reigen already thought of that. He taught me a code. I'm still getting in the habit of using it consistently. It's just a verbal version of the shorthand code I write my notes in. During water breaks Aguro quizzed Yuku on seemingly random topics. Such as, the bite force of various animals, differences between road salt, table salt, and sea salt, the melting points of common metals, and beekeeping. After a full day of physical training, Aguro showed Izuku either photos or short video clips of individuals or crimes in progress and made him brainstorm strategies to incapacitate the subject using limited supplies. He listened patiently to Izuku's analysis, then walked through problems or suggestions Izuku hadn't thought of. He had an insane amount of experience matching powerful quirks with just his fists, and Izuku felt like he was learning a lot. Izuku texted with his classmates on the long train ride back to UA. Kageyama was staying overnight at the emergency shelter with Cementos. He proudly texted Izuku that he helped rescue 2 people and a cat today. Ochako didn't give details but said she was learning a lot from Gunhead. Ida just said he was fine. Living at UA wasn't that much of an adjustment. The fanboy in him fainted about how easy it was to see pro heroes in a casual setting. But Nedzu had insisted that Izuku meet with him whenever he wanted, and Izuku did have something he wanted to talk to Nedzu about. I want to see the Nomu. Izuku said with as much confidence as he could muster. Why's that? Aguro wasn't born quirkless. I could feel the difference. Oh? Interesting. Nedzu actually looked up from his tea. The Nomu felt wrong to me, but I want to try again now that I know what I'm looking for. I'll arrange it. Do you think it likely you'll be able to recognize artificially gained quirks? Normally Nedzu wouldn't ask a student this, but Midoriya showed promise with his analytical thinking. I need to see the Nomu again before I can say. I can recognize if someone is artificially quirkless, but Izuku thought for a bit and Nedzu didn't rush him. I remember every quirk I touch, so I don't know how much of this is unconscious bias. When I give a quirkless person a quirk that fits them, I can't see any difference between a new quirk and a born quirk. I guess it's like if quirks were extra limbs. Like wings or a tail. That's what Aguro-san reminded me of. He looks fine at first, but my quirk lets me see that he has amputation scars that a born quirkless person doesn't. He trailed off and looked uncertain. Continuing with the analogy, I can recognize if the new limb doesn't match the rest of the person's body, but I don't know if I can see surgery scars from it being attached. And I suppose people with multiple quirks stand out to you. I guess that's kinda where the analogy breaks down. Aguro's training continued in the same vein for the first 2 days. After days of behaving himself, Aguro received permission to keep Izuku past sunset. We're not patrolling. Look at this from a purely civilian angle. Aguro ordered Izuku to disguise himself with colored contacts, black wig, a bit of makeup to hide his freckles and a dark hoodie. You're 12, I'm your uncle on your mom's side. Our last name is Saito. I'm supposed to be watching you but dragged you out of the house tonight with no explanation and the orders not to say anything. Aguro cracked his neck, rolled his shoulders, and changed his posture from that of a confident, athletic man to the hunched back of an exhausted, overworked, salary man. He walked a few paces, favoring old injuries without obviously limping. He noticed Izuku wasn't following and impatiently gestured for him to keep up. Izuku adopted the mindset of a skittish preteen who had no idea where they were going or why. He hastily scurried after Aguro. Izuku stuck close as Aguro led him through darkened streets to shadier parts of town. He told Izuku to stand near a storefront while Aguro went to the corner of the street and had a quiet conversation with a man smoking a cigarette by the street sign. They exchanged small items. Izuku realized this was either a fence or a drag dealer. He decided his character wouldn't know that and said nothing. Aguro took him to another questionable street corner but this time got into a hushed disagreement with the distributor. Their argument didn't get physical but Aguro flipped the man off before stomping away. Come on, gotta make another stop. Aguro led Izuku to a rundown bar. Izuku, in character, tugged on his sleeve nervously. Relax, this place is fine. It's just where the guys grab a drink after work. Aguro, in character, assured him. True to his word, the majority of the bar patrons were off-duty construction workers. They complained loudly about the workday while drinking cheap alcohol and watching 3 beat-up TV sets. Izuku spotted a few less friendly-looking characters lurking in corners. Aguro had Izuku sit at a small table while he went to talk to a man nursing a drink at the bar. The man had an old-fashioned paper notebook in front of him and was taking notes while keeping a close eye on the sports game playing on the nearest TV. Izuku assumed he was a bookie. Several raised voices came from one side of the establishment. Izuku couldn't see or hear exactly what was going on but multiple men were making exclamations of disbelief. Patrons abandoned the 2 TV sets playing sports and crowded around the one displaying the news. More people were pulling out their phones, presumably to check the headlines. Izuku craned his neck to try and see what was going on. His attempt was halted by Aguro. The large man placed himself between Izuku and the rest of the bar. He frowned down at his phone but didn't let Izuku see the screen. Damn it. We're leaving. Aguro gripped Izuku's shoulder and steered him out of the bar. What? Quiet. He didn't offer any further explanation, just pushed Izuku into a power walk towards the nearest train station. Aguro's phone rang and he answered it immediately. Yeah, I saw, I'm taking him to the station now. What? Do you know how much Sheet is about to? Yes, I understand. He hung up with a growl. According to Nedzu, I'm escorting you back. To school? The station at least. Hopefully someone will pick you up there. While they waited for the next train, Izuku tried to get his phone out of his pocket. Aguro noticed and shoved his hand back. Don't. Wait till someone can tell you the details. Aguro's phone rang again. He answered almost as quickly. What? Yeah, I saw. Izuku subtly leaned in to try and hear the other side of the conversation. Freaking out. You think I don't know that? I'll be there when I can. I'm on babysitting duty, remember? Can't you just put him on the train? It's not worth angering the rat. Keep calm, we have maybe an hour of shock and awe before hell breaks loose. Get everyone on alert and call in that favor with La Brava. I'll be in touch as soon as I can. Aguro hung up on someone who was almost assuredly a vigilante contact. Izuku couldn't keep quiet anymore. Sir? What happened? Villain attack. A bad one. Aguro said simply. I'm not going to tell you the details, but this is the end of your internship. Civil unrest is going to be a beach. So much for FING retirement. He kept texting on his phone. Probably coordinating with more vigilantes. Izuku knew about those trends. Minor criminals always stepped up activity in the wake of the televised death or serious injury of one of the top heroes, or other huge event. Izuku wisely shut up but kept thinking about what was happening. He turned his phone to silent hours ago so he didn't know if anybody was trying to reach him. The few other passengers on the train were either eerily quiet, nervous, or muttering. Izuku's anxiety was conjuring increasingly catastrophic scenarios. Can I check my texts? Just to tell my friends I'm alright? No. But what if they're worried? Hopefully they haven't heard about it yet. Sir, with all due respect, unless UA has blown up. I'm probably imagining worse than it actually is. Aguro gave in. Text only, don't check the headlines. To Izuku's surprise, he didn't have any messages from his closest friends or UA classmates. The only texts were from his mom, assuring him that she was safe. One message from Region, telling him not to read the news and get back to UA safely. And several dozen from his middle school friends asking if he and all his friends were safe. We saw the news, did you know the student involved? Hope you're okay, that student they're talking about isn't you, is it? Hanazawa says you're okay. But stay safe, Midoriya. Izuku copy and pasted a simple response telling everyone he was safe, he hadn't seen the news yet, and he would get in contact with everyone when he knew what was going on. After the longest train ride of Izuku's life, they finally arrived at the station near UA. Kajime of Mob, Shigeo felt like a hero for the first time since joining UA. So far classes had been fighting robots, sparring, or showing off, that hadn't made him feel like a real hero. He started to worry he wouldn't be cut out for the job, especially seeing how enthusiastic all of his classmates were. Now, he was finally helping people. He was happy he went with Cementos for his internship. They worked alongside rescue personnel and relief staff rather than heroes he recognized from the news. Camera crews left them almost entirely alone. They worked calmly and methodically, searching streets for survivors or pets. They rebuilt barricades and cleared water section by section. Cementos said cement felt like a liquid to him. Cement felt like a solid to Mob, but Cementos's tips worked to help him move water. Mob became better at moving large amounts of liquid at once. Shigeo had heard of meditation, but he didn't know you could meditate while doing something. Cementos had him practice walking meditation and then try meditating while performing a simple task with his quirk. Just his birth quirk. Several days into their work, Cementos became worried and pulled Shigeo aside. They drove to the edge of the flood zone, along the beach. Cementos dropped Shigeo off and then drove the car away. 3 people were waiting. Mom? Dad? Shigeo noticed they weren't smiling. What's wrong? We're all right. Ritsu is fine too. Mom assured him. As you can see, we're the only people here. Nor is there anything of value nearby. Nedzu held his arms wide to show the empty coastline. Kageyama-kun, don't worry about anything other than your own needs. Shigeo looked up and down the coastline and then curiously at his parents. There was a villain attack in Hosu. Nizu said. Despite the best efforts of the heroes in attendance, Ida Tenya perished. Shigeo stared blankly ahead as he processed these words. Mom and Dad stepped closer. Mom put her hand on his shoulder. It's okay to be sad, Shigeo. He was your friend. Ritsu wasn't around to see this, his parents and teacher were giving him permission. Shigeo allowed himself to cry. UA emergency staff meeting. Of course this is a tragedy. But pointing fingers isn't going to help anything. Someone needed to be devil's advocate and Reigen was willing to do it. Nedzu needed to be supportive of his staff right now. While I agree, that's exactly what the government is going to try and do. Nedzu regained control of the conversation. The HPSC greatly resents the autonomy I've managed to give UA. They'll use any leverage they can to undermine us. A few teachers muttered unflattering things. Manuel has already officially accepted responsibility for losing track of his intern during the crisis. The Idas have yet to make a statement. However, I doubt they will cast any blame on UA. I have records of our correspondence, recommending they remove Tenya from school and the Ida's statement that he was fined. It's my fault. I will resign. Hound Dog spoke up. He sounded shattered and was only able to speak so clearly because he had practiced this speech in his head. The mental well-being of the students is my primary job. All of you did your part, you sent Ida to me. I should never have cleared him. This is entirely on my shoulders. As I was the only one who could have overridden your decision, I also take a portion of the blame. I calculated with 77% certainty that Stain had left Hosu City. I instructed Manuel to watch Ida closely and decided the possibility of danger fell within acceptable parameters. Manuel would have been able to keep an eye on him if the Nomo hadn't attacked. Not to sound callous, but these kids are in danger the second they appear in public. We can't control fate. Reigen again stated the obvious. Nizu nodded. I'm sure you're all feeling guilty by association. The school is shut down tomorrow. Please take the day to yourselves. Ida Tenya's funeral was held at his family agency. The Idas were a pro-hero family and turned a private event into more of a publicity stunt than it should have been. At least the public wasn't invited. Ida's parents might have allowed it, but Tensei didn't let them. Tensei was pale in his wheelchair. He should probably still be in the hospital. Midnight, Present Mike, and Eraserhead huddled around Tensei. At least one of them was always within reach. Everyone in Class A1 was expected to attend. Almost all of them, and their families came to pay their respects. Taruki joined them. Shigeo asked for me to come in his place, Hanazawa. said. He didn't think it would be safe for him to be here. Safe? Shigeo-kun's quirk is linked to his emotions. He loses control when he gets upset, Midoriya explained. Coward, Bakugo scoffed but had enough common sense not to say anything else. He was wearing black fingerless gloves and kept awkwardly flexing his hands. Izuku recognized the sweat-absorbent gloves that Katsuki hadn't worn since grade school. Several people's phones buzzed, including Ida's parents. Ida's father smiled and announced that hero killer Stain had been captured. As soon as this news spread, the atmosphere became more celebratory. Ida's parents smiled more and received condolences with a tacked on, at least they caught the BSTRD. The few members of the press and the Hero Commission present already gossiping about this new tasty piece of news, as if forgetting where they were. Tensei's expression said he was either going to punch someone or hurl, maybe both. Midnight stayed with him while Yamada and Aizawa herded the students out of the venue. Anyone with good hearing could pick up Aizawa muttering about FING bloodsuckers. Overnight, Ida's death went from tragedy to political buzz issue. People who wanted to sweep Stain under the rug and pretend there was nothing wrong with hero society, constantly brought up that a man who killed teenagers was insane and shouldn't be listened to. Anyone who tried to bring up reasonable concerns about the heroic system were immediately accused of being a Stain sympathizer. Sadly, there were a lot of those. So many people were still praising the hero killer, instead turning on Ida and asking what he had done to deserve being killed. Other people were questioning if Ida had died to a Nomu and blame wrongly assigned to Stain to try and discredit him. Where are the witnesses? Where's the security footage? Why hasn't anybody been allowed to interview Stain about it? It quickly spiraled into a conspiracy theory. The whole disaster made Izuku and his mother sick. Hanazawa and Reigen just sighed with disappointment and said that's how the world worked. Shigeo had been ignoring as much of it as he could for his own mental health. His family stepped up to support him. Mom and Dad kept telling him it was okay to grieve and take as much time as he needed. Ritsu read the news and gave Shigeo the important information so he didn't have to read it himself. He'd seen one viral video of Stain that purposefully made the villain look cool and didn't want to see any more. Reading the news made Ritsu furious. Shigeo could sense Ritsu's own anger percentage steadily rising as he scrolled through bullshit news article after bullshit news article. At about 85% he locked himself in his bedroom and went on a research binge. However, the explosion from Ritsu's frustration hitting 100% wasn't quite what Shigeo anticipated. Ritsu addressed them all at dinner. Mom, Dad, I'm changing my high school plans. I'm going to the UA business course. And then, angry pause, I'm going to burn the HPSC to the FING ground. Their parents didn't know what to say for a moment. Dad chuckled, well, if anyone can do it, it's you, Ritsu. We support you, of course. But what prompted this, Ritsu? Was it what happened to Ida? Shigeo asked. It has nothing to do with you, Shigeo. That made Mob relax slightly. This whole mess just helped me realize something I've known for a while. Our whole heroic system is a circus act. Heroes and villains are treated as cartoon characters and civilians, like us, are collateral damage to make the plot interesting. It all has to change. That's great. And Shigeo's going to be a hero. The two of you can really make a difference. You boys are growing up so fast. I'm so proud. First day back at class and A1 received another bombshell. Everyone, we have a transfer student. His placement was decided the day of the sports festival. He used the internship time to catch up on the curriculum. He's not here to replace anyone. Aizawa motioned to Shinso. My name is Shinso Hitoshi, I'm not here to make friends. That introduction earned him several odd or hostile looks. He ignored everyone and sat in the spare desk. The classroom was a little crowded now. Ida's empty desk remained as a memorial. Nobody suggested they remove it to make space. Maybe it was Izuku's imagination, but the rest of the year seemed much more subdued. When asked about it later, he couldn't really describe anything of note that happened. It seemed like barely a week later they were preparing for final exams. A day before final exams were scheduled, Mob, Tsuyu and Izuku were called into the principal's office. Reigen-sensei was also there. Midoriya, Kageyama, and Azui, I have a proposition for you. You are welcome to refuse with no consequences to your grades, but please consider carefully before you answer. Nedzu poured them tea. The final exams for classes A and B are going to be team battle trials against robotic or live opponents. I would like the two of you to play being injured and held as hostages, forcing your teammates to rescue you. The three of you experienced hostage situations already. I want your classmates to experience real fear in a controlled environment. This will be a test of your acting skills. You will be graded on your undercover work. It's a common enough thing for heroes, Reigen added. Normally, we would only preform a test like this on the third years. Given the circumstances and increasing threat of villains targeting heroes in training, we felt it best to do this sooner rather than later. I want all first-year students to have a full understanding of the heroics industry, and have the ability to transfer to a different course for second year if necessary. I don't want any students to have doubts about their career choices. I'll personally be monitoring the tests. If things become too dangerous, physically or mentally, we'll halt the exercise immediately. The adults finished and let the teenagers consider. That's harsh, but it makes sense. Tsuyu said and looked to the boys. I'll do it if you two are okay with it. I'll do it. Izuku barely hesitated. Mob-kun, how do you feel? Reigen prompted. I feel, when Ritsu was captured, for a moment I was so scared I could barely move. I don't think I could have forgiven myself if Ritsu died because of that. We should do the test. The students who hadn't endured a trial by fire at the USJ or in their internships were going to be tested now. Class B was getting a similar treatment, but Nedzu didn't. Share details about their training. Azui was assigned Team 1 Bakugu, Uraraka, and Shinso. Bakugu was teamed with two people who wouldn't put up with his BS or listen to his shouting. Too many cooks in the kitchen could burn the place down when a hostage was on the line. Team 2 Todoroki, Ojiro, and Koda. Todoroki couldn't use his ice to rescue a captured Azui without risking her health. Same could be said for his fire. He needed to coordinate with his teammates. His teammates who were severely lacking in the power department. Mob was assigned those most likely to panic upon seeing a heavy hitter defeated by the foe villain, Team 4 Yuga, Shiro, Tokoyami, and Team 3 Sato, Denki, Kirishima. The three nice guys. Someone was going to have to step up, take charge, and come up with a plan when things went terribly wrong during their test. Midoriya was assigned to the teams who would be hardest to fool into thinking he'd been captured. Team 5 Hagakure, Jairu, and Shoji, a team who so far had been preforming support, non-direct combative roles. They would be forced to break that trend today. Team 6, Momo, and Mina. Momo who had the smarts but not the confidence, and Mina who had the confidence if not the smarts to make a good leader. They were going to look for Midoriya for guidance and then have to overcome his capture. The teams were told that their assignment was to rescue civilians, played by mannequins, from the robot enemies and take the civilians to an evacuation site. The civilians were scattered about and hidden under rubble, so the heroes would need to scout and coordinate their rescue efforts, as well as guard the evacuation zone from the robot villains. Team 1 Azui, Bakugu, Uraraka, and Shinso got off to a better start than expected. They quickly agreed on a division of labor where Bakugu fought the villains while Uraraka and Azui carried civilians to the evacuation zone that Shinso guarded. I'm bringing another civilian from ACK. Tsuyu cut off in the middle of her sentence. Froppy? Are you there? What happened? They tried to reach her on the comlink but she didn't respond. Bakugu reached the spot she disappeared first and felt someone's eyes on him. Who's there? Come out, coward, I know you're watching me. Before even Bakugu's battle instincts could react, someone leapt out of the ground and uppercut Bakugu in the jaw. They didn't get a very good look at him. He dove back into the asphalt like it was water. What? Uraraka screamed almost as loud as Bakugu when she witnessed this. The villain stuck his head out of the road like a shark scoping out seals on an ice floe. Ha ha! I'm the villain to stop a million from becoming heroes. Is this part of the test? Taking a test, are you? Well, that makes things easier for me. I was ready to fight 20 hero hopefuls at once. That's what new villains are supposed to do. Who are you? Ha ha! I've seen the sports festival and I know what your quirks can do. You can't surprise me, heroes. Where's Froppy? Shinso tried to get a response. The villain wasn't taking chances and kept silent. He dodged their attacks easily. Bakugu threw explosion after explosion in his face and the villain passed through them like they were nothing but smoke. Uraraka's hand went right through him but his punch landed in her solar plexus just fine. Shinso made the mistake of trying to grab him with a capture weapon. The villain turned his torso intangible and keep his hand solid to grab the scarf and yank, making Shinso topple over. Dead fish-eyed motherfucker. Hold still. Bakugu did his go-to strategy, bigger and bigger explosions until something works. When the smoke cleared, the villain wasn't in sight. This had taken too long. The three students tried to locate where his voice was coming from. Your teachers might get their acts together soon. I need to wrap this up. Look over here. He held up an unconscious Tsuyu. Surrender, your classmate dies. Bakugu shared a quick look with his two remaining teammates but didn't wait longer than that to launch an attack. He propelled himself towards the villain with his explosions and tried to land a hit. Dayu cartoon face Ashurk. He was silenced with a punch to the throat. That wasn't very smart. Now I can kill both of you. The villain said in a creepily cheerful voice. Wait. Uraraka held up her hands. How do we know you'll let her go if we surrender? You'll, the villain froze as Shinso's quirk took hold. Uraraka had just been moving her mouth, Shinso was the one talking. He hid behind the nearest barricade, using his voice changer to mimic her voice while Uraraka lip-synced. Bakugo had distracted while they quickly agreed on what to say. Shinso held him perfectly still while Uraraka ran forward. She turned him weightless and grabbed Azui. Bakugo followed up with a blast to launch the villain straight upwards at high speed. Team has rescued the hostage. Heroes win. Excellent work. Mirio cheered from the USJ ceiling. Nedzu knew Mirio being sent into orbit was a risk and staged their test indoors for that reason. Bakugo and Shinso immediately started complaining that this was a test and they were actually concerned. Realized they were saying the same thing, hence agreeing with each other, and immediately shut up. Team 2 Azui, Todoroki, Ojiro and Koda. At the beginning of the exercise, Azui made sure to tell Todoroki that she was unusually susceptible to frostbite and to please not use his ice on her. Koda asked for something similar, saying the animals nearby wouldn't help if they were afraid of being frozen solid or burned alive. Nor would he risk their lives by asking them to. Ojiro frowned down at his hirogi and remarked that he should probably add some more protective gear to his costume, but for right now, he was also at risk of frostbite or burns. Todoroki knew his power was dangerous and didn't argue. He offered to keep some distance from his teammates by focusing on the robot enemies while the others did reconnaissance and evacuation. Over their earpieces, Tsuyu suddenly made a surprised croaking sound and then fell silent. Froppy? Hello? Animal voice. What's happening? Koda, we need you to talk to us. Tailman called for his teammates. The animals are running away. They say he smells like predator. Koda whispered over the comms. Someone's here? West corner near where Froppy was. Koda said. Probably part of the test, I'll investigate. Todoroki skated in that direction. The teachers didn't mention anything, Ojiro said. Over their earpieces, Ojiro and Koda heard a script horror writers would be proud of. Todoroki said nothing as he went to investigate until, Froppy, pause. Who's there? Sound of Todoroki's ice rapidly forming. Who are you? How did you get in here? Todoroki shouted, then gave a pained grunt as if he'd been punched. Todoroki, are you alright? Ojiro tried to get a response. More sounds of ice before he responded. There's someone here. I don't see Froppy. We're coming to back you up. Where are the teachers? Hello? Can you hear us? Ojiro and Koda converged on the fight. He has her. What? Who? Ojiro came close enough to see Todoroki engaged with a winged stranger. He carried Azui in one arm made of tentacles and easily flew over Todoroki's ice attacks with a pair of chicken wings. Noticing Ojiro and Koda's arrival, he spoke in a monotone voice, I'm a villain. I was sent here to kill you. Todoroki tried his ice again. He couldn't create a whole glacier without catching Tsuyu. He momentarily caught the villain's clawed foot in ice before the boy spit what appeared to be acid at the ice and melted it. Bombardier beetle, worst thing I've ever eaten. The villain said something completely nonsensical in his spookily emotionless voice. Koda stayed out of the fight, begging with the nearby animals to please approach the predator and help fight. Shoto, do you need help? Ojiro wasn't sure what to do. Surrender or I kill your teammate. The boys didn't doubt he meant it. Terrified, Ojiro and Koda wanted to help, but Todoroki had more experience and they chose to defer to his leadership. He's too powerful, get help. He charged with his fire. The villain spat a jet of water at Todoroki's flames, flipped over the boy's wide ice attack and hit him in the back of the head with his free hand that had turned into a clam shell. Todoroki fell forward. Ojiro made an aborted movement forward but hesitated when the villain stared at them menacingly. The villain paused and looked at Ojiro and Koda, whom were frozen with indecision. He waited several seconds, but Todoroki was still stunned and neither the other boys moved. Sorry, but you're dead now, he looked at Tsuyu, who said. Ribbit, oh no, I've croaked. Team 2 fails. Team 3 got off to an easy start evacuating civilians. Kirishima tanked attacks from the robot enemies to guard the civilians, Sato carried the mannequins to safety, Kaminari disabled the robots and Mob took to the air to provide recon. A concussive blast shook the training ground. What was that? A second blast of spiraling yellow energy knocked Mob out of the sky. He didn't try to catch himself and crashed into the nearest rooftop, seemingly unconscious. Mob, come in, are you okay? A girl's voice startled them. Hey, there are more of you? Where are your teachers? A teenager floated in the air. She wore dark colors and had her long hair tied into a ponytail by a black ribbon that made spirals. Who are you? I'm Wave Motion the Terrifying. Today is my debut. I heard you have to break into UA to be a scary villain. The students stared at her in stunned silence. She pouted. Hey, aren't you supposed to scream and run? I'm here to kill you, you know. She fired another cone of energy at them, which got the response she wanted. The boys immediately abandoned their task of rescuing civilians and dove for cover. Their headsets were only static when they tried to call for help. What do we do? Denki asked his two remaining teammates. We have to get out of here. Wait, where's Mob? The robot enemies continued to harass them. Yay! The robots are on my side. Go robot minions! The villain cheered. She hovered near the roof that Mob had landed on. We need to get her down from there. They ran and hid to try and come up with a plan. The villain stayed in the air. Hello? Where did you go? She gave them a minute then switched the next phase. She flew low enough to pick up Mob by the back of his shirt. Hey! Hey! Listen to me. I have your teammate. She floated higher to display her unconscious captive. Come out and fight me or I'm going to kill him. She gave them another minute to strategize as she played at becoming more and more annoyed. That's it. I'm really going to kill him now. I'm here. I'm here. I'm coming out. Denki shouted. He drew her attention and used his quirk to overload several robot enemies, forcing them to fire projectiles at her. She quickly raised a hand to blow away the missiles with her yellow energy. Sato threw Kirishima towards Mob. They figured she could only create 2 spiral blasts at once, one from each hand. With her left hand busy, Kirishima sailed under her attack. He grabbed Mob out of her hold and crashed to the roofs below, doing his best to shield his unconscious teammate from the fall. Team 3 pass. Team 4 were placed in the fire zone of the USJ but still felt assured of an easy victory. Shiro and Tokoyami had the mobility to rescue civilians. And Yuga and Mob had the firepower to handle villains. They agreed there was probably going to be some twist and they needed to work as quickly as possible. They started their test and almost immediately noticed that the flames were getting progressively bigger. The fire is defiantly spreading. They talked over their headsets. It will reach the evacuation area soon. It's okay, we planned for this. Mob, I have more rubble for you to move. Wait, someone's here. What? What do you mean someone's here? I don't know, I sense. Mob cut off partway through his sentence. Mob. I don't see him. EI. She's over here. She's here. Yuga screamed. His fear and Mob's evident defeat made Shiro and Dark Shadow spiral into panic. The fight quickly devolved to the villainous wave motion chasing the boys around. She actually never threatened Mob's life, she was having too much fun making them run. Where is Mob? Aizawa interrupted over their communications. Aizawa-sensei. There's a villain. Where is your teammate? Ah? You left him to burn to death. You all fail. Nijiro-chan, next time follow the script, please. Sorry, they were being too silly. Team 5 realized immediately that their teachers were trying to force them into more combat roles rather than the support they usually provided. Hagakure said during the entrance exam the robots had off switches that she used to gain points. Assuming these robots didn't have off switches, then she wouldn't be much use in a fight. Izuku suggested she guard the civilian drop-off area. She'd be able to rely on ambush tactics by staying at the base. Jairu could short out robots with her earjacks and would be their primary fighter, with Shoji being secondary fighter. While Izuku planned the tactical aspects of civilian evacuations, based on enemy location intel from his 3 teammates, and Shoji helped carry civilians as needed. Wait, I hear something else. Is there another person in the arena? Jiro suddenly asked. As if waiting for this cue, a loud insectoid cry began. Jairu and Shoji immediately protected their ears from what sounded like a giant cicada screaming "Ri-ri" at full volume. I see someone. Izuku shouted over the noise, then went silent. The cicada finally stopped screeching. Aizawa-sensei, hello? Can anyone else hear us? I don't think this is part of the test. It's not. A stranger's voice from behind Jiro made her shriek. I'm here to kill you. Jairu plugged her earphone jack into the speaker attached to her costume. The loud sound of her heartbeat washed over hooded stranger, but he didn't blink. Many common insects give me deafness. It's only helpful in situations like this, he said before sprouting a pair of brown wings and launching at her with claws. Jiro barely managed to dodge his attack. This villain was clearly better trained in hand-to-hand than her and had already taken down Midoriya. So she ran and shouted for her teammates to back her up. The villain's nose twitched as if he smelled something foul. Without a word he spun around in a back kick that caught Hagakure in the side. How'd he see me? The invisible girl complained. A local vet donates dog meat from the naturally deceased. Shoji came barreling in a second later. The villain flapped his wings and took to the air. He couldn't seem to get much height while carrying Midoriya's body weight in addition to his own, but he managed to put distance between himself and the students. I don't like how many of you there are. I have to do this now. He held up an unconscious Midoriya. Surrender or I kill your teammate. Wait, can we talk about this? No. I just want to go home, but I have to kill you first. The hero students whispered to each other, trying to quickly form a plan. Large cat ears sprouted from the villain's head. Jiro quickly relaunched her sonic assault, forcing him to deafen himself rather than try to listen into their talk. I don't want to be here. I'm just going to kill him now. Hurry. Shoji used his 6 hands to throw Hagakure at the villain. He turned his free hand into a clam shell and hit her aside, but her distraction was enough for Shoji to tackle the villain. Jiro did her best to run into the fray, trying to stab him with her ear jacks and pull Midoriya away from him. It was a graceless wrestling match, Shoji fighting his tentacle arms with his 6 hands, Hagakure jumped on his back trying to grab his wings or choke him from behind. But between the 3 of them they managed to make the villain let go of their unconscious teammate and get him at least slightly pinned down. The teachers called that a win in their favor. They didn't hesitate to work together and jump into a full-out brawl to protect their teammate, but also noted that all 3 of them needed to work on quirkless martial arts training. Team 6, Midoriya, Momo, and Mina vs. Mirio. The 2 girls hid behind a wall together after Mirio's initial attack. He's untouchable. Ashido wailed. He dodged the taser rather than walk through it like the other weapons. You think he can't phase through electricity? Mina caught on. Momo hesitated. That's smart. Do you have any idea how to hit him with it? He's faster than me even when I'm skating. Maybe a net gun? If I can make an electric net. Talking about me? His cartoonish face and deadfish eyes popped out of the wall behind them. Mina shrieked and melted the wall, but he was already gone. Wait, where's Midoriya? Now that you've discovered my weakness, I can't keep playing around. Surrender or I kill your teammate. He stood in the street, holding an unconscious Midoriya. Want to see what happens when I turn my hand solid inside of someone's chest? I'll stall him. Mina whispered. What? But, Kriati, Midoriya's life is on the line. I'm not smart enough to rescue him, you need to come up with something. No time for further pep talks, Mina sprinted to engage the villain. Kriati hesitated for a moment but quickly rallied knowing her teammates were counting on her. Mina did her best to keep the villain busy so he couldn't make good on his threats. He was still too fast for her. Kriati threw Russian dolls at their feet. Get Daraku! She shouted as soon as the last capsule exploded. Mina didn't hesitate to lunge for him. Mirio tried to dodge again but his movements were considerably slowed. Ha ha! I see. You've made glue. Mirio was forced to use his quirk to evade Mina's acid, making him drop Midoriya. She took the opportunity to hoist Midoriya over her shoulder and skate away. Her acid prevented her from being slowed by the glue. What now? As far as I can see, his quirk doesn't allow him to climb any better than normal. We need to get up high. And electrify points of entry. No need. You pass. Mirio popped out of the ground to give them a thumbs up, right before the teachers announced the same. Kageyama family, welcome to UA. Nedzu personally greeted the new arrivals. Am I a bear? Am I a rat or a stout? Whatever I am, I'm the principal. Dad was the kind of guy to laugh at lame jokes and laughed at this one. Pleasure to meet you. Our sons were insistent on moving here. Mom was more practical. And we are happy to have you. Thank you again for giving up your careers to us at our school. Mom was willing to use her quirk to assist the support department. Her quirk allowed her to reshape objects she held. Having her make fiddly little custom pieces was faster than casting molds. Dad was offered a job managing permits and licenses for the school and its heroes. Our boys are more important. Mom waved it off. Ever though she had given up the retirement fund and insurance she had earned. I don't mind. As a kid I wanted to be a hero manager. Dad continued to be way too cheerful. Ritsu felt embarrassment. Shigeo wasn't sure why Ritsu was embarrassed. Their parents joking and getting along with Nedzu was a good thing, right? He chose not to comment on it. Nedzu wanted a transition to a dorm system as quickly as possible, preferably immediately, but opposition forced him to settle for beginning of next year. Next order of business? Summer camp. All those in favor of canceling. Oh, crickets. Really nobody? Not even you, Arataka. They're children. They should be allowed to act like it. Reigen shrugged. The Midoriyas are the daughter-in-law and grandson of the most wanted man in Japan. The Kageyama boys are successful versions of Nomu. Mr. and Mrs. Kageyama and every other student in A1 can be held as hostages. Nedzu stated facts. I would rather not gamble with any of their safety. The camp will be secure, we've made sure of it. Vlad King said. Very well, if I'm outvoted I will personally review all security for the trip. We're trying to keep secrecy as the main defense. Until we can verify that there is no information leak among the students in classes A and B, secrecy is not guaranteed. At the unhappy faces of his employees, Nedzu said, "We have lost a student. I no longer trust any one person's judgment, not even my own. Every decision related to student safety will be reviewed by everyone." He looked around the room of the teachers he trusted and Reigen. "I agree, I just don't want to think about one of the students as a traitor." Aizawa spoke up. "A witch hunt won't help anyone, but I see Nedzu's point about security. We should arrange for additional heroes to be on call in case of emergencies. Let's arrange a meeting to continue that discussion tomorrow. Any other matters? Mrs. Midoriya has expressed interest in quirk training, so that she can, quote, pull the eyes out of anyone who threatens her boys. Midnight said. Accommodate her however we can. She also wants to be dorm mom and start a cooking class. I know what I said. All opposed? Silence. Summer training camp was mandatory for classes A, 1 and B. The teachers were again concerned for security and the campsite was both secret and secure. Mrs. Midoriya, the Kageyamas and other parents were assured that heroes were on call and ready to jump in if there was any trouble. With everyone in agreement and all arrangements made, the first years were loaded onto a bus and driven into the mountains. Aizawa stopped the bus in the middle of a mountain road. He figured even if there was a traitor, no attack would come the first day, so scattering the kids in the woods would be safe enough for now. We're meeting our hosts here. Everyone off the bus. The class only had to wait a minute for Mandalay and Pixie Bob to arrive. The women introduced themselves with a dance routine. Ever rational Aizawa introduced them calmly. These are the members of the hero team who will be assisting with your training. The Wild PP Cats. They've been a hero group for 12 years. I'm 18 at heart. Pixie Bob took offense. Is experience a bad thing? Mob asked, oblivious to why she was annoyed. Yeah, he was calling you a veteran. Denki took Mob's, unintentional, lead and jumped to Izuku's defense. Well, I am very good at what I do. You're about to see. I think I know where this is going. Let's get back on the bus. Not so fast, kittens. No backing out. Your training starts now. As little collateral damage as possible for this exercise. Aizawa added right before the dirt under their feet turned into a tidal wave. They were swept away from the road, down the cliff and into the tree line. All right, kittens. The main cabin is due west from here. Get there as soon as you can or you won't get any lunch. Mandalay telepathically broadcast this to the students. That's it? That sounds too easy. The students found their feet after being tossed down the hill. Even Mob and Katsuki had been knocked over. The ground shook. A 10-foot-tall dirt dragon charged at the students from the trees. Earth motion. She can turn Earth into anything. No sheet, nerd. Back at the road, Pixie Bob shadowboxed while controlling her Earth constructs. Haha. Gotcha. Why the warning about damage? Mandalay asked Aizawa. They could uproot the entire forest. We better get to the lodge. No need to rush. Pixie Bob won't go easy on them. I'm not worried about that. Aizawa was feeling smug. Class A took down 3 Earth monsters with relative ease, but Shoji and Jiro confirmed more were approaching. Tokoyami, you learned to fly during your internship. Midoriya darted around his classmates, trying to coordinate a plan. Only at night. Wait, can we fly out of here? Based on her instructions it sounds like we might be expected to stay on the ground. But that's not feasible in a real-world scenario. But she can theoretically keep creating these golems as long as she's awake. Our only options are to target her or get off the ground. Midoriya explained. Sensei did say to keep collateral damage low. I agree. Let's get out of here. I could probably glide if I'm weightless. Shoji said. Todoroki, how tall can you make an ice pillar? By unspoken agreement the class protected Midoriya as he ran from student to student formalizing the plan. At a shouted command from Izuku, the majority of the class grouped together. Todoroki created a 5-story tall ice pillar under their feet, raising them all high into the air. Bakugo, Kirishima, Mob, Tokoyami, and Momo stayed on the ground. They defended the base of the ice pillar while the rest of the class quickly organized themselves at the top. Uraraka made everyone else weightless, Siro connected them together with tape, and they all floated down in improvised skydiving formation. Controlling their movements with Todoroki's fire and Yuga's laser on either side. 20 kids connected with tape, or holding hands glided over the woods. Seeing the rest of the class float away was the cue for the group on the ground. Bakugo could fly with a passenger and launched himself skyward with Kirishima riding piggyback. Mob levitated everyone else up. Yayorozu made herself a hang glider. and a cape for Dark Shadow to be out of the sunlight. Tokoyami could at the very least control his fall with Dark Shadow. Kageyama levitated himself behind everyone else. With a bit of shouting and hand-waving, all 20 students managed to land in front of the lodge. The 3 heroes were waiting for them. Mandalay said, "Truth is, we didn't expect you to fly away. We thought it would take you all day to get past Earth motion." "Boo, I was having fun." Aizawa looked smug. Clearly he had expected them to fly away. "Class B will arrive in an hour." "Aizawa, you knew they could fly. You didn't warn us." "I figured they would come up with something." Well, you better have plans for what to do with them this afternoon. Because we didn't schedule anything." "Sure. Get your packed lunches from the bus. You have half an hour to eat." He had told them to bring a sack lunch. After a quick meal break, Aizawa led the class to a section of the woods behind the cabin and split them into groups based on skill level. Many students, Kageyama included, had never climbed a tree before. They were set in front of trees and told not break anything. The more athletically inclined students practiced quirkless rock climbing and parkour under Aizawa's instruction. By mid-afternoon they heard and felt the ground shaking. But Class B didn't arrive until almost dinner time. Clearly, they had not come up with a plan to fly away or target Pixie Bob directly and had no choice but to fight through waves of Earth golems. Ragdoll sat in front of a laptop typing training schedules for the next week. Ragdoll abruptly froze. She blinked her big eyes a couple times. She glanced to Aizawa for confirmation. "You see Kageyama? How many quirks?" 9. She went back to writing. "And his potential for collateral damage is even worse than Tokoyami's. Any suggestions?" he asked, meaning when school resumed. "Talk therapy. We're going to have to set aside a special time for him, too dangerous." Classes A and B roomed together overnight. In the morning Class B was allowed 10 minutes extra time to wake up, eat breakfast, and get ready for the day. A couple students found this unfair, but they had taken a much harder beating yesterday than Class A. After breakfast, Class A lined up and were introduced to the entire team of rescue heroes. They quickly listed off assignments. The last person to be addressed was Izuku. He didn't think anything of it, very used to being picked last all his childhood. He was startled when Ragdoll enthusiastically leaned closer to him. "Midoriya. Eep. Yay, this is so exciting. You're going to train with me. Really? You think transfer might one day have a similar use as search?" Midoriya looked 3 seconds away from fainting with happiness. "We're starting right now. I won't go easy on you." After Class A had been spread out across the training grounds, it was Class B's turn. They lined up for assignments but were instead shouted at, "Nobody move." Ragdoll ordered Class B. Midoriya trailed behind her, mumbling to himself and scribbling on a clipboard. Ragdoll looked at a stopwatch for a few seconds, then declared, "Time's up." "How did I do?" Midoriya nervously handed her his notes. "Awase, over here, please." Ragdoll waved him closer. "Awase, Midoriya is going to try to use his quirk on you, don't let him." Emitter. Energy? You don't make matter, do you?" "Don't ask. Tell. Emitter some form of matter manipulation." "Good. Now, Awase, stop resisting, let him pull." Midoriya's face scrunched in concentration again. "Oh. Creating molecular bonds. Yay!" Ragdoll cheered for Midoriya before giving Awase his assignment for the day. Midoriya went through guessing the 20 Class B students this way. While Midoriya was playing guessing games, Shigeo had much less fun. Quirk training was cruel and unusual torture. Ragdoll decided Shigeo's biggest weakness was his motion sickness. He and Uraraka spent the day inside inflatable, human-sized, hamster ball, being thrown down hills. They were allowed breaks only to vomit into the bushes and rehydrate before going again. Mob had considered her a friend before this but afterward felt closer to her. Shared terrible experiences built friendships. After guessing Class B, Midoriya spent the rest of the day meditating and trying to monitor his classmates with transfer. More than once in the past he had been able to sense Shigeo's emotions through transfer. Could he do that with everyone? He could also, in Izuku's words, juggle a quirk while transferring it. There was a split second between when he took a quirk from a host and gave it to a new person. Could he maintain that holding PRD for longer? Ragdoll had him trying to assess which classmates were nearing quirk exhaustion or juggle Madale's and Pixie Bob's quirks. A few classmates gave Midoriya the stink eye for not visibly working as hard as they were. When most of the class was ready to faint, they finally broke for a meal break, a meal they had to make because of course they did. "Excuse me, Ragdoll-sensei, who's that?" Midoriya noticed a sullen child lurking by the food tables. "Oh, that's Kota Izumi. Mandalay's nephew." Ragdoll introduced the boy. "Don't talk to me. I have nothing to say to idiots trying to be heroes." I hate heroes. Why would anyone hate heroes? Exhaustion wrecked Denki's brain-to-mouth filter. Almost every child wanted to be heroes. Hero worship was ingrained in Japanese culture. It was weird to see a child openly declaring his hatred. Heroes are the worst. You only care about yourselves. Don't assume that about us. Oh yeah? Why are you a hero? Kota picked out Shigeo as a weak link to point at and interrogate. Mob had been trying to live up to his nickname and avoid the confrontation. But he answered calmly when called upon. Someone has to be. Sensei said it's like firefighters. There are always going to be fires, someone has to put them out. But why does it have to be you? Kota kept arguing. I want to help. You're not helping anyone if you die. Kota stormed off, refusing to hear any reply. What's that kid's problem? Izumi, Midoriya muttered through his encyclopedic knowledge of heroes. Oh. The water hose duo. They died in a villain fight. Wait, he's mad because his parents died? Then why's he mad at us? His parents didn't abandon him, they died. I think he's saying heroes shouldn't be parents. Because their jobs are so dangerous. I can understand that. That's bullshit. Bakugo disagreed. Bakugo was too tired, and too busy actually beginning food prep to argue with the child. But not too tired to call his classmates. Why so angry, Bakugo? You want kids? Shinso immediately sassed him. F off. Anyone can die. It's bullshit not to have kids because of that. Oh, I get it, because civilians die in car accidents and stuff. True. If there's a 0.2% chance of dying in a car accident every time we cross the road, should we not have kids? What's the threshold? I doubt that reasoning will make him feel any better. The class collectively moved on from the topic and focused on their food. At least most of them did. Izuku followed Kota to his hideout and tried to talk to him about what it was like growing up quirkless. Kota wasn't interested in listening, so Izuku left after saying his piece. In the evening, students who passed their final exams were allowed time to rest and recuperate. Students who failed were forced to sit for remedial lessons before bed. Day 3 proved to be just as brutal. Uraraka escaped the hamster ball to float rocks all day. Shigeo had to endure the hamster ball alone for a few hours. He was then given a break to reassemble stones and dirt under Pixie Bob's instruction. Kageyama didn't know what caused the change in routine, but his teachers were concerned he was getting close to losing his cool. They were right, Mob was hovering in the mid-80s most of the day because of the frustration and exhaustion. What the teachers were not aware of, the League of Villains were preparing for a raid. They were ready and waiting for the evening ever since the teachers announced a test of courage after dinner. What the teachers were not aware of, the League of Villains were preparing for a raid. They were ready and waiting for the evening ever since the teachers announced a test of courage after dinner. Do I have to participate? Shigeo was not excited by the idea. After the exhausting training, he could feel he was getting close to losing his temper. 88% exhausted and frustrated. It's just Class B trying to startle us. It shouldn't be really scary, Izuku assured him. Yeah, this will be easy. Mina and Denki were eager to participate. Especially with Stoneface, Kageyama on our team. Siro said this as a compliment joke without knowing the context. Midoriya frowned but didn't say anything. I'm afraid not. Students who failed their exams have class now. Aizawa interrupted. He grabbed Siro, Tokoyami, Yuga, Todoroki, Ojiro and Kota. Kota and Todoroki didn't seem to mind missing the activity even while the others complained. Tokoyami said nothing. Dark Shadow whined that this was the perfect game for them and now they would miss it. 20 students -6 in makeup classes left 7 pairs assigned randomly. In pairs they were supposed to follow a trail through the woods while Class B tried to scare them. Midoriya was paired with Uraraka. He was too busy thinking about other things to notice she seemed flustered. Would this activity count as quirk training for Tokoyami? Midoriya wondered aloud. Maybe it's a good thing he's not here. I'm a little nervous honestly, Uraraka said. It's okay. There aren't any large predators in this part of Japan, and as long as we stay on the trail we don't have to worry about getting lost. You're so cool, Midoriya. I'm not really, I get scared too. I get worried about all the things that could go wrong and… Anyway, this is just supposed to be a fun event. I'm sure we'll be safe. You're right. Let's be brave together, okay? Uraraka decided to try and be brave for her crush. Switch with me. Bakugo accosted various classmates, trying to ditch Shinso. Shinso didn't particularly want to be partnered with Bakugo but found it very amusing he was running around asking for a swap. Meanwhile Shigeo stood next to Azui, both of them watching the rest of the class run around. Privately he was happy to be paired with her. She was calm and he knew her better than some of their other classmates. Do you like haunted houses, Shigeo-kun? She was also kind enough not to assume things about him because of his unexpressive exterior. I don't know. I've never done anything like this. I did a test of courage in middle school. It wasn't bad. You can sense people, right? He nodded. Then you'll be okay. It's just going to be Class B jumping out to startle us. You can hold my hand if you get scared. Shigeo privately thought that was a kind offer, but there was no way he was holding hands with a classmate, especially a girl. Shigeo and Azui were one of the earliest groups to enter the forest. This had the surprise consequence of disheartening Class B. At Azui's suggestion, Shigeo kept his sensory abilities activated. Without thinking about it, he stared at wherever the students were hiding. Azui followed his eye line and also stared, which unintendedly freaked out a few of the Class B students, as two stone-faced Class A students calmly walked through the woods, making eye contact with whoever was trying to hide. The only one who managed to startle them at all was Tokage with her flying, detached limbs. Izuku and Uraraka were one of the middle groups. Bakugo and Shinso went in before them, Shoji and Denki after. Izuku chose to mentally turn off his quick sense both for fairness and because he was exhausted. He didn't sense where the students were hiding and was surprised when Hananuki popped his head out of the ground. That's so cool. A great use of your quirk. Do you have to hold your breath? Hananuki chuckled. Yeah, it's like swimming. You know all our quirks, we're going to have a hard time scaring you, huh? He didn't seem upset by the prospect. Hey, do you smell smoke? Is that someone trying to scare us? Before Hananuki could answer, his classmate Kodai appeared from the bushes. It's not us. Do you think something is wrong? Maybe Bakugo got so scared he fired his quirk? No, Bakugo is behind us, that's from up ahead. Kendo also came out of hiding to talk. Something feels weird. Can you quirk sense if people are okay? Izuku nodded. In a survivalist situation, Izuku's training to sense people was going to be critically important. He didn't have time to panic. Activating his quirk again gave him headache not dissimilar to an overused muscle. Ache or not, his special sight lit up with the now familiar quirks of Class A and B. He couldn't sense the terrain or anything like that, but he could feel who was closest to him. From there it was easy mental math to tell who was near whom based on their relative distance to Izuku. From the direction of the smoke he could sense at least two strangers. There are strangers in the woods. I've never felt their quirks before. This is bad, we should get the rest of our classmates. Kendo took charge. Izuku searched first for the little bubbling fountain of Koda's young quirk. There was someone unfamiliar nearby. He'd been afraid of that. He needed the fastest person closest to him. I need to find Bakugo. Fortunately Uraraka didn't question his sudden and unexplained declaration. She followed him as he sprinted towards Bakugo. Be careful. Kendo called after them. Kendo, Hananuki, and Kodai might have decided to follow Izuku but were soon distracted by purple smoke rolling towards their location. Izuku and Uraraka didn't know about the smoke. Izuku was focused on getting to Bakugo and Ochako was focused on keeping him in sight. Fortunately, they found Bakugo and Shinso quickly. Kaken. Izuku was so rattled that he unthinkingly used the nickname Reigen had advised him to drop. Nerd? What the F are you yelling for? Kaken. Koda. He took a second to catch his breath. Koda is by himself. I think a villain is near him. He could be in trouble. You want me to stop fighting villains to rescue some shitty kid? Izuku didn't bother responding to that. He knew Bakugo wasn't actually going to leave a kid to die. Uraraka almost wanted to say something but just gave an unamused expression copied from the teachers. Shinso chose not to respond to his stupid macho posturing. Bakugo scoffed and looked away. Whatever, where is he? Izuku gave him directions to Koda's secret hideout. Bakugo would be able to fly there. He breathed a sigh of relief as Katsuki ran towards Koda. Shinso and Uraraka looked to Izuku for direction. Is there anyone else we need to rescue? Izuku reaches out with his quirk sight again. He sees it right before his other senses do. Oh no. The ground shakes and Izuku towards the overwhelming presence. He found a gap in the canopy he could see through. What is that? Ochako and Shinso saw what he saw. Trees were floating in the air. Just south of them a section of the forest was uprooted, thrown into the air and were rising higher. A telekinetic storm tore into the ground, making the whole mountain shake. The debris, boulders, and whole ancient trees were tossed carelessly skyward as if to get them out of the way. A villain? Kageyama-kun. He's lost control. Izuku immediately reached out to Shigeo with his quirk. Let me take it. Please, what are you doing, Kageyama-kun? A million thoughts went through Izuku's mind. Was he just targeting the villains? They didn't have permission to use their quirks. Izuku touched Mob's quirk and realized this wasn't like when Shigeo occasionally lost his temper. This was like the time Shigeo was hit by a car. He was only half conscious and lashing out. Azui and a couple Class B students were trapped inside his telekinetic storm, as were several of the unfamiliar quick signatures. Was Shigeo hurt? Was Azui hurt? Could Shigeo tell villains and friends apart like this? That's Kageyama? Shinso asked. Ochako looked surprised but reined herself in. She'd seen impressive feats from Shigeo before but never on this scale. What happened? We need to find him. Izuku started jogging towards the destruction. The other two very reluctantly followed. Kageyama, stop. Return to the lodge. Mandalay's mental broadcast made up Izuku's mind for him. Shinso, you need to get Kageyama to calm down. You want me to get close to him? No, you're right, that won't work. Aizawa-sensei. We need erasure. With new enthusiasm, Izuku increases the pace of his running. He runs in the opposite direction of the destruction. The other two hurried to keep up. Can anyone reach Kageyama? Kageyama, stop. Mandalay's mental broadcast sounded almost frantic. Izuku didn't have time to worry about the repercussions, he had to trust the senior heroes. Shoji! Izuku shouted ahead, hoping Shoji's advanced hearing would hear him coming. Fortunately, Shoji and Denki hear them coming. Shoji, if I give you erasure, can all of your dupli eyes use it? Izuku said without preamble. I guess so. You need to use erasure on Kageyama. He's lost control. We need to get you high enough to see him. If I make you weightless, you can glide, like we did against Earth Flow. Uraraka caught onto the plan. Good, this will work. Uraraka, can you go with him, so you know when to release it? Or will that make you sick? Izuku kept thinking out loud. I'll manage. Last time Kageyama got like this, he had a concussion. If he's too hurt to control himself, Shinso will need to calm down. We can't keep erasure away from Sensei for long. Shinso held back a flinch at the idea but soldiered on. Okay, without his quirk, I can do it. Okay, we need to do this quickly. Sensei is going to need his quirk back. Izuku employed a trick Nedzu had taught him but he had never used before. He gave a quick tug on Aizawa's quick, not trying to take it, just enough for him to feel it. Then he gave another slightly longer tug. Dots and dashes. If Sensei was paying attention, hopefully it would feel like a tapped-out message in Morse code. I'll give you a push, I guess. Denki and Izuku helped get the strike team airborne and gliding towards the telekinetic hurricane. Izuku pulled erasure from Aizawa and passed it to Shoji. A few seconds later the trees that had been levitating started falling. Izuku realized he'd made a mistake. He had been too eager to obey orders to worry about the falling debris. He'd assumed Pixie Bob would catch them with Earth Flow or Kageyama would set things right when he calmed down. Instead there was a meteor storm of giant trees and stones. Kageyama's quirk flared again, he caught a decent amount of the debris closest to him. But the rest of it hit the ground. Denki unconsciously covered his ears at the noise. Izuku hastily transferred erasure back to Aizawa. He felt around with his quick, hoping none of his classmates were hurt. His classmates seemed fine at a glance but he was distracted by the villains. Izuku felt one of the foreign quirks approaching. He turned to look but couldn't see anyone in the darkness. The stranger sped up, sprinting at Izuku and Denki. Villain, Izuku shouted a warning. To his credit, Denki trusted him and sent electricity through the ground at the approaching figure. The stranger jumped from one of the trees. Izuku barely had time to gasp before everything went dark. Dabi slowed his fall with his flames but a tree had clipped him on the way down. He limped his way back to the meeting point. It was wide-scale destruction. One of the students had gone berserk, DMN near uprooted the entire forest. A tsunami of pure kinetic energy had ripped through the woods, slammed into Dabi, tossed him into the air and squeezed him like a vice grip. The invisible force from everywhere at once had tried to squeeze all resistance and air out of his lungs. If he had been held any longer he no doubt would have been choked unconscious at the least or crushed at worst. Dabi found twice where the two of them had been separated. Twice had been mostly ignored by the psychic attack. Picked up gently and kept floating just a few feet off the ground. Whoa, Dabi, you okay? Like I care. Go die. Fucker. Why didn't you get got? Dabi growled at the crazy man, who just shrugged and babbled conflicting answers. He didn't know either. A minute later Mr. Compress joined them. Compress jumped over a few logs, looking no worse for the destruction. You too? You turn on us? Dabi was very unhappy about his apparent good health. Magician's secret. Dabi looked half a second away from burning him alive, mission be demed, so he hastily added, I marbled myself until things calmed down. Are we waiting for the others? After that? Not a FING change. If they're alive they can make their way back on their own. Hey? You'd leave me. Toga whined. Or at least she sounded like Toga and wore her clothes. She looked like one of the Class B students. You get some blood at least? 2 people. And I had to use a bit of it. What was that? She obviously meant the psychic attack. Of course she had shape-shifted to try and avoid it. If I know. I think that was the student Mustard was supposed to put to sleep first. Obviously he failed. Compress said. Forget it, we're out of here. Dabi tried messaging Kurogiri again. A portal finally opened behind them. Tsuyu knew she'd made a mistake. But at the same time, maybe not the worst mistake ever? She and Kageyama had reached Ragdoll with no problems. They were on their way back when students from Class B started shouting. They screamed like someone was attacking them. It sounded too real to be a prank, so Azui and Kageyama went to investigate. A strange man on what looked like white stilts at a glance was chasing a couple of Class B students. Kageyama pushed him away with a quick burst of telekinesis, but he wasn't down. That's when Azui messed up. She'd seen he could create long-distance blades but wasn't careful. Aizawa-sensei had warned her not to be overly reliant on her tongue grapple. Azui hadn't listened and paid for that mistake. She had tried to grab a Class B student in distress to pull them out of the way, which placed her tongue way too close to a villain with such a long range. He created another blade from his teeth faster than anyone could react and cut off the tip of her tongue. Tsuyu knew she'd be okay, it was just the end of her tongue, but the injury looked grisly. Shigeo saw her bleeding everywhere and his expression did something strange. She wasn't sure entirely what happened next. Tsuyu could best describe it as an explosion, but shockwave instead of like Bakugu. Then she was just floating there. She could barely see Kageyama. And even when staring at him, she couldn't really see him. He wasn't mentally present. It was like his quirk had taken over. She was worried about Shirigo. Was he dissociating? But she didn't feel particularly in danger. The Class B students nearby were panicking even though Kageyama didn't seem interested in hurting them. He seemed solely focused on destroying the forest. She really wasn't sure what was going on until they were all suddenly falling. Calm down, she heard Shinso shout. Then Kageyama caught them again. They all floated to the ground. Shoji, Shinso, and Uraraka were with a very dazed and confused Kageyama. Keep calm, just put everything back that you can. Shinso gave him an order. It's okay Mobku-and you're doing great. Ochako talked to him like he was a skittish animal. Shoji noticed Tsuyu, are you okay? We're fine. She tried to say around her injury. The Class B students were agitated and saying things about how they were scared. Mobku-and didn't hurt us, she interrupted them. I think he was upset because I got hurt. I'm sorry, Shigeo finally said something. He sounded out of it. What happened? I don't remember. Mob sounded so upset by this that they didn't press him on the issue further. Everything seemed quiet. Like the villains had been defeated. Nobody realized until later that Izuku and Kaminari were missing. So many students were scattered around the woods unconscious from the gas. It took over almost an hour to do a full head count. By then it was far too late.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.